Okay, hello everyone. Welcome. I'm Eva Tatarova and I'm here with 20 wonderful teachers at this informal educational event, Teacher's Voice Marathon. So here we're spending the next 8 hours really digging in teaching, and we are going to discuss different methods, techniques, tools, and ideas which can help us and which can ease our teaching job. So actually today we have several guests, and the first one I'd like to give the floor is Samat Samadov. He's the founder of Start Teaching and Learning, the company who is the partner of this Teacher's Voice Marathon. Welcome, Samat. How are you there in Azerbaijan?
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm okay, and generally we're okay. So the situation is almost everywhere else, and we really hope that very soon all these things will come to an end. So again, welcome everybody, and I'm really happy, and it's my privilege to be in this marathon, because I'm more than sure it's going to be really effective and productive for all the teachers that are going to join us from across the globe today. And it's of course our honor as well to be in this event together, in the partnership together with Suto. And I am sure that participants will get a lot of things from today's presentations given by 22 teachers from different countries. So yes, it's going to be a little bit probably long marathon, but needless to say that it's going to be fantastic in terms of effectiveness and productivity. So I wish you all the best, and I hope that you will really enjoy it. And we're going to meet with you on different international events that we're planning to do in the future. And of course, a lot of thanks to Eva for doing that fantastic job for all of us. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, also I'd like to invite for the welcome speech our second, or I would say our co-moderator for today, Akbar Kafari. He's a teacher trainer from Iran. Akbar, you are really amazing person. I'm really happy that I have this chance to introduce you to all our viewers.
Well, that's very kind of you, and this is also my great pleasure. I'm very happy to be here today at the marathon, and I would like to warmly welcome every conference participants and our international friends who are with us today. Dear friends, your presence here today shows your commitment to continual professional learning and improvement. This constant professional renewal is like, the water stops available to runner during a marathon. I am sure you will come away from conference recharged, refreshed, and ready to make fresher imprints on the students whose lives you touch every day. But you keep running in this marathon, because teaching and learning are never-ending journeys. And I would like also to thank Mr. Samad and Ms. Eva to involve me in this marathon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech.
And one more thing, sorry to add, that I'm really happy that the trainers, today's our SR Teaching and Learning Centers, our company's trainers are almost all today here. Reza, Akbar, Paul, Eva, me. I'm really happy to have all of you here in this marathon. Thank you again.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So actually, guys, what I want to say, in this situation, I cannot say what the biggest concern for us is, how to teach online or how to get back to our physical classes smoothly. So that was one of the main concepts for this marathon, to share practical ideas which could be used as in digital classrooms, as in physical ones. So thanks a lot for joining us. We'd like to hear from you. Please feel free to type your comments in the chat box. As we said before, let your voice be heard. But in this situation, I would say let your voice be seen. It sounds weird, but anyway. This marathon is for teachers, about teachers, for the sake of teachers. And I'd like to ask you just one question. Could you answer this with one word? What do teachers do? What do they do? Yeah, actually, I have some kind of modeling for you. They teach, inspire, motivate, learn, cry, laugh. What else? What else? What do you think? So while you are typing, I'd like to remind you that our official hashtag for today is Teachers Voice 2020. So take pictures, post them on Facebook or Instagram. Just by clicking the hashtag, you'll be able to find other attendees and to start your international friendship. Since we have registration from so many countries, and yes, more than 22 countries, we do support collaboration. And it is exactly what this marathon is about. We do not compete. Yeah, we want your voices to be heard, guys. So here are the answers. Yeah, I can see that we have just what do teachers do? Coaching, yeah, great. Youssef, empower, perfect. Instruct, yes. Support, yeah, I can see support. Cool. As you see, we are just multitasking teachers. We should do lots of things together. And what's another thing I'd like to share with you? We do believe that the key to growing as a teacher is to keep company with teachers who uplift you, whose presence inspires you, and whose dedication drives you. And one more thing for us to do, just I'd like to offer you to check the power of compliments. I truly believe that even the smallest act of caring had the potential to turn a life around. So let's create our own positive environment for today. And I'd like to ask you to complete the sentence you see. This will be a compliment to all the teachers who are watching this webinar right now and who will be watching it later, because some of them will join us later due to the time difference. So what do you think? You are teachers. I think you are incredible. You are inspiring and inspired as well. I think you're professional. Just what are your ideas? Yeah, what do you think? Again, while you're typing your comments, let me tell you that this marathon is organized by two companies, Ukrainian Teacher Training Center, SUTA, as well as Other Teacher Professional Development Center, SR Teaching and Learning. Yeah, okay, what do we have? Yeah, thanks for telling me that I'm doing a fantastic job. Thanks. Yeah, so what are your ideas about your inspiration? Ulana, that's a great thing. Yeah, like the answer, love, great idea. Actually, it's about what do teachers do. They love their students. They love what they do. Cool. Yeah, great. And as we announced before, we want to share some idea that you can use in your classrooms. And today, I'd like to share my idea, what I do in my classroom, just for 2 or 3 minutes of my talk. Yeah, you know what? The first thing that I saw in my classroom, that it happened once, that my students, they learn new vocabulary, but time to time they can forget and they can't retrieve or recall that word exactly. So, and I'm sure you know that special feeling, like the tip of the tongue feeling. And when you want to use the word and you don't remember how it sounds, or just you have only the first letter and you try to create some kind of association. And for this reason, I use such bookmarks. Yeah, they help students to retrieve new vocabulary when it is needed, as well as track their progress. And yeah, here's a template of my bookmarks. Divide it into 2 columns. The first one is for words, and the second one is for a page on which they were found, and also for the context clues. Such bookmarks provide our students with a sort of support to retrieve pieces of information faster and more confidently. I will share it exactly in the folder where you will find all the speakers' materials later. With the next letter you will get. And yeah, I can actually show you that I do use those bookmarks. Let's say you can use it as just one piece of paper, yeah, and you can write on both sides. Or time to time, it's not enough to have one piece of paper. It can be like, you see the whole page. and I can write on both sides. And again, it might be not enough for us. And actually what you can do, you can use a paper clip here and just to put all the words and context clues as well. Yeah, actually let's say what I have here. It's my own bookmark. And yeah, for example, I have such a phrase like crude exchanges, what it means. Sometimes I can forget about it. And here I have a page where I can find this word, and actually the sentence, teachers must have been put off by stories of crude exchanges like this. So I can actually use the page and go and to check what this word means. By the way, all these words, this is my own bookmark I work with, because right now I'm again and again I'm revising the same book, like Teaching Lexically. And I have a reason for it, because I'd like to announce that on 15th of June, we start a course with Andrew Walkley and Lexical Lab. This is the course on teaching foreign languages lexically at very low levels. Just come and join. You will get the link how to join us in your letters as well. So what you will have 4 lessons by Andrew Walkley. We will be working on Zoom. It will be interactive sessions, and I'm sure you will enjoy them, and I'm sure they will be productive. Actually, I believe that this lockdown gave us this opportunity to join Lexical Lab, because as usual, they have their summer school, summer camp in summer in London, but this summer they can join us online, or we can join them, I don't know, as you wish. Actually, what else I'd like to announce that this is not the end. We had the course with Paul Harvey. It was how to teach English through drama, or the use of drama in ELT. And it was something amazing and fantastic. If we have someone who participated in this course, just let us know and type your feedback, because it was something amazing. Really, we got so many feedbacks, and also you will get the link to the registration where you can check the real feedback. You can find these people, you can find these teachers and ask them if those feedbacks are real or not. And yeah, I want to invite you and join the next course with Paul Harvey. He will be doing it on how to teach pronunciation tips and tricks for you teachers and for our students as well. So we also will have 4 amazing sessions. Yeah, so as I said, they're going to have speakers from different countries. And right now, I can see that the first speaker is here in our web room. And I do hope that you remember the country the speaker is from. So do you remember that? Yeah, the next presentation is about teaching English through art with the Montessori method. So the next speaker, Svetlana. She's currently working at Montessori Bilingual School in France. She is the How to Teach English Following Montessori Way course designer. This course includes educational theory and child developmental psychology, classroom observation, practice teaching, and material preparation. Svetlana is an expert at assisting students in finding their own strengths and capabilities through the use of developmentally appropriate lessons and great self-correcting materials. So, Samad, I'd like to ask you to leave the room, and I can give the room to Svetlana. Yeah, Svetlana.
Hi, Emma. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So thanks for your introduction. I'm really happy to be with you today and take part in such an amazing event today to share my ideas of teaching with other teachers in the whole world. So as Eva said, today the topic will be teaching English through art with the Montessori method, and currently I'm working in a Montessori school in Paris as an English language teacher, and today I'd like to share what usually I do during my lessons. So first of all, let me note that in Montessori education, all disciplines are taught interconnectedly and comprehensively. That is, language teaching is carried out through the acquisition of knowledge by children.
Svetlana, I'm sorry, can you make your presentation in the presentation mode?
Well, it is actually.
Yeah, unfortunately
I can't do it bigger, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
May I continue?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Well, going back to how we teach in Montessori classroom is that all disciplines or subjects are taught interconnectedly and comprehensively. That is, language teaching is carried out through the acquisition of knowledge of children in natural science and mathematics and art. As a rule, in the classroom, there is one teacher who must have knowledge in all areas and be ready to give presentation or a lesson in these subjects. This education, or this type of education, is called cosmic education, which is actually a type of education or approach to educate children with developing an awareness that everyone in the universe is connected and interdependent and forms a harmonious whole. Also that the students can feel themselves a part of the universe. We integrate art in Montessori classrooms, not just because they support other academic learning, although they certainly do. The arts demonstrate the ancient human need for communication with evidence of music, with evidence of visual arts, dance, and theater. The art supports our ability to communicate in non-linguistic modes, to enrich and expand the complexity of that which we hope to communicate. We want to create environments in our classrooms within which children develop the ability to create meaning making. When students can integrate social, emotional, physical, and intellectual understanding through the creation or experience of art, that understanding is made more personal, more responsive, and more lasting than students receive through modality. Well, the desire of children to create and get closer to creativity is observed from an early age, and we try to establish art shelves in our classrooms. As it is shown on the pictures on my slide, you can see that, well, in Montessori classroom, each classroom is divided into several parts, and art shelves are necessary. In the Montessori classrooms, they are dedicated art shelves, which ensure students always have access to art materials for creative expression. Art shelves in classrooms give students access to material and art history resources, and we as teachers need to be sure that everyone has an access to this shelf. We give children freedom to choose what activities they want to do in art after our first presentation. So here you can see that on one shelf, the books are represented about art. There are some masterpieces which the children have an access to draw whenever they want to. We give them time as much as they need to do what they need. Well, and today I would like to share with you some ideas of how we use art when we teach English in our bilingual Montessori school. And one of the ideas is, what if you choose an artist of the month? For example, read a short text about artist's life and discuss an art movement he belonged to, and use nomenclature cards to introduce new vocabulary and his famous paintings. So for example, you know that, as I said, in cosmic education, we teach all subjects interconnectedness interconnectedly. And when I say art, I actually mean also teaching, for example, geography or geometry, and of course, in English language. So choose artists that relate to your continent studies. Well, studying North America, why not incorporate a famous artist? Or studying Europe, why not to think about Van Gogh, the Starry Nights, or sunflowers? Here are some of the works that my students did during these weeks when we were talking about these famous artists. Well, afterwards, after the presentation of the artist live, you can give students an opportunity to draw with, or paint with watercolors or crayons. Allow the children to create their own works of art, imagining artist style, and try to be here creative. You might hear, well, I'm not Picasso. That's what actually I heard when I asked my students to imitate the drawing of A Sitting Man by Picasso, and imagine their surprise when I said that I was going to put the drawing upside down and they needed to draw just lines and not be focused on the whole image. So it worked actually. You can see here on the short video how they were sitting. Well, in front of them there was a drawing and they were drawing it upside down. Well, to their surprise, actually, they changed their mind at the end of the task and said that, well, we could try to be Picasso sometimes. And it was really nice to hear. Well, another idea is what if you incorporate art in your teaching curriculum? It only means that language should be taught within a context as a means to an end rather than a metalinguistic process. Learners acquire a second language more effectively if they come across real uses of it. So you can use text or you can use video clip or listening passage about artist life, so they can concentrate on the message as much on the medium. The length of exposure to the topic may vary. The longer, the better, of course. This means that if you teach, for example, history or math in English for a whole term, the learners might develop a better grasp of the language than if you had used for a whole term. Fragments or sentences to focus on the language by itself. Art, therefore, lends itself perfectly to the job as it provides a wonderful canvas to design innumerable language activities. Here is how I teach emotions and feelings in my classroom with the help of Montessori method to the kids from 6 to 12 years old. So I prepare my lesson with the help of nomenclature cards, and I introduce with the help of 3-period lesson, which is naming. Well, the first step is naming or introduction of the word or image. When you have to say this is and you say names a word. And the second stage is recognizing or identification, when you ask student to show or point to a card, certain card or an object. For example, can you show me? And remembering cognition as the third step when you ask a child to name the object by himself. So what is this? Well, once you have understood that the student or your pupil know the words, you can go further and ask them to draw their feelings graphically, to represent their feelings graphically. And here it might be done with the help of geometric shapes or different lines. So of course, here you have to be aware that students know what lines they might use and what the geometric shapes are. This activity might take time because sometimes they need to realize how they feel They need to understand their feelings and how they can represent it graphically. Sometimes it can be difficult and it takes a long time. Take a piece of paper and share it on 6 or 8 rectangles, depending on the number of words you taught, and ask the kids to do this activity. Try to be patient, to give them time to realize what they want to express and how. And of course, we normally don't judge the students' work. They can be creative, and you can see different types of representation of one feeling. Of one feeling. So then I want to tell you, what if you also teach art movements in the classroom? Of course, the impact is huge for more visually oriented students when you teach art movements. But if you add a listening comprehension task about the piece of art or movement you are discussing with kids, or have, for example, learners work on some kind of hands-on activity as a follow-up, for example, putting the pieces of puzzles together, or producing their own artwork, or making a collage on different themes, it will be actually be equally catering for the auditory and kinesthetic learners. Art helps. Here is a representation of how my kids worked on collage. That's another idea. You can use old newspapers and magazines, ask them to cut in different shapes and create and imagine something in their heads and represent it with different pieces of old magazines and journals. So, as you guess, here you teach cubism or surrealism as an art movement. Art helps us to make teaching creative, interesting, inspiring, fun, and fun, of course, makes English learning easier. One of the activities also I do with my kids in my Montessori classroom is drawing self-portraits. When we talk about portraits and self-portraits, first we explain what are portraits and self-portraits, and set up a work with a Miro, paper, and a colored pencils, and ask students to draw themselves or draw a partner. And afterwards, I ask students to find some portraits of famous people, cut them in half, and give one half to, I give them to my student, and they need to imagine how the second part looks like. Here you might give certain instructions how to draw portrait, or you might let children to go into imagination and create the second part as they want, as they see. So you can see how different works are. Remember that in Montessori classroom or Montessori environment, when it comes to art, it is the process which is important and not the product. And as adults, our goal is to produce a product, but the child interacts differently. The child works to develop self. The focus is on the process and not on the product. Once a child creates something, he does not feel the need to keep the product. It is a process that gives him satisfaction and inner joy. So let your students be creative and artistic, and sometimes make them feel that they might be Picasso on your lessons. I would like to share with you the links. You may join me if you want to know some more ideas about how the Montessori environment is structured in our school, and what activities we do in art, in mathematics, and metalinguistic processes, language learning. So you may join me on Instagram as Montessori station, you may email me by using my email montessoristation@gmail.com or visit my site montessoristation.com. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, Svetlana, thank you. It was really amazing. Thanks a lot. You know what I think? Yeah, actually, I'm fond of CLIL, if you know that, content and language integrated learning. So actually, I got lots of ideas how to use some of your techniques and tools during teaching with the help of CLIL method. Akbar, what do you think?
Well, that's nice. Maybe you could share with me it one day as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, what I tried to represent here, well, I had just a time limit. Of course, ideas vary, and we've got plenty of other presentations to show to our kids. So if there are another opportunity to share what we do in the classroom, I would be grateful.
Yeah, great. I think that people can contact you on Instagram, or you've shared your email address. Yeah, thanks a lot. It was really productive. Yeah, you see, people are thanking you. Akbar, what do you think about the presentation? Would you like to use any of those ideas in your classrooms?
Well, in order to sum up what Ms. Bekerman said, I can say that the mediocre teacher tells, the good teacher explains, the superior teacher demonstrates, and the great teacher inspires. I am fully inspired by her words. Thank you, Ms. Bekerman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Enjoy your day. You see so many people are typing. Thank you. Yeah, great. So you can press the red button just to leave the studio. Yeah, thank you.
See you.
Thank you. And yeah, Akbar, what can you say about our next speaker?
Before I go to the next speaker, I would like to share something kind of funny in order to make our, atmosphere kind of friendly, if you let me to do that. Am I allowed?
Yeah, please.
Shall I share? Well, I heard about this kindergarten teachers because we are all teachers here. The community of teachers from different countries, more than 700 participants from different countries. So that's why I decided to share something kind of funny about teachers, and remember that I'm the first one. I heard about this kindergarten teacher. She wanted to teach her students about self-esteem. Remember, she was trying to teach her students about self-esteem. She said to her class, everyone, please listen. Those who think you are dumb, please stand up. Everyone who thinks you're dumb, please stand up. She didn't think anybody would stand. And she made the point how no one was dumb. But about the time, little Johnny stood up. Yeah, little Johnny stood up. She didn't quite know what to do at that moment. She said, now, Johnny, do you really think that you're a dog? Johnny said, no, Mom. I just hate to see you standing there all by yourself. That's why I want to be next to you. Poor teacher. That's it. Thank you very much. So I would like to go, to the next speaker. Someone gave me the pleasure to be the announcer and to be the introducer of Ms. Iryna Hlushakova. Hlushakova from Ukraine. The latest survey shows that students' score is the lowest in reading section. So the thing that Iryna Hlushakova is going to present is about solving the puzzle of reading, and she's going to give us some tips and tools. As I said, the latest survey shows that student score is the lowest in reading section. Why is that? How can we, as teachers, help our students to overcome this barrier? This is something that she's going to tell us. During this session, you will learn the types of questions that are typically tested in the EFL exams. Learn how to identify them in the test and the most effective ways of dealing with them. You will also receive some practical tips on preparation for the reading part of the EFL exam based on her teaching experience. Something more about her. Iryna Hlushakova has been in teaching field for 17 years. Hi. She has worked for private schools as well as for public schools. She has also been a successful tutor for kids, teens, and adults. For those whom she prepares for EFL exam, most receive B2 and even C1 levels. She's constantly in the progress of developing herself as a teacher. I love you, Ms. Iryna. Her teacher's creed is that, remember, her teacher's creed is that no learning occurs without building the relationship.
Okay, thank you. Ira,
We are
hello.
all ears.
How are you?
Great, thank you for this great privilege of joining this marathon, and I'm really excited to share some of my experience and to listen and to the experience of other teachers and get inspiration and new knowledge.
Yeah, okay, so let's get to the point.
Okay.
Yeah, just let's check your presentation. Can you open it?
Yep. Okay, can you see that now?
Yeah, I can see, and please make it in a, yeah, that's great, thank you. So please.
Okay. First of all, thank you all. And the reason why I chose this topic, because I've seen lots of my students struggling with doing reading tasks in the EFL exam. And when I prepare my students for ZNO or FCE exam, there are about 5 parts that are connected with reading. And so today we'll try to see how to solve the puzzles of these reading exams. And one of the most popular type of reading exam is a text with a multiple choice question. On the screen, you can see the layout of this type of question. And in order to help our students to do these questions quickly and effectively, we need to teach our students how we can define, even though there are multiple choice, there are certain categories of questions that are tested in this type of it. So let's look at the question identification. What can be tested? The first one is factual information question. And here on the screen, you can see how these questions look like. Why did author do this? Or what does Jimmy say about that? Then there is a vocabulary question where the students are checked on how they can guess the meaning of the word from the context. So usually these types of questions will look like that. The word, for example, embarrassed in the line 57 means that. Or when the author says embarrassed, she is talking about something. The next type of question is reference question. Usually the students need to define what the pronoun in the sentence refers to. So these type of questions will start like the word it, for example, in the line 16 refers to. And the last type of questions, to my mind, is the most difficult one, because here we need to understand the general idea of the paragraph or the text. And it will start like, what is implied about something in the 5th paragraph? Or what does this suggest in the 6th paragraph? Now we'll look at each type of questions and see how we can help our students to cope with them. So first, let's look at the factual information questions. What I recommend my students to do here is to read the question and do not read the options. They underline the keywords in the question, and then they read a piece of text carefully and trying to underline the key words in the text. Let's look at their example. They read the question number 1. Why did Benjamin want to buy the zoo in the first place?
Ira, I'm very sorry to interrupt you, but the presentation is cut a bit. Could you make it smaller right now? Yeah, because we can see just on the parts of the presentation, and the information is really important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that?
No. Can you do it again in presentation mode? It is still cut.
Okay. I give the reference. I will explain, and then people can look at it as they get the access to this material.
Yeah, they will get it tomorrow. Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so basically, instead of asking our students and we'll talk about it later, that no scheming and predicting is necessary for doing reading exams. Basically, how I teach my students to do the exams, they read question number 1, they start reading the text until the point they can find the answer to question number 1. Then they put a mark where they stopped, because this is a place where they will continue reading, trying to find the answer to the question number 2. So here is an example. Why did Benjamin want to buy the zoo in the first place? And they do not read the options, they read, and here they come across a sentence. Me has had a lifelong fascination with animals. And it means that me loved animals all her life. So basically, I answered the question for myself, then I read the options. And in option B, I can see that he had always loved animals. So we see that these two expressions are kind of synonymic, and this is the proof. So they know exactly what the correct answer is, and the other options do not confuse them. And then they keep reading. They read the question number 2 and start reading from the point where they stopped. This way, by reading the text only once, they'll be able to answer all 6 questions. The next part, which is very difficult when we talk about factual information questions, very often in the questions you'll see that they will ask about people's attitudes and opinions. And it's vitally important to teach our students the vocabulary of feelings, attitude, and opinions. The way I do it, as we do the text or as students practice doing their tests, they have this list, and today I've heard about these bookmarks. That was a great idea. It can be as a bookmark. And we just write out all the verbs and all the adjectives that we come across in the exam questions. And then this list can be continued. This is the list that we created, but it can be continued. And before the exam, make sure that your students know these words. Because even if they understand the idea, but they don't know the meaning of this adjective, which feeling or opinion it expresses, they won't be able to answer the question correctly. Let's also look at the other type of the questions, factual information that we said, and I want to show you on the example of how important to know the vocabulary of these feelings. On the screen you can see a piece of text, but the flip side is that there is nobody to share the burden with when you wake up in the middle of the night worrying about how you're going to pay the rent. So you kind of see the word worrying here, and the question will look like that. Sometimes feels there is a gap about financial aspects of the business. And so basically what the student has to do is to find the synonym to the word worried. And again, this is where we see how important to know the meaning of these verbs: miserable, puzzled, anxious, embarrassed. And if the student knows the meaning of the word anxious, he'll know that this is the correct answer. It's also when we talk about inference question, and I told you that it's one of the most difficult part, because here we have to learn to think how the author thinks and try to understand what idea the author wants to show or to reveal. So here it's important also to underline the keywords. Sometimes it's very difficult to be sure what the correct answer is. This is where the practice of elimination is really great. So if you're not sure, just eliminate the options that are definitely wrong. And be aware of distractors and do not assume too much. That's very important. So, and I also want to talk about some general strategies in doing exam tasks and how to help our students prepare. No predicting and scheming. Basically, predicting will not help your students to answer the text, to answer the questions in the reading part of their exams. Because here they will need the specific information. Predicting is great for developing speaking skills during your general lessons in reading, but not for exams. Scheming, as practice showed, it doesn't help as well. It just takes their time. The way I was thinking for a long time, how else can I prepare my students to pass these exams? Yes, they knew all the strategies, they knew all the techniques, how to do the questions, but we discovered that the main problem is the lack of vocabulary. And we know that all the course books cover almost the same topics year after year after year. We'll just expand the vocabulary on a certain topics. And here is where extensive reading comes for us for help. And recently I started practicing with my students, and every week they have to read one chapter of any novel. Right now we are reading Little Women. And this is what they do. They read the chapter, they write a short review of the chapter, and they pick up 15 words that were necessary for them for understanding, and they learn them. These are the words that they are unlikely to see in the course books, but it will surely expand their vocabulary. Even if they learn only 15 words from a chapter, and if they read the whole Little Women, it's 47 chapters, it makes 705 words. If they read 2 books per year, 1 book per semester, it makes almost 1,500 more words in their vocabulary knowledge, which will for sure help them their exam. In their exams, in their reading exams, they will understand the text better, and by knowing the techniques and by having this vocabulary, your students will do great in the reading exams. If you're interested in discussing more, maybe sharing your ideas, you are welcome to contact me for further cooperation, and I will happily hear maybe some of tips that you learned while working with your students, and I can share some more what I've discovered for myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Iryna. Thank you for your talk. Yeah, it was really nice to hear all those tips and tools. Actually, right now we are doing the IELTS course with Samat Samadov by SR Teaching and Learning. It's IELTS instructor course, and we discuss lots of strategies for our students to do just to achieve what they want. And I want you to see those comments. You can see that. Thanks for sharing these tips with us. And you can see this also. Thank you, Vesala Mehdiva, for your comment. Yeah, thank you very much. Great. You see, it was really helpful, and I'm sure that teachers who want to follow your way and who liked your idea, they can join you, they can find you with the help of your email, or they can contact us and we can share this information. I mean, how to find you and how to do it together with you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you later. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, and now I'd like to invite another person. She's really just an amazing teacher. Olga from Ukraine, Olga Zhdan. Olga is a TESOL certified teacher with over 10 years of teaching experience, currently dealing with Cambridge exam and running teacher training department in Agency of Foreign Languages, Runa, which is located in Lviv. She's the one who constantly struggles to always improve, running workshops on various topics, where she shares a bucket full of creative and non-standard activities designed on her own. Olga, hello, how are you?
Hello, great, greetings to everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, everything is okay.
Okay, so can I start?
Yeah, you can start, so let me add your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, go. So please go.
Okay, so thank you. Again, greetings to everyone. I remember that summer comes on Mondays, so welcome to summer holidays, if you ever have them. So to begin with, I'd like to say that we are living in a digital era, being surrounded by a variety of gadgets, and there are lots of opinions toward teachers in the future, actually about robots who are our successors, as many inventors claim. I really like one quote by the unknown author, which says that teachers will be never replaced by robots, but those teachers who use technology will be always replaced by those who don't. I strongly agree with this, and this quote can really confirm that in a real classroom, there is no place for technophobes, for people who really reject using technology in the classroom. What we need to is to do our best to turn ourselves into techno geeks, into those who are never afraid of trying anything new, realizing that not everything can be applied successfully from the first time. Good. So the name of this monument, located in Amsterdam, is called Absorbed by Light. In my opinion, this is a brilliant illustration of how the time spent together can be spent separately at the same time. Because when it comes to using mobile phones, most teachers think that they are kind of distractor. But what I think is that they can be used as a way of collaboration, communication, creative and critical thinking, and so on and so forth. Our students are so close to their mobile devices that they have a tendency to suffer from nomophobia. This is a fear of being without the mobile phone. It was first identified in 2008, and nowadays, approximately 66% of the world population are suffering from it. You know, my son is 6. He learned how to use the mobile phone 2 years ago when he was 4. No one helped him, neither me nor my husband. He learned how to use it himself. I remember myself learning how to use the mobile. Without the instructions, I could do really nothing to use it. That's what makes the difference between us, the teachers, our students, and our children. They, in comparison with us, are digital natives, the generation that has grown up online and connected. That's the place where we have to raise our awareness in a kind of artificial intelligence, yes, like to follow them. So to start with, just do not collect the mobiles before the lesson. The activities I'm going to present you today are not about highly technology usage. They are not about excellent internet connection. They are not about reading a couple of instructions of how to use, I don't know, Quizlet, Padlet, and many other online resources. So they are about demonstrating you that the mobile phone can be useful just only if you keep it, if you hold it in your hands. Okay, so to begin with, the simplest way, a really simple one to use it. You can ask your students to work individually, by the way. So before the activity starts, just ask your students to close their eyes and let them remember about their first and oldest mobile phone. When they started doing it, please ask them to think about their old mobile phone, considering these 4 criteria you can see. So they are design, functions, cost and value for money, and reliability. And also ask them to take some notes, yeah, referring to each section, to each criteria. After that, like at the end of the activity, the student can practice using comparatives. So they can practice comparison their old mobile phone with their new one. This is just a simple way to do it. But if you want to make this activity more interactive, you can do it in 2 ways. You can either pick out 4 mobiles out of the students, or if you don't want to do it, if you are like me, I never throw anything into the waste bin because I really know that I can use it somehow in my classroom. So I really have four mobiles. They are old and 2 of them don't really work. I will never have a chance to switch them on, but still they are really different. They have different functions, different design, and they differ in a way of reliability. So this activity is called focones, like a variation of this comparison. So you can put each mobile phone in each corner of the room. So there must be 4 of them, yeah? Then you divide your students in pairs. They have to move around the room and describe each mobile phone, referring to all the criteria you have presented them before. Yes? So they are moving, they're taking notes, and complete the table. Just think about the way you will present the table. You can give them complete table, or they can just write out the criteria they have to follow and take notes themselves. Okay, let's move on. The next one, my favorite one, photo rally. So this is a photography-based activity where students combine their vocabulary knowledge with photography. Why to use it? So you can use photo rally if you wish your students to revise the vocabulary already learned, or if you want to activate their schemata, depending on your lesson plan and depending on what you're going to do during the lesson. So you can see 4 words from the topic school. Yes, so we have whiteboard, an overhead projector, bookshelf, and a chair. By the way, you don't need to show all these 4 words to the teachers before the activity. It will be more interesting if you show them the words one by one. So ask the students to take out their mobile phones and get their cameras ready. Because their cameras, I guess, can be used not only for taking selfies at school, but in a more productive way. So when their mobiles are ready, either show or demonstrate the flashcard, or just name the word or read the definition, and they have to identify the words. It depends on the level of the students and how well do they know the words. So you can show them the word, for example, a whiteboard, and they have to take a picture of a whiteboard. And by the end of the activity, they should have all the vocabulary items being photographed as a variation. Because this activity can be successfully used for preteens or teens. But if you want to practice doing it with young learners, for example, they also have mobile phones. Everybody has, I guess, now. So you can even practice some vocabulary being out of the classroom. This is what I really like mobile phones for, because with the help of them, we can decrease the separation between the classroom and the outside world. So what I sometimes do when I'm feeling bored, let's say, I send my young learners, for example, if I want to revise the colors with them, I send them the list of colors via Viber or WhatsApp or Messenger. It depends on what do you want to work with and what you used to work with. I work with Viber. So I send them the list of colors, and they have to find the objects of these colors and to send me the pictures in a proper order. Yes, this is the way we kind of revise the vocabulary. If I sometimes remind them about myself, even if you want to exploit this activity with adults, if you're working with adults, you can organize a quiz outside. For example, if you want to to demonstrate them some places of interest in your city, yes, but you have to prepare for this activity before if you work with adults, yes, because you need first of all to think about the route, the way you will walk with them, and the monuments, the names of the monuments or the names of famous building places and so on, they have to photograph. Yes, so this is, I guess, a good way to use cameras on the mobile. And what is more, when you give the comment, I mean, when you demonstrate the words, you want your students to take pictures of. Just try not to say single words, because with the help of this activity, you can do 2 more things. First one, you can somehow teach them imperatives. So find, go, and so on and so forth. And what is more, you can expand their vocabulary. If you don't just say find, but look for, try and find, try to find, search for, go and find, and so on and so forth. Good. Out of focus. You know, I'm addicted to traveling, and wherever I go, I try to make the most of my trip. You know that teachers don't have holidays like themselves, yes, because every time, even when you go somewhere, you're thinking, you see some objects, you communicate with different people, and you get new ideas to exploit in your classroom. This is what I usually, not even usually, but always do. So I have lots of friends whose fridges are covered with different magnets. To be honest, I have only 2 magnets, and they have been presented to me. I didn't buy them. So instead, I collect pictures because I'm the person who believes that the magnets do not cater those memories that the pictures do. So how do I use the pictures? I really have a collection of pictures from every trip. And I have to use them with my students to raise their cultural interest, because not all the students have an opportunity to travel, yes, and when we demonstrate or when we share with them our own experience, yes, we make them closer to this and we inspire them to do everything to be able to travel. So what I usually do, by the way, the aim of this activity is to make students aware of the places of interest which are not as famous as those they can easily recognize at first glance. So I try to find not even tricky, but a kind of secret place, or not quite famous as the Eiffel Tower, as the Hlushakova Street, and so on and so forth. Yes, as we were talking about different places. But if I show you this picture, yes, if you are from Ukraine, yes, you know it for sure. Where is this place located? Yes, and you may even know the history of this place. If you're not from Ukraine, but you have been there even once, you had to you had to visit this place because this is one of most tourist attractions. Yeah, but still. What I usually do is finding some extraordinary kinds of monuments. So to be honest, I didn't intend to visit this famous place. 2 years ago, attending the conference in Poland, in Wrocław, I got lost in the evening. I really get lost in every city I go to if I am alone. But why I really like to be lost is that I usually run into kind of interesting thing. Yeah. To be honest, this monument scared me because it was late evening. I was walking in the street, not knowing where I really am. I saw only the boy, you can see it, running there. I don't even see what he's riding, the bike maybe, or what. Yes, but this monument really raised my interest. So after coming home, I actually found my way home, yeah. And the first thing I did was finding some information about the monument. So I didn't really know how to insert in Google, how to find some information. So to name it like many people on the street, no, I didn't find it. I just took the section, the monuments in Wrocław, and in approximately 5 or 6 minutes, I found the information about this one. This monument is called, by the way, let me see, I don't really remember, the monument of an anonymous passerby. Yes, and believe me, it has a great history. If you are interested in it, just find more information. How can you do, how can you present this picture in your classroom to make it productive, or to make it a kind of activity? Just try to ask or put tricky questions to your students. Not how many students are there, yes, because it's easy one. But for example, why are some people falling in the ground? When I asked my student that question based on that picture, they had lots of ideas, but not really any of them was right. But 2 days after, when we had our next lesson, not all of them, yes, but half of them knew everything concerning that monument. So if you really want to to give more knowledge to your students within the some cultural issues, this one is a good way. And one more thing, talking about how we can describe the place. Not even like asking questions, but you can ask your students to describe the picture, to describe what they can see, but limit them within using only these phrases. For example, if your aim is to make them practice them. Decoding. Decoding is quite an extraordinary activity for me, and I believe that a good teacher is the one who can give equal opportunities to all the students. So it's not a secret that different students have different mobile phones depending on their opportunities, on their parents' opportunities. So not always all the students can be involved in the activity we want to handle because they are out of the device needed for that. So decoding is the one which may help the teacher to put everyone in this equal opportunity. So how does it work? Ask your students to bring their mobile phones with buttons. If they don't have, if they don't want, there is in every classroom, there is still one student who is still having a buttoned one. So if you have this student in your classroom, let the F move around the student for a couple of minutes, yes? So I usually pay attention to the topic I would like to refresh the vocabulary from. Because before giving the task to the students, before giving this password, these numbers to decode, your students need to know which topic, maybe which word they have to decode is the topic from. Yeah. So, for example, here we have just 6 numbers. Yes, we can see that on old mobile phones, one number represents 3 or 4 letters. Yes, if we have number 2 at first, it can be letter A, B, or C at first. Yes, but you know that if you just show the students 6 letters and ask them to guess the word, you can just have a rest for 45 or 60 minutes doing nothing, yes, because your student may guess it by the end of the lesson, yeah. But if you like productive kinds of lessons, you may give your students a kind of hint, yeah. For example, my hint to you is, you can hold it without using your hands or your arms. What is it? So I will give you 10 seconds and we'll make a countdown. Can you guess the word? So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breath. The correct word is breath. Yes. So number 2 is for B. Number 7 is for R. 3 is for E. 2 is for B. 8 is for T. And the last number 4 is for H. So decoding is not only fun activity, but it can also help you to practice spelling, yes? Because if the students are strictly paying attention to the letters and to the sequence of them in a word, they will be it will make them more easily to remember the way the word is written, yeah? Good. Circular writing. You know, when it comes to writing, we can witness a variety of dissatisfied mimes reflected on our students' faces. Our job as teachers is to make writing lessons more interactive and engaging in order to change our students' attitude toward it. To run a secular writing, you need either pick out one, in your opinion, creative student, or you can prepare the task, not even the task, but the first sentence of the story your students will have to write yourself. So if you do it yourself, and one moment you have to take into consideration, just think about the number of students you have in the classroom. If there are up to 7, yes, you shouldn't divide them in a group. It will be more interesting if they do this activity all together. If you have more than 7, it's better for you, for example, if you have over 10 students or over 12 or even more, you have to divide them in groups. So the best number of students in one group is 6 or 7, yes, because if all the students will do the activity all together, first of all, it will be time consuming. Yes, that's the main problem. What do you have to do? The first thing, you think about the first sentence of the story. Here you have to be as much creative as you can, because the first sentence is really the main here, because out of it, the students will have to make the story. How does it work? So you send your first sentence to the first student in a group. The first student of the group types one more sentence, so he adds one more sentence to your sentence and sends 2 more sentences to the to the next student. The next student, clearly adds 1 more sentence and sends 3 sentences to the next student. If you want to make a short story, you can move around just 1 cycle. But if your aim is to make this activity more challenging, let's say, you can give each student of a group a word they have to include in their sentence, yes? So it will be more difficult for them to do it, and you can also include all the words you have to practice during the lesson or to learn during the lesson, yes? When the text is ready, by the way, you can include not only words, but they can be idioms, phrasal verbs, like prepositions, pronouns, anything you want to practice. So when the text is ready, the students go together, and all together they have to read the text and to find any mistakes, if there are any, yes? If there are no mistakes, they make up a story, they rehearsal it, or they play it, yes, and then they choose one person who will present the story in front of the class. So the end of the activity is a kind of a presentation, of practicing presentation skill. I tried it many times. It's really very enjoying, and the students like it. One problem can be that there are some maybe shy students or students who need more time to think, yes, about something. So you as teacher can be a helping hand, so you can take part, or you can give some hints, not just to help to make a sentence instead of a student, yes, but to give some hints. How can this or that sentence be built and formed? Okay, and one more activity, the last one for today, is playback. So to practice this activity, you need a voice recorder in your mobile phone. So you can use a voice recorder to play back everything the students say, to show them the mistakes they have made. So you can use your phone to record students speaking about the topic or role playing between the students, and then play the recording and have a look whether the students are able to correct their mistakes. Then you have to play the recording again and ask the students maybe to demonstrate the students the mistakes they haven't caught. Yes, because very often it's difficult for them to identify the mistakes on their own. Or as a variation, you can record yourself speaking. Intentionally, you can intentionally make several mistakes, send the recording to the students, and ask them to send you back after correcting the mistakes. So the structure, they hear your recording, they listen to it. After that, they can either take notes or just orally identify the mistakes. Then they record themselves. They record the same short text you have sent to them, but with the mistakes already corrected. Yeah. Okay, so to be honest, for me, talking about mobile phone usage for 15 or 20 minutes is like learning English or teaching English for 14 days. I often see such ads, yeah. But the activities I have presented aim at another glance at mobile and technology itself, because very often the teacher do not use it, not because they can't, but because they are afraid of. So you have to always remember that even you have some difficulties or troubles with using technology at the lesson, you can't run the activity properly because something doesn't work, because there is no light because of internet, there is no internet access because there is no light. Yes, your students will be the first who will help you. Yes, because they really like to help teachers with this, because this is the only way where they are really cleverer than us. So do not be afraid of trying new things. Use mobile phone and maybe give students more opportunities to dive into the world of technology. So if you are interested in more tips, more ideas on how to use mobile phone, please do not hesitate to contact me. You can see my email address or join me on Facebook. I will be really glad to hear, by the way, your ideas on how you use mobile phone if you do it. If not, start it right now. Thank you.
Okay, Ola, thanks a lot. By the way, guys, if you want to share your ideas, to share it with us, with other teachers, and with Olga as well, just you can post on Facebook or Instagram, and please include this hashtag like Teachers Voice 2020. And by clicking them, we will find your post. And actually, we are really happy we can share your post on our Facebook pages and Instagram pages. I mean, SR Teaching and Learning page and Teacher Training Center page, also TESOL UA page. So feel free to share your ideas and just to give feedback on any session you've visited. Olga, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Those ideas were really great. And I know that you couldn't see the comments, but I want you
No, I could see nothing.
I want you to see this one. Yeah, really perfect and useful. And people are saying thanks to you for everything you have done. Yeah, you can see that. Okay, Olga, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And we go to the next speaker. Yeah,
okay.
Thanks for being with us. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Olga.
Thank you.
Well, before Olga leaves us here, I would like to have some words about her. You know, dear Olga, teachers have 3 loves: teachers have 3 loves, but you have 4 loves. I'm going to tell you why. You know, all the teachers have 3 loves. Number 1, love of learning, love of learners, and the love of bringing the first 2 loves. I mean, learners and learning together. But you have 4 loves. You know why? Because you have the love of learning, you have the love of learners, and you have the love of bringing the learning and learners together. And you have another extra love, bringing the learners and teachers together by your smartphone, smart activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, so who's the next?
Yeah, of course. The next one is the one from Ukraine. Is a qualified English teacher holding an MA in English language and literature. She is currently working in a versatile cultural environment, as well as comes contact with different working cultures and diverse range of English speakers. She is passionate about broadening horizons, mentoring, exchanging ideas, socializing, networking. Oh my God, very active teacher. Friendship, culinary art, music, travel, family, pets, and positive thinking. I mean, a very knowledgeable teacher from Ukraine, Ms. Oksana Onufryk.
Oksana, hello, how are you?
Hello, hello.
Hope everything is
Hello.
okay. You're ready for your presentation.
Can I start talking?
Yeah, we are all ears.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm totally delighted to be here today with you, and I absolutely love this English-speaking event. You are all absolutely awesome today, and it's great honor for me to be a part of this event, to be a speaker. Thank you very much for invitations. So my name is Oksana Onufryk. I come from Lviv, and I have been teaching English for a couple of years, and I guess I have an idea worth sharing with you today. So basically, I'm talking today about TED Talks. It's not completely something new, and maybe you have used it already in your classes. So if yes, write me in your comments. And basically, I have translated 6 TED Talks myself, and that was the reason I decided to introduce it to my students. So let's get started. And why TED Talks? First of all, TED Talks is a great tool to achieve language accuracy and fluency. And in my presentation, I will try to explain to you how it works. So sometimes it is really hard to motivate our students, and they get tired of all the same material in their textbooks, even though nowadays we have awesome and creative books, perfect books. So sometimes students need some fresh ideas, and TED Talk, I guess, is perfect because it has some novelty for students. So who is TED Talk good for? Is it material for intermediate, elementary students? In my opinion, that TED Talk doesn't work perfectly for lower levels. So I have tried it with my students of different levels, and students, most of my intermediate students or students who are approaching intermediate level, so they have difficulty with that. They have difficulty with generating ideas. They have difficulty with speaking. They complain, "Oh, I have so many ideas, but I still need language, grammar, and vocabulary to utter them." So, in my opinion, TED Talk is perfect for upper intermediate, advanced learners. It is perfect not for freshmen. If you are a university teacher like me, so I don't recommend it for you to do it with freshmen. So you will have the same thing that I have just described. So they will have a little to talk about it because they lack knowledge, they lack life experience. So to discuss TED Talk, you need a bit life experience. It works perfect for students who already have some experience, have visited some job interviews, have already worked, so they know what to talk about. So I would say that the TED Talk is good for people who work with business English, and they really like it, and for people who go for IELTS, so it helps them in listening and speaking too. What concerns individual lessons and group lessons, it seems to me that it doesn't matter whether you work with group or with one student. TED Talk is perfect material anyway. So what is important, what matters a lot is how you choose the talk. And that is what I'm going to talk about in the next issue. So you choose not just your favorite talk or the talk that has impressed you, but you choose the talk that is relevant to the unit, and you choose the talk that in the sphere in the student's interest. So if your criteria of choosing TED Talk will be like that, so it will work well for them. They will stay inspired, motivated, and it will be like, yes, like Dynamite. So, and your classroom will come alive if they really like what they do. So a next issue I would like to dwell on is that you have to set a goal, and if you work with upper intermediates and advanced students, not just intermediate, so the goal is not just grammar, vocabulary, speaking or listening, but it will be a bit more complicated, like brainstorming different ideas, to develop critical thinking, to make them take part in problem solving discussions, etc., etc. This kind of activity is very productive, and I will tell you how to organize work with a TED Talk. So here is a piece of my worksheet connected when I work with TED Talk. So it's a bit time consuming, but it is worth it. You have to remember about timing, and don't choose a too long talk, because it will take ages for students to work with it, to work with the worksheet. So you can see a worksheet, so 3 pages, it is the script. So 3 pages is a lot of information, and our average lesson is just 1 hour 20 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes, so it's not enough. So my advice is to choose talks that are not longer than 5, 6, 8, up to 10 minutes. So it will be perfect for one class to have a good and productive work. So how to organize a worksheet? Here you can see some pieces of my worksheets. So usually I start with choosing a topic, and it's usually connected to my lesson. My worksheet usually is full of pictures. I always insert my name, the level, and we begin with lead-in. Just like a regular lesson, we can have some questions to break the ice, to introduce this topic, like, have you ever thought about the problem that is posed? Yes, so here we have work and life balance. So the questions are very simple. How can people achieve balance of work and life? Is it issue important for you? Why not? After they have done the discussion, it could be done in pairs, in mini groups. It can be done open class, because it will take 1 or 2 minutes. We move to the second stage, scanning the script. If you work with lower levels, it can be done at home. So you give them script for homework, and they come ready with the words that they don't know. So they have checked it at home, and they have read the script. So you will save time for speaking and productive part. with more advanced learners, you can do it absolutely perfectly in the classroom. So you give them this the script. They scan it very quickly. They go through the new words. If they have to check, they check it. And after they have worked with the script, they can watch the talk. So they watch the talk with lower levels. You can watch the talk and read the script. So it's not a problem to find a TED talk with the subtitles. So if your students approaching intermediate or low intermediate level, so you can listen it with the subtitles. I don't think it's a problem. So after they have watched the talk, you can discuss simple questions in pairs or open class, again 1-2 minutes. General questions: what is the talk about? Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Why? Do you disagree with the points posed, with the problems posed? Do you disagree? And then you move to work with vocabulary, to work with ideas, and etc., etc. So in my worksheet, I have regular exercises like we every day use in the textbooks. So it is, as you see, true and false. It is filling the gaps. It may be matching. It may be working with quotations. When we come to production stage of the lesson, you can use different options. So usually I have a discussion of some quotes. I write a quotation on the board and divide my class into 2 teams. So one team, so the students can have a language battle. One team supports the quotation, another team is against it. So then they swap roles, so to make life harder for them. So they have to talk a lot. Also, they can work with quotes in pairs or in mini groups, or they can work with active vocabulary. So they learn some words, maybe from previous their lessons, or the words they have already known. And they just need to revise. So I mean the language from the TED Talk. So you can write the situations for them, and they can act out it in pairs. I usually include homework ideas into my worksheet. So again, here the regular exercises that they are used to filling the gaps. They have to memorize the words. They may be asked to write an essay, like in this particular worksheet. So also, if you want to make their life easier with learning the new vocab, you can use Quizlet. So students have the words, the new lexis on the cards. So they click on the card, and the translation is from the other side. But my students told me that they don't quite often use this kind of activity. They prefer so the terms with their definitions, which have pronunciation, because they often memorize words with the wrong pronunciation, and if they are on Quizlet, not just in their exercise book or somewhere else in the book, on the worksheet, so they may mispronounce a lot of words, and on Quizlet they can listen to words. They don't need to open the vocabulary, the dictionary. So it's really useful kind of work for your students. So the next stage that I always have in my mind, that I call it super production, It's when my students are invited to take part in a real talk, in real conference. So we call it Lviv University Trade of Economic Talks. So students imagine themselves speakers, real speakers. So we always tell them, imagine yourself you're on TED and you're giving a talk. So this is like an exam for them, because they have to gather all their courage. They have to use all their knowledge that they gained, all their grammar and vocabulary. And that is actually why we are working to prepare speakers. Yes. So, and TED Talk is a great inspirer, is a great motivator for us to do it. So usually we take a very hot issues, so to make our students think and debate, and it is really a firework of students' creativity. And I strongly recommend you to come to the stage, to come to this kind of work in your career, because students, even though they are reluctant in the beginning to take part, because it is clear that they are nervous, that they have to work a lot on their speeches, but finally they are very happy they took part and they talk a lot. Not only the speakers talk, but only the students who are the audience raise their hands, ask questions, discuss issues, and it's really awesome, inspiring, heart-melting experience to see students on the stage doing public speaking and it's actually main goal when we opt for TED in the classroom. So you really have an awesome feeling when your students do well on the stage. So in conclusion, I would like to say that TED Talks really have dynamite effect because TED classes are very dynamic, inspiring and motivating, and they don't just boost grammar or vocabulary. They broaden your students' horizons a lot, skyrocketing their listening, speaking skills. They develop creative thinking. They motivate and empower students to do something, to move forward, to develop themselves. They really help them to learn how to generate ideas, how to solve problems, why English is important in problem solving. So when we use TED Talks in our classroom, we teach our students that their voices are important, like our voices are important today in this particular event. And the last I would like to say that that I see my role as a teacher not just a person who introduces, language or is focused only on linguistic issues. So we are not just language nerds. We are facilitators who help our students to overcome fear, to try new ideas, to learn something new. And I think that TED Talk is a great help in this aspect. And basically, and not just TED Talks, I use also commencement speeches in the classroom. But the matter with commencement speeches is that they are usually too long and time consuming, and you need to cut them and to work in the different way with them. With that, it's easy. You have a script, you have the video, and you just need to prepare a good worksheet and come to the classroom with good mood and help your students to develop their skills. So that is basically it for today. Thank you a lot for watching and being today with me. If you have any questions, you're most welcome.
Yeah, Oksana, actually, people do have some questions. And I'd like to show you the first one. So the first question, the textbook keynotes, it's well-known textbook. Actually, I do have it as well. It is based on the TED Talks starting from the elementary level. So what's your idea? Is it productive to give elementary students authentic listening?
Oh, so I have seen this book many times. So, but I never had courage to buy it, because when I looked at the talks that are suggested for the students, I wasn't sure that I will really use it. I'm not sure it's good for elementary, but I think it's possible. So I don't have such experience. It doesn't mean it's not possible. So I once or twice I had a lesson with students that are approximately intermediate, and so it was hard for them to produce ideas, and so sometimes they just didn't know what to do, and they didn't know what to answer, and I understood that their time will come. But I don't say that you can't use it with elementary students. So it
depends.
Yeah.
So the next question. Okay, sorry. So the next question: do your students prepare talks in English or Ukrainian for the conference at the university?
Yeah. The thing is that they prepare their talks in English. So the preparation stage is very long and very difficult. So they are nervous usually, and we have to push them. We have to talk them into doing it. But after they do it, that's a really great feeling.
Yeah, I agree with you. You see, people are sharing their ideas. Like Miss Victoria said that TED Talks are great for speaking clubs as well. Yeah, I do agree. What do you think about that?
So yes, I agree that TED Talks are great for speaking class. I have never tried it myself, but well, maybe I will think about it now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Actually, later on, we are going to have another speaker from Azerbaijan, Rauf Pashabili. He's head of Azeri TED Talk branch, and he will be able to share some more ideas about using TED Talks. So you're more than welcome to join us on YouTube. Thanks a lot. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
People are typing. Thanks for sharing your experience.
Thank you. You're doing great.
Thanks, Simonias at the end. Okay, thanks a lot. You can press the red button. And I want to introduce another speaker. This is a person from Ukraine. She's a TESOL and Cambridge certified English language teacher. She has been teaching for 6 years, and she says that she loves teaching English. She believes that it is much broader than people realize. And she said that process of learning is just as valuable as the outcome. And yeah, I do agree. So please meet Lesia Kozak. Lesia, hello, how are you? How's your mood? I know that all of us are a bit nervous today, but it's okay. We do feel that responsibility. So how are you today?
So thank you. I'm fine. Of course, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm really glad to be here. So hello, everyone. And today I'm going to talk about graphic organizers in teaching English. First, I started using these organizers, and I even didn't know that they are called so. I just started using something to visualize the material for my students, because graphic organizers are visual tools which make the process of learning more enjoyable and efficient, and it's beneficial for both sides, for teachers and for learners, because there are a lot of benefits in using graphic organizers. They improve comprehension. Yes, especially during reading and listening classes. They increase students' engagement because they have to be focused all the time. They help to organize the information, yes, to organize different thoughts. Of course, they develop communication skills, critical, logical, and creative thinking. And the last but not the least important, they visualize and simplify the ideas. So you can use them both offline and online. You can use them for different purposes on different lessons. It's reading, grammar, listening, and so on, and speaking. So even you can take one graphic organizer and use them during different lessons. Of course, I'm sure that you are familiar with different types of graphic organizers, like compare contrast, like Venn diagram, flow diagram, cause and effect diagram, different story maps, mind maps, concept maps. But today I want to present you 3 organizers which I like a lot, and I use them during my lessons. The first one is Burger Organizer. This is the first organizer I started using, and my students like it. My students like it a lot. And when I present the grammar, I use it all the time, and they are so excited. Oh, again, Burger. And this is one of the multi-purpose organizers, which can be used for explaining grammar, studying vocabulary, writing, and speaking. The Burger, you can see here, is great for writing. As you can see, it shows the structure of the text or the letter very clearly. You can, together with your students, you can fill in this Burger with different linking words, with different ideas and phrases for each part of it. And it can help your students to write their paragraphs very clearly. The beginning of the letter or text, the middle part, and the conclusion. So they will see the procedure, and it will be very easy for them to produce and to write their to write the letters or something. Yes, and another 2 Burgers which I like a lot is for grammar and speaking. For grammar, as you can see here, present continuous is presented, but you can use them for different tenses, for presenting other grammar points. Usually I show my students examples of using the sentence. For example, he is working now, and then together with our students we fill in this organizer. Just at the first part, at the upper part, they write subject, and then they say the cutlet is for am, is, or are, so it depends on the sentence. And the last part is the verb with ending ing. And then when they do some tasks, some activities, they can see the structure of the sentence, and then they can produce it very easily, and it helps them a lot. And you don't need to use the different tables that are sometimes boring for our students, but this way is much better for me, and my students are very excited about using that, and they like it a lot. One more Burger which I used during TESOL course, it's for speaking. This one, the second, is for speaking. So I use them for activation stage for the last part of our lesson. it was the crocodile game. You can use the same, or you can create something new and maybe more interesting. One of the I draw this organizer on the board, and then I give students some cards with actions. One of the students presents, and the rest should say what is he doing, or what does he do or she do, and they say, and then they should use the adverb. Yes, slowly, quickly. So he jumps slowly, or she plays football quickly. In this case, they train the use of present simple and adverbs. Of course, you can use them for different other topics. So the next one is fishbone organizer. I like it also a lot and use it here. In the picture, you can see the structure, how you can use it. Yes, and it helps to summarize and structure the information. This organizer is great for warming up activities, for brainstorming, for problem solving, and of course for writing activities. For example, you can denote advantages or disadvantages of the given topic, or you can brainstorm some ideas. As you can see in this slide, this is the sample of usage. For example, the topic is why children are lack of reading interest. Yeah, and on the fish head, you can write the topic, lack of reading interest, and then different spheres, yeah, family, children, school, social environment, and then reasons why children are lack of reading interest. So, and your students can brainstorm different ideas. You can fill in this chart together, or they can work in pairs or in groups and then present it to each other. So it depends on how many students you have and what can you do with that. And one more organizer which is also very helpful is question mark. So here you can see question words like who, what, when, where, why, and how. And in this picture you can see some questions which can help. So who are the character, what is happening, when is the story taking place, where is the story taking place, why is it happening, and how do you know? Yeah, or you can say how it ended or something like that. So this organizer is great for reading comprehension and storytelling. It develops students' comprehensive skills, communication skills. It develops their imagination. Yeah, because one of the ways how I use it is for reading. I just give them worksheets with question words, but without questions. And then you can read or turn on the story, and students should fill in the chart. Yeah, fill in this question mark with information needed, and then retell the story. So if they have some ideas, it will be easier for them to do that. They visualize it, and then they can make the story better. Another way is that you can read the text, or one of the students can read the text, but not to the end. For example, the question word how, they should create the conclusion. They fill in all the pieces of the chart, and then you can divide it again in pairs or in small groups, and tell them to retell the text, but to create the conclusion of this text. And you will see that they will have a lot of fun with that, because they have different experience. Yes, and our students are all very creative, and they can make this conclusion very in very interesting way. And so you will see that it will help them to develop their imagination, and they will try to add some ideas to other groups, and they will communicate a lot. Yes, and the last way how I use it is speaking, is for speaking. I ask them to generate some ideas and to fill in these charts with their own information. Yes, we do it together as a whole class, whole group. And if you have a lot of students, you can divide them again into groups and ask them to create the story of their own. And you will have different stories with different situations, with different things, and it will be very interesting to listen to them, to see their to listen to their ideas, and your students will practice in speaking, and they will develop again their imagination, and I suppose you and your students will have a lot of fun with that. Because each time when I use these organizers, I see that my students are very excited, they are very interested in the topic, and they take part in all activities. They are very active. And of course, you can use these organizers both online and offline. If you use them offline, you can print them out and hand out to your students, but now we are all working online, so you can use them easily online. You just share the screen, and you can ask your students to draw these organizers in their copybooks. For example, I usually use this with burger and fish bone, because they like drawing a lot, especially young learners, and they do it very willingly and easily. And then we fill in them with information needed. When I use question mark, I just share the screen and use some online boards, or in Zoom you can do it on the board as well. I just share this question mark, and then children say their ideas, and I type them into the boxes in this chart. And then they can see this their ideas, and they speak or they write. Sometimes they even don't want to prepare it, they just start speaking because they feel confident, they see the information they need, and they start speaking without preparation. And it's very great for me to see that they are so active, and I see that these organizers work greatly. Together with this presentation, you will get some question organizers which I found in internet. Some of them I made for my lessons, and also you will get the link, the list of links where you can find more information about it. And you will find not only information, but another graphic organizers. I hope that my presentation was interesting for you, and you will try to use these organizers, and your lessons will be very enjoyable, and you will have a lot of fun, and they will be very effective. Thank you for your attention. So feel free to contact me if you have some questions. Here you can see my email address, Facebook and Instagram accounts. Thank you very much.
Lesia, thank you very much. It was really useful. Akbar, I'd like to ask you to unmute your mic. Yes, no. Thank you. So it was really nice. You know that I'm fond of graphic organizers and I use them a lot in my classes, in my lessons. And I want you to know that lots of people said lots of wonderful words, like you see fish bones work perfectly with pre-intermediate level. And there is one question. So Ms. Natala asks, where can you create those organizers? Do you use any special apps, or you can advise some kind of links where we can find those organizers to use in our classrooms?
So I told in my during my presentation that I prepared the list of links where you can find these organizers for free. You can just download them. And what about burgers, which I showed about grammar and speaking? I just found a picture of burger in the internet. And then I used application Paint, and I just created it by myself. It's very easy to do.
Thank you, Akbar. Just let me know, what do you think? Actually, I'm really curious. Do you use graphic organizers in your classes? I mean, in Iran, because today we are going to share our experience. Experience from different countries.
Yeah, I do use them. You know, if a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should change the way according to the way that they learn. And graphic is one of the most favorite way that the students like to have in their learning process. So I do use that. Why not?
Yeah, actually, even our lesson plans, if we put them into the table, agreed, they are graphic organizers. So it's easy just to cooperate with all the things. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, join us on YouTube, please. Okay.
Thank you.
See you. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Akbar, do you have
any Lesia.
About our next presenter?
The next presenter, sure. Well, the next one. Oh my God. She's from where I was born there, you know.
Really? Actually, we are traveling from one country to another. We've already visited Ukraine and France, and the next country is...
So I would like to start by telling her only a word, Mikvar Khargogo.
Oh, wow.
It means that I love you. Yeah, that's it. You know, Tamila, Dilaverova, if I'm not making any mistake. Tamila, Dilaverova, is that right?
Yeah,
from Georgia. Rogor Khargogo. It's my pleasure to introduce you to my friends, my international friends. You know, Tamila was born on May 26, 1988 in Georgia. She graduated from Batumi State University in 2009, where I studied English there as well. She's Doctor of Linguistics. She's employed as an assistant professor at BAU or BAU International University, Batumi, and also she works as an invited English language lecturer at Batumi State University. She has been teaching not only English, but also Georgian, oh my God, for a decade, and she deals with children and adults. Except for teaching two languages, she does a lot of research in linguistics and education. Teaching appears to be her love of life. Tamila, we are all ears and eyes.
Okay, thank you, Akbar. Hello, Tamila.
Hello, everybody. It was really pleasure to hear that you were born in Georgia. I did not have information about this. Hello, everybody. And I'm very happy to be here. Really, because you don't generally get this kind of chances very often to share your experience together with so many people. Approximately 700 teachers are listening and watching to us. So thank you, SR Learning, thank you, Eva, Samit, Akbar, and everybody who is here just and ready to listen to us. So as you have, let me share my screen. Eva, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Let's get started.
that's it. Okay. As Akbar has already mentioned, I'm Tamila Dilaverova. I'm an assistant professor from Bao International University, Batumi, and I teach two languages. In reality, I fight at two battlefields. I teach English language to Georgian people, and I teach Georgian language to the foreigners. But the only thing that, unites me and you is just loving English language, because I would say that English and teaching together appears to be really love of my life. So English is the language, as we already know, the language that drives globalization, so to say. It is the language that opens a lot of doors to us. It opens doors of education, opens doors of business, economics, and etc. So, and especially there is one thing that I'm sure that everybody would share with me, is that everything, as you see on the screen, is not it weird that everything sounds better in English. You can't refuse that. Even sometimes when you want to say something in a beautiful way, you need to use English. So as a teacher of English, and I have been employed approximately for 12 years, there is only one concern, and I'm sure that you share this concern also with me. The concern is that we are all most of us in reality are non-native English speakers, so non-native English teachers, so to say. We can't refuse that one really advantage that native English speakers get and native English teachers get is that they can really share their native experience together with the student. But I've been trying to prove everybody, I've been trying to prove people around me, and just even native speaker English teachers who I know, that we English teachers who are non-native can really teach them so that help them sound native. So what helps me? The first thing is that the teacher should also feel inspired, not only the students, but the teacher should also feel inspired in order to sound native. Whenever you are trying to underline or to use something from the native language, I mean idiom or colloquialism or anything, this also drives your children, so to drive your students to use some native language keys. So now let's go ahead and prove that we non-native English speakers can be really good really good teachers of native language. So generally, let's speak about the language, what language teaching should comprise. So we all know that language teaching should comprise teaching reading, listening, writing, and speaking. These are the four skills that we are generally focused on in the classroom. So in order to facilitate the students to just acquire these skills, we need to teach them, of course, vocabulary, some grammatical points. We need to teach them writing, to give them writing tips, etc. But the thing is that teaching only these skills does not provide a student with the full knowledge of language. We need to teach them culture of the language speakers, the culture of the language they are studying. What is teaching culture? Teaching culture, I would say, really helps them to become, at least approach the state of being native. In teaching culture, I mean that we should teach them two things. We should teach them behavioral patterns, and we should teach them language patterns. As for the behavioral patterns, generally, this is really, it's a business of language teacher. You should teach them how people, for example, in England, in Britain, in America generally behave. So, and we should also teach them language patterns. This is what is our key point. So, key aim. So, in teaching language patterns, I think that we should necessarily teach common phrasal verbs. We should teach idioms. We should teach proverbs. We should teach fables, and we should teach colloquialisms to them. Of course, the choice is not really random. I have been thinking a lot, generally, not only for the presentation, I've been thinking a lot how to just become, make them or help them to sound more native. You know, the key things are here. These 5 language patterns really work very successfully. So why phrasal verbs? So, you know, phrasal verbs are everywhere. Even if you're non-native speaker, good non-native speaker of English, you need to use some simple phrasal verbs. But especially native language, people are using these phrasal verbs. I would say that quite at every second. They are very common. So look at it. Why do we need to teach them these phrasal verbs? Let's see the non-native speakers and native speakers differences. So, for example, if non-native speaker of English would cry for help like just help, a native speaker of English would cry for help like pitch in. So if a non-native speaker would tell you, just encourage you, keep trying, a native speaker would tell you, hang in there, please. Or if you want to say that you're amazed by something, you just, as a non-native speaker, you would say, it amazed me. But an English speaker would say, it blew me away. As you say, it is, I think, vivid how different they are and how much necessary it is to teach them these native language keys. So phrasal verbs in this case, in order to just make them sound more native. So now let me share my experience together with you, how I teach phrasal verbs. So generally, I try to pick up phrasal verbs connected to the title, connected to the topic. For example, if the name of if the title of the lesson is education, I'm trying to choose approximately 5 phrasal verbs pick up from different sources. Generally, I use Tone Illustrated English. That is very helpful to me because it has the categories of phrasal verbs. They have phrasal verbs about education, about economics, and etc. So after I have chosen all of them, like you see on the board, for example, I chose hand in, put off, keep up with, get down to, stay behind. Then I move to the procedure, how I teach. So approximately in the middle of, after I have done new vocabulary of the lesson, I just introduce these phrasal verbs. I generally write them on the board, these 5 phrasal verbs, for example, and try to give them definitions, not translation, just definition. If I want to teach them put off, I write put off on the board and I tell them to put off means to postpone something. So if they are able to understand and translate into their language, it's good. But if they are not able, you keep on giving definition. For example, to make it happen for a later time, and etc. After you're done with these 5 phrasal verbs and they understand the meanings, the second thing that I do, I just give them example sentences. Example sentences help them subconsciously apprehend how they should use it. We discuss in what context they were used, and then I move to the funniest stage, because you know that learners, especially young learners, enjoy working with stickers. So I give them the phrasal verbs that are split up on just separate pieces of stickers. So at one sticker there is a main verb, and another sticker there is a preposition. I just tell them, go and find your peer. They just go around and find their peers, and they come to me to check whether they are just paired up correctly. After being paired up, I give them approximately 2 or 3 minutes to just prepare their own definition, so that others don't know what they are going to do, what phrasal verb they have, and then they give the example sentence. So after having introduced these definitions and example sentence, you also just keep an eye how correctly they are using it, and how correctly they are able to just use it in the future. Then I just, when I'm finished with the teaching, I ask them the questions like, when was the last time your teacher put off the lesson, or do your classmates manage to keep up with your group mates, and etc. and etc. This is where they are already able to use in a spoken language. This is where their passive language is transferred into the active one. And the stage 5 that I consider that it's a key to help them memorize them and to help them use them is just using these phrasal verbs in their in the following lessons, following days warmer. You can make up a warmer so that just write down incorrect versions of phrasal verbs and let them correct the preposition there, or you can just again ask the questions. It's upon your creativity how you decide to do that. I think that after I can surely say that. So they are at least, if you teach 5 in the following week, they are at least to use at least 3 of them correctly, because not everybody is the same with their memorization. So another thing that I consider is very essential for teaching and helping them sound native is teaching idioms. This is kind of thrill to me because I enjoy studying idioms and I enjoy teaching them idioms. What is an idiom? As we already know, it's a group of words in a fixed order that have particular meaning that is different from meaning each word on its own. So it means that the phrase an idiom has very different meaning from the word that it includes. So you see how important they are in the native speech. For example, if again non-native speaker speaker would generally say you're making it worse. But in 99% cases, a native speaker of English would say you're adding fuel to the fire. So if a non-native speaker would say it's your turn to make a decision, necessarily a native speaker would tell you the ball is in your court. Or my favorite one, if you want to say, I heard a gossip, in native speech they say, I heard on the grapevine. You see how important it is to let them know these phrases, because they need to travel, they need to go to England, they need to go to the countries where English is their native language. They need to know them. And don't cry, Wolf, I am sure everybody knows them. How I choose idioms. Just choosing idiom is the hardest task, I would say, because you not only choose, but you should choose them so that you have a context to teach them. I always try to develop my English language skills by watching English movies or American movies. Whenever I watch a movie, I always keep my notebook or I always keep my telephone where I just write down any idiom, any colloquialism that I encounter so that I can use them for a later time. Just after I have written them down, I just generally write them down in summer. I'm ready already to give them the film and to give them the idiom to study. So, and one tip here, avoid just writing down idioms from old films, because there are idioms that really sometimes become obsolete and they are not very often used in the modern language. How to teach these idioms? So as for me, I'm a movie fan. So I generally have one day a month when we watch a movie together. I don't give them any homework. I just give them a movie to watch. I choose movies for them. Together with with the movie, I give them 5 generally idioms that I have already chosen from the film, and they just need to provide me with the context and with the probable definition that they encountered this idioms in. So when they come to the other lesson, we discuss the movie, we discuss what was very good about the movie, very bad about the movie, and then just we move to the colloquialisms. Look at the example. For example, the movie that I just used recently was Shutter Island. I'm sure everybody knows. So there were idioms that I had chosen. They were the idioms can't stomach, square with, rob blind, paper pusher, and blow the lid off. So I gave them these idioms before they just went to watch the film. And then they provided me with the context. You can see that the can't stomach was in the context like, yeah, I'm fine. I just can't stomach the water. So possible definition by the student. It was really provided by the student. It was unable to tolerate someone or something, disliking someone or something extremely. It's kind of, it's interesting to the students also when they see that can't stomach means really just can't bear something or dislike something strongly. There's one of them is also very interesting. So rob blind, paper pusher, blow the lid off. Look at it. Blow the lid off was used in the context like if you'd forgotten into the mainland, you could have blown the lid off this place. So possible definition there was to expose, meaning something to general public. After you're done with the definitions, with the context, you now need to practice them. I practice again by asking questions. It's not only me who makes the questions. Sometimes I let them make up questions by themselves, or I sometimes ask, like, what can't people stomach when being in a foreign country? Or if you were a president, what would you blow the lid off? So it is very, they are very enthusiastic using these phrases in their speech and just very happy also while learning it. And together with time, it also, makes them sometimes more enthusiastic than me. They ask me to watch films even twice a month. So, and another tip from me, always again, use these idioms as a warmer for the next day, for the next lesson, because if we don't make them revise, they will just keep forgetting. And the last, and I would say that most arguable part is teaching colloquialisms. So I'm sure that a lot of people will have controversy about teaching them, but there is no way to refuse that we should teach colloquialisms. What about teaching colloquialisms? So what is colloquialism? Colloquialism is a word or phrase that is not formal or literal and is used in ordinary or familiar situations. Why to teach? I think that we should teach them because they are unavoidable. We can't just say that we can avoid them. Learners are not always provided with academic situations. They sometimes encounter everyday situations where colloquialism, so to say, drives the speech. And another is learners should be able to understand Facebook, Twitter, Instagram posts and blogs. Yeah, because we teach them the language in order to make it usable. In order to facilitate them with the knowledge to use the language, they need to understand the comments they are dealing with. So what are colloquialisms of non-native speakers and native speakers? For example, non-native speaker would say, without colloquialism, you completed it successfully. But a native speaker would necessarily say, you nailed it. So if a non-native speaker would ask you what's new, a native speaker would ask you, how's the tricks? So, or if non-native speaker would say, that's a particularly smart outfit, my friend, and non-native speaker would say, you're looking good today in your Sunday best. So you need to really know them to understand. So how to teach colloquialisms? This is the hardest task to me, I would say. Weekly, I have Monday as a colloquialism day. I choose interns. I choose one student who has to find a colloquialism in their favorite song comments or movie comments and choose them and teach us. They also sometimes even teach me if I don't know. So I keep in touch with these students because I want to avoid using or bringing some inappropriate colloquialisms. They keep in touch just using my telephone or using Facebook or Twitter, and they just come to share whether they can use this colloquialism to teach us or not. After they provide the class with the context and examples, I just don't go on to practice them. I just ask them about the meanings and ask them about the context. But I avoid practicing them, and I think it's clear why. I avoid practicing them because I don't want them to be driven away from the academic language. I just want them to be able to understand these things. And again, necessarily, and most importantly, you should tell people that they should use this colloquialism only to interact with their bodies, not in academic context. And I think that they really follow these orders. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to have this chance to share my experience with you. I had really a lot of pleasure, and thank you for attention. I'm welcome to any questions, and there is my email address in the beginning of the presentation, and please feel welcome to ask me anything and to share your experience.
Thank you, Tamila. It was really captivating, I was hypnotized by you. Because actually, really, I like that idea of using idioms, like watching movies and then identifying them. And not yesterday, just 1 week ago, I had the chance to visit Stephen Krashen's meeting on Zoom. And I liked his idea, like we shouldn't create only motivating tasks, but we should create captivating tasks. And what a display of words, just you see, it's not about creating something engaging or something involving or something motivating. It's about captivating tasks. And for me, it sounds like exactly what he meant. Yeah, thank you very much. It was really nice and interesting. You can see the comments. Thanks a lot. So productive, very interesting, and so on. You can then check them on YouTube. Please join us on YouTube. Yeah, thanks a lot. So now we have to move from Georgia to another country. Again, we are traveling. Yeah, Tamila, you can leave, just press, yeah. We are traveling, and the next speaker is from Morocco. For me, it's like, where is it, this country? So the next speaker is Youssef Oumalek, with the presentation Easy Steps to Successful Writing Lesson with Your Young Learners. So Youssef is an English language teacher from Morocco. He has been teaching English for 3 years now, and currently he's working as a part-time teacher at British Council Morocco. Youssef is a Cambridge CELTA qualified teacher. Also, he successfully completed Trinity College TILE course, which has made him a much more knowledgeable young learner teacher, he said to me. He's a lecturer in the Department of English Studies at the Ibn Tufayl University. He's a PhD candidate at the same university, and his research interest includes TEFL, linguistics, and cultural researches. So, Youssef, Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you to speak up a bit, okay?
Okay.
Okay, great. So, should I share your presentation now?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Can you do it like in a presentation mode?
Yeah, sure. Is it good?
Yeah, great. Okay, let's get started.
But I cannot see myself.
Okay, can you start, please?
Okay. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah, and don't forget we can see you. Yeah, we can hear you and we can see you. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Should
Good
I
luck.
go for it?
Yeah, start, please.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. Today I'm going to talk about writing, and yes. So let's just jump into it. Um, Lately, I've been experimenting with writing, and with young learners specifically, since it's quite difficult, and young learners being inexperienced, they needed or they need a lot of support in their in order to get them to produce something. So um, when we're talking about ESL classroom, we usually imagine students we imagine students smiling, and working in groups, singing, playing with flashcards, and we rarely imagine them write. So I'm not sure if I'm sure I'm not the only one, but but why would we picture them singing and not writing? And that's because most young learners barely write their own names, and sometimes they struggle to produce sentences. And that does not mean they shouldn't they shouldn't actually have the chance to enjoy a writing task. So um, these students, at best, they can copy a few isolated words from the board, or maybe into their notebooks, or maybe sometimes um, they can introduce some sentences, but we can see that they're struggling, and that's not actually something that would actually put us off or maybe scare us. We should actually go for writing with young learners, and I have a lot of reasons. I'm going to share these reasons with you shortly. So, why teach writing to young learners? The first reason is that young learners when doing writing, they have the opportunity to actually practice the words and structures they've previously learned in a meaningful structure. It allows high degree of personalization and creativity, and we all know that young learners are super creative. And why should we let that go to waste? Creativity is quite important. Um, Children are active learners and they're creative thinkers. Um, they Children learn effectively through scaffolding, and they actually have the tendency to learn from a partner. Um, and it also writing prepares learners for risk taking, since they try new words, they try to use them in sentences. So that's a lot of risk taking, and they try to put these words in the right place in a sentence. So and yeah, also as I said before, they have the chance to put the words they've previously learned into practice. So for all these reasons, why not? Okay, so today I'm going to give 5 quick tips for a successful writing lesson. These are not my ideas. These ideas I've read them somewhere. It's just these ideas I'm doing. I do not claim that they are mine. I actually don't know to whom they belong, but they are actually useful and they should be shared. So the first idea I would like to share is actually thinking time. When we do writing, I think learners do need some thinking time. Some students need to take some time to think about what they are going to write about. And I think it is usually useful Some students take a lot of time. Some students would take maybe 2 minutes, and some students would take up to 10 minutes. And it's okay, actually, it's okay if they need more time. That's okay, because the more time they take, the less time they spend producing or writing. Thinking time allows learners to first think about the writing task, so they think about everything. And the second thing is that they think about what they need in order to complete that writing task. And for example, they might think that they might need some words. So sometimes they might need a pencil, a pen. So all the things they need, they will think about them, and that's to some extent we're teaching them how to think strategically. And of course, they plan their writing. That's also another thing. Negotiate and discuss with a partner. Sometimes students request that they work with a partner, and it's okay. So thinking time allows these two students to discuss the writing and negotiate, and that's also very useful. Here's an example that I used this year with my students. So this is thinking time worksheet. It's very simple. Doesn't have a lot of writing in it. They don't have to write a lot. They just have to think. And I like to use worksheets that are very simple, so that students don't spend a lot of time trying to decode the worksheet. So it's quite simple. All they have to do here, I think we were talking about a mysterious forest, and they need to talk about or describe a monster that lives in that forest. So I gave them a lot of clues, and they have now to use these clues in order to describe the monster. So all I asked them about is write the name of the monster. This will help them to think about the monster, and that's what I want. And another one is to draw a very simple sketch of that monster. This allows them to actually use that sketch to describe the monster. You don't want them to spend a lot of time on these worksheets. These worksheets are just for us teachers to kind of guide their thinking towards the right direction. If we want them to think about the physical features of a monster, we ask them to draw. And of course, I wrote there, I asked them to write simple drawings. And it is very helpful for us teachers to actually model these worksheets before we give it to them, so that they don't spend a lot of time writing and drawing, but they do actually, they get the point that they have to think. The second idea that I find very useful is working toward our lesson plans, or writing lessons, I'm sorry. So this is known as lesson sequencing, and it can be defined as the act of organizing several lesson plans that will actually be taught consecutively. So this is a typical probably five lesson plan. We usually start with vocabulary, and then we move to functional language, then reading, writing, and then a project. Thinking about planning the lesson ahead, for example, you can see that the writing lesson, since we're talking about writing, so writing lesson will highly depend on what we covered during the previous 3 lessons. For example, vocabulary. So if the vocab is related to animals, most likely writing lesson is related to animals. If the functional language are related to probably writing a letter or something, most likely so what we want to do is we want to spend 3 weeks equipping the students with the useful language and equip them with tools, so that when the time to write something comes, students will actually be equipped with sufficient knowledge to get them to work to some extent independently. The next idea that I find very useful, and I use it all the time, whether it is a writing lesson or not, is actually what we call reference box, or maybe a reference table, reference corner. So this is a box that we have in class, and we put things that we think students may need in order to finish a task. In this context, today we're talking about writing, so we will actually include things students will need to finish their writing. And this is actually very helpful, and it develops learners' autonomy. It helps them it helps them a lot. Learners are super. It helps them a lot. It also develops them in terms of being confident. All right, so these boxes include things like vocabulary or maybe linguistic items. It could be words that students might need. For example, a student might need a word, maybe let's say the color yellow. So if the student doesn't know how it's written, instead of asking the teacher, the students would go to the reference box and look for that flashcard and copy the word and go, and then he or she goes back to her seat. So that develops autonomy. It doesn't have to be actually, of course, functional language. So something students might need to write something, and also it does not have to be linguistic. We can have sketches. For example, I have these sketches. So these sketches of monsters. So if I want students to actually describe a monster or something, or maybe draw a monster, I would actually just give them these, and just to help them, just to inspire them. They may want to take them and use them as their own. They might want to just maybe look at them and have an idea of what a monster would look like. So we can include these in that reference corner for students to go and check. The next one would be useful items, so pencil, eraser, anything that you want the students to actually, or maybe students may need. And the last one would be worksheets. Worksheets, students might need a certain worksheet. For example, students might need, maybe they might make a little mistake. I mean, they may ask for another. They may ask for another paper. So just put everything in there, and students will, if they need something, they would go to that table and take the things they need. Last one is written instructions. We deliver instructions at the start of the task, and we may want to write simple instructions and put them somewhere where the students can have access to them. And I usually put them in the reference box for students to go and check. The use of the reference box allows students to actually be supported linguistically and in a non-linguistic way. It also allows us to develop their sense of autonomy. Students are less likely to ask the teacher for something. They're less likely to approach the teacher. We want the students to be less dependent on the teacher, and with the reference box, we're almost there. Of course, students will actually approach the teacher, but the rate will be lower. And we need teachers during a writing lesson. We need some time to spend with our students who seem to need more support. And yeah, the reference box is quite helpful. The next one that I like to incorporate into my lesson plan, my writing lesson plan, is actually collaborative writing. Collaborative writing is usually, or most of the time, is optional. Students can actually just work alone. Sometimes they may want to work with a buddy, with a friend, with a partner. For me, it's optional. If they want to work with a partner, I'm okay with that. If they want to work alone, I'm okay with that. So collaborative writing is helpful because it allows transfer of knowledge. So if a student knows how to write something, so that knowledge is passed to his partner. And that's actually quite helpful because we want, again, students to learn from each other and be less dependent on the teacher. Also, it helps collaborative learning. It builds students' confidence, especially among those students who are lower level learners, writers. So I think having a collaborative writing task puts less pressure on shy students or maybe students who are a little bit not confident, and it gives them time to get used to the writing task. Hopefully, during the next writing lesson, they may raise their hand and ask permission to work alone. So why not? Collaborative writing encourages negotiation. So students do have to negotiate with a partner. They have to talk about everything and discuss, debate, argue, why not? So this is part of the whole learning process. We don't just learn to write, but we learn also to negotiate with someone, and we have to make it happen. And the next one is mutual feedback. So there's always some kind of a marriage of different perspectives. So students do have to listen to each other and probably take into consideration each other's point of views in order to produce a piece of writing that respects everybody's perspective. And weaknesses can be addressed as kids play upon each other's strengths. So what I like about collaborative work is that if there is a little, if there is a weakness, it can be addressed within the group rather than it wouldn't reach the teacher, and that's actually positive. And students actually can fix each other's, we can help each other with weaknesses. And also, it goes without saying that it allows learners to combine their strengths. All right, so the next one actually is quite simple, is actually sticking to the same lesson structure. What I mean here is that I find it very useful if we stick to the same structure. For example, I wouldn't change the lesson structure a lot. I do that in order to actually prevent students from feeling new, or probably have that feeling of insecurity, and give them the chance to get familiar with the whole writing process. So it would be nice to stick to the same writing, or to the same lesson structure for maybe 3 or 4 lessons, and then switch to another structure so that we kind of like keep lessons challenging for our students. So this is something I'd like to share. It is my usual writing lesson template. The template is quite simple. I usually set aims, then I introduce the context, then I have a model, and then I introduce them to success criteria, and then I give them thinking time. And after thinking time, they write and they share, and then there is assessment for learning. So that structure will actually be. This is the main structure. It's usually the same, and I would change it slightly, but I would keep it in order to give the chance, give students the chance actually to get familiar with it and feel confident. And usually, if I stick to the same structure, students who may seem lower level writers, they would actually have that confidence to. They will build the confidence to actually ask. To work alone and produce their own writing, so they don't feel the need to be supported by a partner. And actually, that's positive because it means that we've developed that, we help that student develop a little bit and feel confident. That's it for my very short presentation. These ideas actually are not mine. And these ideas actually do affect the lesson massively. As I said, I would actually urge people to try these ideas and then modify them as they see fit. And I'd like to thank you for having me today. And yeah, feel free to contact me. Here's my email address, and yeah, thank you very much.
Akbar, could you unmute yourself? Just you're always doing the same stuff. Okay, Youssef, thanks a lot. It was really interesting, and I want you to see the comments, because while our speakers presenting, they can't see anything you're writing in the chat box. So something new and creative, thanks. And as far as I know, this comment is from Ukraine. Actually, you should know this comment is from Azerbaijan. And you might know this person because I know her. Rashida, hello. Yeah, brilliant tips from Morocco. Yeah, you can see. I can't identify the country, but I like the comment, eliminated presentation. So it's really great. Thank you. And I do like that you shared the structure of the lesson. So it's really easy to create the lesson right now. And what is more, it's a great idea to take into consideration that thinking time. Actually, the same stuff when we ask questions, we should pay attention and be in mind that we should have that wait time, and sometimes it can be like 5-7 seconds and even more. So we shouldn't interrupt our students while they're thinking process. Thanks a lot. Hello to Morocco. Today we are going to listen to another speaker from Morocco. So thanks. It was really productive. I'm really grateful to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Bye. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Youssef. Thank you very much. Well, Youssef was talking about the young learners. If I've got a question, I would like participants just complete the rest of my sentence. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should. Everybody, I appreciate if you continue the rest of my sentence. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should, blah, 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 blah. Let's see what your idea is.
Could I ask you, do you mean that you would like our participants to type in the chat box the continuation of this sentence?
Yeah, the continuation of the sentence.
Could you repeat it, please?
Because Youssef was talking about young learners. It made me remember something like, if a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should, blah, 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 blah. Let's see what their ideas are.
We have the first idea.
We should teach differently. The next one.
Yeah, we're still waiting. That it was the first idea. Yeah, with
If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should.
Look at the screen.
Maybe we should change. Yeah, I see.
For sure.
We should change. Maybe we should use a different approach or technique, okay? Maybe we should teach them in the way they learn. Who's that? Olena?
Mm-hmm. Again, the same idea. We should change. We should change something.
Change.
It's a keyword, I guess.
Yep.
And then the continuation. We should change the way we teach.
The way we teach.
Another idea.
We should play with them and teach.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We should play with them and teach.
Yeah, that's it. Can you tell us the idea?
Okay. All of them are right.
Stop teaching and start learning. Can you see that?
Start learning. Maybe,
Really?
Jerry, maybe.
Another one. If a child cannot learn, maybe we should change the method of the technique, the kids' style. So
let's see if another one has an idea.
Yeah, we have.
Motivate the students with activities.
Yeah. And
teach in the way of game.
Yeah, so many ideas, just only one question, and we have the whole, let's say, different kind of approaches. And
because this is an open this is kind of open-ending, answer.
Yeah, change our methods of view. Mm-hmm.
Change our methods of view. Teach the way they learn.
Right, yeah, I do like it. Teach the way they learn.
We are teachers as much as we are learners. Okay, good idea.
So please, can you tell us the ending of the sentence? I learn and live.
My ending, learn and live. That's it. Shall I share my ending with them now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. If a child can't learn the way we teach, all of you mentioned correctly, maybe we should teach them the way they learn.
Yeah, exactly.
So nowadays, yes. So no matter how we teach, but how they learn. We're not going to adapt them to the way that we teach. We should adapt them. We should adapt ourselves to the way that they learn. Yes, Olena, exactly the same words. We should teach them in a way they learn. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also I'd like to remind you about our hashtag. Yeah, Akbar, just encourage our participants to share this hashtag. I mean, you can take selfies with our
Teacher's Voice 2020.
Yeah, and post on Instagram or Facebook. And then by clicking the hashtag, you can find other participants and you can collaborate, you can visit each other classes and so on. Just it's in the way how to find each other, because we are from different countries. Actually, we are from different parts of the world. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, great. So,
yep. Sorry. Shall I share something kind of funny, because it makes us
let's have some kind of
refreshed right now.
Yeah, to another speaker.
So I heard about this airplane that was about to crash, Eva. You were on that airplane, remember?
No.
Okay, I heard about this airplane that Eva was, flying in that, but unfortunately it was about to crash. Everyone remember that Eva was on that airplane. There were 4 passengers, but only 3 parachutes. How many passengers? 4. One of them was Eva. And how many parachutes? Only 3. The first passenger said, "I'm a leading heart surgeon. My patients need me." He grabbed the first parachute and jumped. The second passenger said, "I'm a rocket scientist, one of the smartest men in the world. The world needs me." He took the second parachute and jumped. There were only 2 passengers left, Akbar and Eva, and only 1 parachute. Remember, 1 parachute, 2 passengers, Akbar and Eva. So, Eva just came to Akbar and she said to Akbar, "Akbar, you are old and frail. You're about to die tomorrow. Let me take the 3rd parachute." Akbar said, "That's okay, Eva. There are still 2 parachutes left." Eva said, "How come?" And Akbar said, "Because the smartest man in the world took my backpack and jumped out of the plane." So both of them survived.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, remember that the smartest man in the world took my backpack as the parachute. How smart he was.
Yeah.
So you survived.
Oh, thanks.
How kind you were. How kind you were to me. You wanted to take the 3rd parachute, yeah? This is the way that you loved me.
Yeah.
Well, Eva, I'm going to introduce the next one, actually, because she's my sister. She's my sister. We've been with each other in Baku for 2 weeks. That's why I know her well, like my sister. Yeah. First of all, she's from Ukraine. She's one of the kindest Ukrainian girls that I've ever met. She's a CELTA and TESOL certified English language teacher. She's been working with mainly adults for about 20 years. The majority of her students are adults who are interested in business English. Teacher professional development has always been her top priority in the life position. She's always ready to share her experience with the other teachers. She's my lovely sister, Natalia Ariska from Ukraine. Natalia, so glad to have you here again, sister.
Hello, Mr. Akbar. Hello, Eva. Hello, everyone. Thank you for this introduction. It's marvelous. Mr. Akbar, I'm very grateful to your job, and I'm very proud to be your student, to be your trainee. So it was really a fantastic time, and now I'm going to share how to give a feedback.
seamless transition.
Yeah.
We are going to learn from you. We are going to learn from you.
Okay, just can you share your screen now? Open your presentation, please.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it, and just make it in the presentation mode, like full screen.
And hide, am I right?
Yeah, exactly. So you can start.
So, hello everyone. I'm honored to be here. I was looking forward to this meeting. As you can see, I'm a CELTA and TESOL teacher certified. And today I'm going to talk about the art of giving feedback. My 4 points on agenda are when, how, what kind of feedback, and 5 consequences of giving feedback. But before telling that, I would like to give some to tell you some preface. So we teach the English language, and we teach the language and the skills. Grammar, vocabulary, and skills are listening, speaking, writing, and reading. As well as that, we divide our students into groups from elementary level or according to CE FR standards. They are from A1 to C2 levels. During our teaching process, we need to give feedbacks to our students, and I would like today I would like to give you some techniques how to do that, and maybe to give you some new tool how your students can assess themselves, can give corrective feedback. Before moving on to the main part, I would like to tell, maybe remind for others to introduce that we work according to one of the stages, one of the procedure how to teach is the following stages are presentation, practice, and production. Today, I am going to say when we can give our feedbacks, and I would like to highlight the on-the-spot correction while speaking, and which is during the practice stage and presentation stage, and as well as that corrective feedback after the practice and presentation stage, which is delayed feedback. So you can give it yourself as a teacher and both your student. First of all, I would like to get down to the feedback given by a teacher when you teach grammar to your elementary pre-intermediate student, because we introduce past simple when on elementary level, and there's some revision in pre-intermediate level. So how we can give the feedback? It can be, don't be afraid of these words, implicit and explicit. I'm going to explain it to you. So the feedback can be implicit and explicit. Implicit, this is a kind of feedback that is not direct. That is teacher-led, kind of elicitation. You give some hints to your student, but you do not give the straightaway correction. Explicit, as you can guess, they are. This is the correction that is very clear, that is direct. Sometimes sometimes using academic language, kind of language, for example, such as subject, object, predicate, present simple, past simple, suffixes, ing forms, and so on and so forth. I would also I would like to emphasize that we are from different countries, and we are people of this world. And some students are afraid of on-the-spot correction, and they feel inhibited. Others are keen and willing to be corrected on the spot. And you should consider to yourself which is more appropriate. So if it is the case for a student to be corrected on the spot, feel free to use these techniques. So the first one is implicit, as you remember. It's a kind of an indirect method when your student says, I walk a lot in my childhood. And the teacher says, I'm sorry, I don't understand. So you don't give the right answer straight away. And then you can also say, using reformulation technique, okay, you walked a lot in your childhood. So again, you can see the teacher doesn't say there's some mistake, sorry, you have to pay attention. It is implicit. Another way is a repetition. When you say, for example, your student says, I walk a lot in my childhood, and you say, I walk a lot in my childhood, like stressing or showing making a facial expression to indicate that there's a problem. Another prompt is explicit. It is elicitation. I do like that. Instead of this long pause, I say, when my student says, I walk a lot in my childhood, I say, I a lot in my childhood. And they understand that is something that needs correction. When you use reformulation, you can say, you need to say, I walked a lot in my childhood, stressing the correct form. The last but not the least is metalinguistic clue, as I told you, the one that is with using some kind of difficult language, complex language, academic language. When you say, when your student says, I walk a lot in my childhood, and the teacher says, what is the past simple form of walk? Or you can say, when reformulate, remember, you need ed to make past simple form. I walked a lot in my childhood. So you might use some of them might be new, as long as we are teachers, and we need some different tools to give feedback, without using one and the same tool, which might be annoying for yourself, and you might want some diversity. So feel free to use all these techniques. You will get presentation, and you will be able to have a look and to adjust them to your lesson. So another technique is, as I told you, when you have this practice part and production part. During these parts, you listen to your students, and you write down 2 lucky examples and one with which needs correction, which is delayed correction. So, for example, you ask them, look at the board. Here are 3 questions. Some are right, some are wrong. Have a look which are correct and which needs correction. So number 1 is it's a sandwich correction. Number 1 is correct sentence. The other, to encourage them, the other they correct themselves, and the last one is is also a good example of their performance. And when you say high five, great job, and say that everything goes well, not only the emphasis is not only on errors as well, also on the good points. So my next part is about speaking, how to give corrective feedback on the speaking part, and the level is pre-intermediate. So what I do, I'm going to introduce you rubrics. These are kind of criteria sheets or scoring guides for your students, where they perform not only one activity, but also performance itself. As you can understand, speaking is a complex activity which includes fluency, pronunciation, vocabulary, grammar, and grammar, as you can see. So what you should do, and here you can see these points, these criteria, range of levels, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, the other point, and point number 3 is description of each one. I will give you just a short overview here. 1 second, I will move on. Now I want you to focus on this presentation and to tell you that how to work with this rubrics. So you should give them some criteria, because they don't understand what is number 1 for fluency, which is point for which needs improvement, and number 4, which is outstanding. You should give them some explanation. I will briefly go over each point. So fluency, when your student stops very often, then fluency, point number 2, your student express more significantly his or her thoughts. Then number 3, he completes, his speech is natural, flows naturally. And point number 4 is when your student is feels easy and comfortable with the language, and all the poses are natural. So in order to stay on the point, I would like to tell you, I will give it to you, you will have it, and I would like to emphasize on the procedure. Before the speaking task, you should give your student these criteria to get familiarized with them, to hand them out and discuss. They should read them, and you should discuss if they understand everything. What is more, you can expand this rubric with the help of your student. For example, if you study, as Akbar mentioned, I mostly teach business English. For example, if you teach new ideas, the topic is new ideas, which about innovations and inventions, and you should say, for example, vocabulary. How do you understand that you get point 4? They say, for example, I will use 4 new vocabulary items, and they can write them down. For example, innovative approach, key concept, breakthrough, and cutting edge technology. So if I use at least 3 points, 3 new vocabulary items, I can put myself 4. I can get the score 4. Concerning grammar, when, for example, you studied the previous material was about future, and they can name the grammar structures that they consider is okay for point 4, for example. Be going to be bound to, likely to, and this will be the score 4. The next, after the activity, when they familiarize, you did hold the procedure, you hand them out again, and they assess themselves once again. Not once again, just they assess themselves. For example, here you can see 3 for fluency, 2 for pronunciation, and 4 for vocabulary, and 3 for grammar. So total score is 12. How to work with these rubrics overall? You can ask your students, for example, to count the score. For example, today is the 2nd of May. Mary Dubinsky gets 12, and basically, you cannot have speaking activity every lesson. Give them such kind of a table where they can put the date, appropriate date, their scores during the month. As you can see, for example, if you teach twice a week, this will be, let's say, sometimes we have 9 classes, sometimes less. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speaking classes you have, and then you count the score. So you summarize the whole scores, and then you get the percentage. After that, they get you know how long you study, which months, and then you give them the grid, and they put their percentage into this table. In this way, you develop cognitive autonomy with your students, and because they have to reflect on their progress, on their performance, they have to assess themselves, and they have to track this record of their success and to see how they move on. One thing which is worth mentioning, when we, for example, when we assess with my students, they sometimes can ask me, what do you think of my grammar? And I can give them feedback. Or sometimes they are not really adequate, and in assessing themselves, for example, giving them too much or underestimating themselves. So you should discuss this and be ready to justify what is wrong. For example, if it's sometimes students misuse some words or they misspell them, and you should be ready to justify and write it down. That's what happens in my classes with some of my students. And what is more, you can take this material. For example, they say, I don't feel safe using present simple, future tenses, future forms, and you can take this point for your next lesson to work on to improve. So here you can take for your students, and this is what you can take for your student, and they will fill in this form. The 5 consequences, the 5 benefits: your lessons become more student-oriented. They get this self-confidence because they are, you empower them, they are more, you develop autonomy, you give them this cognitive autonomy, you develop their critical thinking, and hopefully you increase their intrinsic motivation, because they are the leaders. The lesson becomes student-led, more student-led, not teacher-led. They are empowered and hopefully more excited about the process. So that's all about my presentation. If you have some questions, I might check my one second. I have to have a look at the comments if you have any questions to answer your questions. At the comments if you have any questions to answer your questions.
Natasha, thank you very much.
To answer your questions. Oh, sorry.
Natasha, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
That was really awesome.
So I can see the question, how much time does it take? Actually, it is quite time consuming, especially with rubrics, because they have to understand. But when you give them these rubrics beforehand, they are familiar what they should do. And actually, again, it makes them think about the outcome of the lesson. So like it's a quite time consuming, so be ready that speaking task maybe this rubrics should be full-blown lesson. It depends also it depends on the number of the students you have, and because you know, our students sometimes they are not able to I think that we should teach them sometimes critical thinking, because when I first applied these rubrics, I faced resistance, and they said, why should I assess myself? Like, what's that for? And but I think that 21st century skills should be implemented not only with young people, young generation Z, but with the adults as well, and they should be more responsible for their progress. And actually, these are one of the benefits that your students become more responsible for their result.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha. Thanks a lot. Actually, we have lots of things in the chat box, and I stopped with this comment exactly because I know this person. And this comment came from Switzerland, as far as I know. Yeah, right. Thanks, Dennis, for commenting. Yeah, great. Okay, and we have Svetlana also says thanks. Yeah, Akbar.
Yep. I'm
what
here.
Do you think about the art of giving feedbacks?
Feedback.
Well,
I would like to ask her another question. Do you think that we can say feedbacks work like traffic signs erected on the side of the road for teachers?
Yes. Yeah, its metaphor is right, because you know where to go. And where you are, where is the real progress, to track your progress, and
where to slow down.
Yes, where to speed up. My pleasure, ladies.
Yeah, exactly.
Lesson. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Natasha. See you later. Join us on YouTube. Bye-bye. And now I'm going to announce the next presenter, and I'm really proud to have her here. So Tatiana Hienka, again in Ukraine. She's a devoted English tutor who has been teaching for more than 10 years. She got her international certificates, CELTA and TESOL, and she's constantly developing and growing in the sphere of teaching. The age of her students varies from 2 years old to 65 years old, and she can find the key to everyone. Her main motto in the job is follow the goal and make the process 100% enjoyable. So, Tatiana, you're welcome.
Hello,
and actually, before you start, I want to mention that at first, when I saw the title of your presentation, I was a bit confused, because I thought it was some kind of typo or mistake. I thought you meant to say something like give it to your students.
Yes. I coded that, so I coded that word actually, yes, in the title of my session. So it was on purpose.
And then I asked you, is it about give or jiv? Yeah.
So actually, it is a hotly debated question on the internet. So, and I, even before performing here, I wanted to be sure if I pronounce this word correctly. Yes, because we know that rules in reading rules in English are very controversial. Yes, and sometimes we have really great rules, but great exceptions to those rules. Yes, so and the same is with this word. So it is like GIF or GIF. Yes, so no one knows exactly. So, but I did a research, and of course, what I found out is that there are two correct pronunciations, so two variants how to pronounce this word correctly. Even if you consult the dictionary, yes, if you look up the Oxford dictionary, you may find out that there are two types, because some people believe that only GIF is correct, like with hard G, yes, with hard sound G, like in the GIF, yes. But some believe, like creator, by the way, the creator of these animated pictures wanted to this sound like GIF. And I prefer this variant. So today I will be naming it GIF, but it's up to you to decide how to pronounce it in your own lessons and in your life. So both are correct. Thank you for the question, Yes, by the way.
Okay, great. So you can share your screen right now.
Yes.
I mean, you can show the website you wanted or slides.
Yes, first I will start with my presentation, yes, so, and then I will move on to the site I want to present today. So,
here we go.
Can you see normally? Is everything fine?
Yeah, everything fine. Is it possible just to press that hide bar, to hide the bar?
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
So,
great.
and that one I think is impossible. Sorry today. Yes, so let's get started. Why have I chosen this particular theme? So GIF, it is not about learning a process. It is not about education much, yes, but you know, we use it every day in our real life, and we use it to make our communication easier, to make it funnier, yes, and more enjoyable. So, and what is GIF actually? So it is an acronym for graphic interchange format. Yes, so it is like a moving picture, very short and precise video, which you usually send while communicating on different messengers, platforms, like Skype, Facebook, Viber, absolutely any platforms. All of them have GIFs. And now we are living in such time when everyone is working online, yes, and we must be creative and to think of all new ways how to teach, how to discover something new for our teaching techniques. And I want to say that I started using them widely during this quarantine time. So in the full range, because so many lessons and in different platforms, and students started getting tired of, you know, the routine lessons of the same, the screen, the picture, printed textbook. It was so boring, and I decided to find the way out, what to do, so how to now make it more interesting and entertaining and enjoyable. And I've started using, so I've always used like emojis, you know, I've sent them on my lessons, and sometimes I also use GIFs, but not on purpose, just for entertainment. And once I found a site where I came across on lessons made up on GIFs. So today we're going to talk about this site, but before that, so let's say, why do we need to use GIFs actually? So first of all, they're very easy to find. You don't need to look for you know, like hours and hours for the proper picture. It is really very easy to find something that you need. Yeah, so there are GIF icons everywhere, so you just either search and type the word you need, or the theme, like it can be, for example, water or weather. So, and you will find everything. So you will find lots of different GIFs on the theme you need. So they are easy to find. They are fun to use. I don't know a single person who doesn't enjoy using GIFs on lessons. Believe me, if you start working with them, you will see how enjoyable it is and how students love not only working with them, creating them, and so on and so forth. So they are really easy to use. So you don't need to use some difficult apps or difficult devices to use them. So they are everywhere in our real life. So they're just ready to use, you take and use. Yes, it is a kind of creative, because, you know, I've asked several of my colleagues and they don't use it. So I felt really proud of myself because I'm using them, yes, and I thought that other people also as well use them, and no, so it is new in the learning process, I would say. And there is a big variety. So actually, you don't even need to create anything. There is also, everything is done for you. So you just take and use. These are the main advantages, yes? As for the format, you know, so now we are living in the process, in the times when the students, when teachers are overloaded with information. So we have information everywhere, on at work, so in our laptops, in our emails, phones, messages. All the time we are in the process of getting information, and it's really difficult to digest everything and to highlight what is really useful and what is just trash we don't need at all, and so on and so forth. And the same happens in the learning process. You know, when there is a lot of information, students just easily get distracted, and that's why we need to control their attention all the time. While when sending them those GIFs, yes, when working with GIFs, they concentrate, because it is easier to follow that short animated picture than the whole video. Yes, when it takes like 5 or 10 minutes, it is quite long for the lesson. Yes, I don't say about 1 hour videos or longer. Yeah, so that's why we know that visual content is very important, yes, but nowadays it must be short and it must be quick and easy to use. So these are the main moments to use GIF. So where we can apply them, we can to work with vocabulary. We can practice grammar with the help of GIFs. We can use them for storytelling, for acting, even for learning songs with young learners. Yes, it also works with young learners. So, and where and how to work with them. And by the way, for writing, for reading as well. So, I came across a wonderful site which is called giflingua.com or giflingua.com as you prefer. And it was just occasionally, and I started using it every day. So, and I found a lot of benefits from using it. So how to work there? I'm going to show you exactly on the site. Now we will go there. So giflingua. When you come to the home page, you will see a kind of, so a list of pictures. You see, yes, they are like stopped GIFs, yes, not animated here on the main page. So you can see different, absolutely different like sections: grammar, stories, movies, vocabulary, new books, and so on and so forth. So at first, what you need to do, you need to decide on what topic or what unit you want to teach today. Yes, so you can browse here. You can see like grammar or vocabulary, or if you need to learn to work with young learners, there is even such section here. So there are a lot. Yes, verbs and so on and so forth. Also, you can choose level. I'm not sure that these levels are appropriate to the international scale of levels. No, just I have never met here advanced level, so I'm not sure that level 6 will be advanced, for example. So It is very, very approximate. Don't pay much attention to the levels. So how to work with this and why this is called books. You see, it's here, written new books. So books here, it is like a set of GIFs. You can see, I will show you now. So there will be a set of GIFs, for example, from 5 to 20. Yes, approximately 10. 10 is the middle. Approximately 10 GIFs will be combined in one slide, where you will see a GIF and a sentence or several sentences or even a word or a phrase below it. So I usually ask my students like to look at the GIF, so which helps them remember the visual, yes, the content, and remember what's written under it. For example, how it works. We will type, so you can see what I worked with, yes, the last lessons. For example, must, it was my last lesson. I was working with a student, it was one-to-one lesson with a teenager, and we were revising modals and must and mustn't for obligation. So we were talking about rules, but you know, it is usually very boring. We discussed like how it usually works. Teachers discuss like school rules or work rules, rules at home, yes, and so on, or museum rules, something else. So I wanted to change this tradition and wanted to create something new. And I decided to use, for this topic, I've decided to use GIFs. So for example, must, I search, and what I see, there are the results for must, yes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that all them will be connected with must or mustn't. No, so of course it's better to pay some devote some time to look through what you're going to teach and to use during your lesson. Yes, so I did not have much time. I just took the first one. And oh, 1 second. And I liked it, and I decided to work with it. So what we have here, so we see the theme, yes, the topic of the book. These are called books on this side. Level, approximate level, yes, so level 3. So how many pages, so how many GIFs we will see here, and what we have after this GIF. So what we have after this book. We will see a quiz, a video, and worksheets. I don't use worksheets. Videos I don't usually use at the lesson, so I will tell you later about them. What I need, it is the book itself with GIFs and the quiz. So let's get started here. On this stage, I usually describe what we are going to teach or revise or practice or learn, yes, so, and what my students need to do. So here they need to look at 10 rules and remember how to tell, how to say those rules. So what does each GIF represent? What rule does each GIF represent? For example, let's get started. Let's look through one book so that you have an idea how to work with it. For example, you mustn't do that. And you see the move in action. Yes, so sometimes after we read the book, I ask them not only to name, but also to act the GIF they saw, so if they love acting, yes. So like, you mustn't do that, and they repeat that action, for example. So, or 1 second. You mustn't smoke in here. So they read, they pronounce, and we look, you mustn't walk on the grass, and so on and so forth. So you will see like 10 different GIFs and 10 sentences under them. So they are ready to use, they are made for you to use, yes, but of course you may create your own. So let's continue working with this particular book. There are 10, okay. By the way, What about the choice of the GIFs? So you see here in this particular book, they're all different. Yes, you may create your own, or you may find with the images that are familiar to your students. For example, when I showed this particular book, my students was happy to see Zhdan because he's a great fan of Zhdan. He said, oh, yes, it's so cool. So, and he remembered this rule, like number 1, yes? So you mustn't read comics during your class time. So, and this is the last one. So what shall we do after that? We looked at this book. Yes, we learned the rules, we read the sentences, we read some grammar structures. If you need to talk about them more, you talk. Yes, if no, we can move on. So you can read this book again, so rate it, read another book, share, and you can do quiz or watch a video. So I prefer doing quizzes after that because they need to practice. We press quiz and we go to the Quizlet site. So today it was mentioned a lot of times in the comments. I saw a lot of teachers use them. It is really great source for teachers to use. Yes, and here they are combined with those GIFs that were done for us. And we go to the quiz itself. So usually they have the same quiz. It is to clear out the screen. You need to match the GIF and the sentence, or a word or a phrase from this sentence. Yes, you need to match. So, and there is time ticking. So here you will see like seconds are running, and students, if there is a group, they do it one by one. Yes, they tell you, or you give them control your screen. So it depends on the platform you're working on. And so it is an enjoyable way. I am asking them usually not only to match, but to say full sentence so that they can practice grammar, pronunciation, so the whole structure. Like I will show you how it works. For example, you must have a passport. Yes, so here we can only see must have a passport, but it is not the full sentence. They need to say the full sentence. So you must have a passport, and they need to match it like that. We see it disappeared. Yes. Or, for example, mustn't read. So also it is only a part of the sentence. If they don't pronounce it all, I don't clear out this. I don't match it. Only if they pronounce the full sentence, because we need them talking more. So like that. If you are wrong, of course, nothing will happen. For example, like you see, it will be red. It is not correct. So after that, you can give them points, so they can earn points for every cleared picture. They may do it on their own computer. So as you like, there are a lot of different ways how to introduce. But what I wanted to tell you about that, they really love this activity. They enjoy it. And they are always involved, you know, in the process, in the learning process. They consider it like a game, but we see that in every sentence we used the target grammar. Yeah, so everywhere we had must and mustn't. And after that, they repeated. So they read, they said, so there is a production, yes. And if you want to continue this lesson working with GIFs, you may go on any other platform. So not to use this site. Yes, it's just for like 5-10 minutes to distract from the routine. So, and you take your phones, for example, or work on laptops, and you go on any platform. Like you may use Viber, Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, Skype, any. So there are GIFs icons everywhere on all platforms, on all messengers. What do you do there? So if we talk about this particular theme, like for example, must and mustn't, yes, if we take this example, what I do next? So we go to the chat. Is it a group chat or a private chat? So it depends on your group, on how you work, yes. And for example, so I know that we have a rules theme like must, mustn't for obligation. I just go to the GIF bar and select any picture, any animated picture, any GIF I like. There are usually a lot, and they are on the first page. From the first site, I can see something interesting for me that I can use. So I just press any icon and send any picture and send them, and ask them to create the rule looking at this GIF. They are always very creative, very fast to create some rules, or it depends on the topic, yes, what you need. You can send them if you, for example, learn vocabulary, yes, you can revise vocabulary at the beginning stage, at the beginning of the lesson, yes, the stage when you revise what you've learned before, like instead of asking definitions or showing pictures like flashcards or something else, you may just use funny GIFs, and they really enjoy, and they guess what you've sent, and they activate their brains. Okay, they try to remember what they learned and what it can represent, because sometimes it is like not exactly what you see. Yes, so they need to think. So I send them, if we talk about must, mustn't lesson, yes, I send them the GIF, they send me the rules, and vice versa. I ask them to send me GIF. They always love the process of choosing. You can either choose from what's given on the first side, or you may scroll down the screen and or type in the search engine and find what you want. Yes, for example, the last student I worked with is really fan of parrots. He has 6 or 7 parrots at home. He always talk about his parrots. It's like his hobby. And guess what he sent me? Of course, it was GIF with parrots, and I had to create some rules. So like he sent me parrots and a lot of food, and like they were eating, and I sent him like, you must feed your parrots twice a day or something like that. It depends on the level, of course, and on the aim you are following. Yes, so but the only problem was how to stop them. They start because they are really involved in the process, and they don't perceive it like it is something boring grammar. They don't even think that it is a grammar, because it is an enjoyable process of perception needed information. Yes, the information that they need. And one more task that we use. So I've sent them, you've sent they sent me, and one more, how to use it. The last usually task, it is I also choose a GIF I want to use, and I write a rule for what you need. Yes, there, for example, in this topic it was a rule. I write a rule. I send them the GIF, and I try to I ask them to guess what I wrote, because I don't show them what I wrote. So and they usually also, if you work in a group, it's great, and you will see how creative students are. They will have so many ideas. Yes, but if you are more creative, and you won't just like on the sleeping baby, right, you must sleep or get to bed early, something more complicated. Yes, it will take time for them to think more and deeply over the process and enjoy. Then they take turns, and they send us GIFs, and they create rules, and we, so others, or if it is one-to-one lesson, teacher should guess what the student wanted to say by sending that GIF. So it is how I use, but there are a lot of ways. It depends on your creativity, on your desire to use them. But you know, a lot of teachers and even students underestimate using GIFs at the lessons because they think it is just funny, stupid, moving pictures, yes, with no message and so on and so forth. But if you use them in real life, just make them an instrument in educational process and you will see the great results. So they are widely available, they are easily shareable, and you can load and play them everywhere. You don't need to press, oh my god, it doesn't work. It will work automatically. So there won't be any problems with using them, but there will be a lot of advantages because you will see how students will be involved in the process and how they will be thankful for you to be able to have fun and to use them during the lesson. So even during the grammar lesson. So of course, I always say it is like a credo motto, yes, that you need to use your imagination and your students' imagination. Sometimes you just need to give them an idea and then they will follow with that idea. So they will do everything for you. So where to find those GIFs? As I already said, you may find them in all messengers, in the toolbar. Yes, where you can find emoji, you can find GIFs. Also, you can create them. And you won't believe me, but it will only take you 2 or 3 minutes to create the new GIF. So if you download like an app which is called, there are thousands of them on Play Market or Apple Store, yes, just in the internet there are sites where you can make your own GIFs. You will see that you just need to combine several pictures, like 5 for example. It depends on the site, yes, or on the app. And after that they will start moving. So you just tick the pictures, combine them, and you have your ready to use GIF. So you may insert it into presentation, into your video lessons, into you can give it like a home assignment, yes, for students to create or for students to describe. It depends on the topic you teach, so and the unit you teach. And you know that I've tried using them and I am really enjoying this process, not only using but creating and getting the feedback from my students. So I hope you'll start using them as well, and I'm really eager to know if you ever use them on your lessons, on your in your learning process. So write to me, and if you have any questions about how to make, how to create, how to use, where to use, please feel free to contact me anywhere on Facebook, on Instagram, Viber, WhatsApp, Telegram. All my contacts are here, so Gmail. I will be really happy to share my ideas, my visions of using GIFs, but you know that all in your hands. Just try and start using them. I think that's all that I wanted to say. So,
okay, Jana, thank you so much. If only you could know how many comments we had here. And actually, we have some questions, if you don't mind.
Yes, yes.
Let me find the first one. Oh, come on, so many comments. Yeah, the first one. Can GIFs be downloaded?
What? Can GIFs? Yes, you can download them. So you can create using your phone. Yes, it will take 2 minutes, or you may find them and download them. But it depends on the platform, on the app or site you use, because there are different sites. But if you, for example, make a presentation, there are even ready-to-use GIFs, yes, which you can just apply in your presentation, or you may create, yes, but also it usually depends on the platform you're working on.
And another question: can GIFs be used in PowerPoint presentations or only in generally? You mentioned that.
Yeah, so you know that you may attach any picture to PowerPoint presentation. So actually GIF, it is a picture. Yes, it is moving picture, yes, but it is a picture. So you may attach it everywhere. But I'm mostly working with Genially now. But you know, actually, when I don't pay much time on making presentations. So it was also my point why I love using and working with GIFs. Yes, because sometimes I'm lack of time. I don't have much time to prepare and to plan thoroughly. Like it is like in my dreamland. Yes, when I have a full plan. No, unfortunately, I don't always have so much time to plan thoroughly the lesson, yet like minute to minute, and sometimes I need to be active and spontaneous, and I use them spontaneously in chat. So I mostly use them not for presentations, yes, I mostly use them for online vivid lessons, like live lessons, and they and I really get the feedback. So immediately I can see that students are involved, that it is effective, and that they use what I wanted them use.
Yeah, okay. And Akbar, do you have any comments about this session? Because I'm really impressed.
Well, I'm really impressed by Tatiana because you know that we've been with each other before in Georgia while she was training the teachers of university. Tatiana, this is a great pleasure for me to just enjoy a lecture. You know.
Thank you. So I'm really happy to see this powerful team. You know, so many familiar faces, like friends and family here, yes, for me. And I enjoy not only seeing you, but I absorb each word from my colleagues because there is so much new information. I'm already overloaded with it, with all you are talking, and I will be, I think, like rewatching these times like all the week after today, you know, and enjoy, of course, because I'm really happy to see all of you here and to work with you. So really great. And
to tell you the truth, I'm going to use the GIFs in my classes, you know, more often after this.
Really? Have you ever used them before my session?
Confessing, no, but I'm going to use it after this.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm inspired.
I'm waiting for the feedback of everyone who is with me today because I'm really eager to know. I don't know if it works with you because you know every teacher has different style. Yes, I love when everything is enjoyable with fun. Of course, it is not only fun that I have in my lessons. Yes, sometimes I'm very strict. Yes, and boring maybe. Yes, but I try to mix it up with like some really funny activities and with something new. And I'm really impressed with how these small animated pictures work. And I hope I am useful with this information, and I really looking forward to getting the feedback from all the teachers who are going to use them since today.
Yeah, okay. By the way, I know that you've posted several posts on Instagram and you use this hashtag Teacher's Voice 2020.
Yeah.
So if you want to find Tatiana on Instagram and just ask a couple of questions about using GIFs, you can just click this hashtag and you will definitely find her on Instagram. And I don't know, what about Facebook?
Facebook.
Yeah, do you have this hashtag on Facebook?
So we can use this hashtag everywhere, yes?
Yeah, everywhere. Mm-hmm. Just it's easier to find you by clicking on this hashtag.
Yes, I will also post something with this hashtag on Facebook, and you will easily find me everywhere. I am available all the time.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, join us on YouTube. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting me.
Bye-bye. Okay, Akbar, what about our next?
Before we go to the next one, let's challenge, you know, our participants for a while. Let's challenge their minds with some riddles, if you agree.
Okay,
and
just for a couple of minutes.
For a couple of minutes. Okay, only 2 or 3. And I would like to see the answers in the box. You know, lovely teachers, how many letters are in the alphabet? Let's see the answers. How many letters are in the alphabet?
We're still waiting.
Let me see the answers.
Yeah, the first answer is here.
26. Maybe. How many letters are in the alphabet? 26. Somebody says 24. 26.
Yeah, so.
Any other answer?
Yeah,
Which ABC? So you got the word. So let me know the number. 8 in the world.
Yeah, in the word.
8.
In the word alphabet, it means, I think.
In the word. Word? English alphabet? I said alphabet. 26. Okay, the answer is we'd better count the alphabet in the alphabet. A, L, P, H, A, B, E, T. So there are 11 letters. I'm sorry, 8, yes. 8. A, L, P, H, A, B, E, T.
Yeah,
8. So who got the first answer? Who got the first answer truly?
Yeah.
That's it.
You can have, yeah, you can see.
And the next and the last. Which letter of the alphabet has the most water? Which letter of the alphabet has the most water? Water.
The most water?
Yes.
Come on, I don't know the answer. You have the question in what language?
In what language? I mean English.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the idea, like C.
Okay, C.
Another one.
W.
Yeah, Morocco says O.
Oh.
Another one, C.
C. So the answer is C. Yes, C has the most water. C. S-E-A. That's true. Thank you. So let's go to the the next presenter because she's waiting for us. You know, I've got a pleasure to introduce her. She is an English teacher with more than 20 years of experience, and that experience consists of many interesting milestones. Apart from teaching general English at the number of academic institutions and language schools, it also includes working with quite a few specialized courses, for example, for theological students, military pilots, medical doctors, pharmaceutical specialists, and even breastfeeding consultant. She is an author of teaching blog and also an engine in the project named English and Travel, which offers language learning trips to different European countries. She's no one but Olga Fedorchenko from Ukraine. Olga?
Yeah, Olga Fedorchenko. Hello,
Thank
Olga.
you for coming.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. And thank you for such a nice introduction and near perfect pronunciation of my last name.
Yeah. We had some kind
Fedorchenko.
Yeah.
Sounds really great. Thank you, Akbar. Okay, so should we go exactly straight to your...
Yeah, maybe we should.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, can you make it in a presentation mode?
Yeah.
Is it full screen? You can press. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. So here we go.
I'm setting up now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you see, it is motivation, or to be more exact, student learning motivation that I'm going to talk about today. So this is something any teacher, I'm sure, wants to capture, establish, maintain, and grow. So when
Some years ago, one of my students told me, I'm losing my motivation to learn English. What should I do about it? Can you give me some advice? Honestly, I couldn't give any at that point. And more than that, I even took his words as a personal insult. I mean, what? Am I not doing enough to become a better teacher every day, constantly searching for new materials and new ideas to teach, and you still lose motivation? Does it make me a bad teacher, a boring teacher? But having done my share of reading and contemplating about the subject, I realized and I learned that there is much more to maintaining your students' learning motivation than just being a well-qualified teacher and a charismatic personality. So I've comprised this checklist, not very long, but I hope functional, which I now use myself and which covers, embraces all these areas that our motivation is built of. And now I know if I cannot honestly put a tick opposite some point, I know I'm in for trouble. I have some area from which my students' motivation can drain. Here they are, those things, encoded in pictures. And normally I would ask you, my audience, to look at them and try and guess what is hidden behind each of them. That would be my secret cunning plan to elicit more ideas about my subject, which did not occur to me. But as it is, we don't have so much time, so I'm going just to tell you what they mean, and then briefly to tell you about each of them, why I think each of them is so important. So, number one, I know my students personally. Number two, I know my students' levels of English. Number three, I know my students' learning styles. Number four, my students know each other personally. Number five, my students feel safe in my classroom. Number six, I give my students personal feedback. Number seven, I give my students autonomy. And number eight, I collect feedback about my teaching. So knowing my students personally, what do I mean by that? Surely more than just remembering their names. I need to know something about their family situation, about their professional background, about their needs, interests, hobbies, and also I would like to have some idea why they are here in my classroom studying English with me. Why do I need this? For two reasons. First is that will enable me to build up their intrinsic motivation through offering them tasks, activities, and topics which will be relevant to what their lives are about. Now, I've mentioned this term intrinsic motivation. It means that you are learning something just for the fun of it because you are enjoying the process, as opposed to extrinsic motivation, which is rather imposed upon you by some outer circumstances, like you need to study it because you need to pass the exam, or you need to get this job, or graduate from this university. And of course, as teachers, we understand that intrinsic motivation is a much more powerful driving force for keeping your students interested in what they are learning. But there is the second reason, and it is equally, if not more important. I want to establish a personal relationship with each of them. Because people in a relationship behave differently towards each other. People in a relationship respect each other and support each other. So if they know they matter to me, I will matter to them. If they know I have genuine interest and curiosity in their lives, they will find it harder to ignore my efforts, my tasks, and my work. Now, I would like to cover this one, knowing my students personally, as soon as possible, as early as the first lesson, because this is from where our relationship will grow. I love using those icebreakers, graphic organizers, where you have the place for a picture, which they should maybe just paste or draw a self-portrait. I do work with adults. Adults love drawing self-portraits. And then some information to fill in about their maybe like favorite books, favorite computer games, and something like that. And I will use this information later to establish rapport among my students as well. Not only me to them, but them among each other. Next, I know my students' levels of English. Now, this might seem to you like a little too obvious because, of course, every teacher knows the importance of accurate student placement into a group according to his level. But also, as a teacher, I know we don't always have that luxury of having these perfectly homogeneous groups. For example, at a university where I teach, I know it's never going to be the case. I'm always going to have multi-level groups. And so if I want every student to progress, I need to know exactly what every student knows. And then I need to implement some special instruments to manage such groups. And I need to be aware that this is always going to be like the weak spot, the spot where my motivation can leak from my classroom. So I need to solve a lot of problems, like do weaker students struggle too much academically? Do they feel depressed, nervous, afraid to speak? Do the stronger ones feel bored, for example? How do I pair them up for activities? The strong with the weak with the weak. And the answer will vary in every single case because it depends on the personalities of a certain group. And it is my task as a teacher to constantly look for solutions. I know my students' learning styles. Yeah, it's a common knowledge already that people learn in different ways. But how many learning styles are there exactly? The very first and basic theory of learning styles assumed that people had only three main channels of perceptual modality. In other words, the ways information is extracted from the environment. Then there was the fourth point added with writing, reading learners. Actually, if you go on the net and search for learning styles, you will come across different classifications. But the most recent research boils down all those ways to as many as 8 learning styles. And they include visual, oral, verbal, physical, logical, social, solitary, naturalistic. I'm not going to tell you in detail about each of them. And also, I don't think I'm qualified enough to exactly understand what my students' personal learning styles are, especially in a big group. But I must say that students just love doing those tests when they try to identify who they are. I always turn it in a whole classroom activity. And even if I'm not sure we have identified our learning styles correctly, there is one thing I can do for sure. I can make sure that my activities include different activities to appeal to different types of learners. For example, I will have some diagrams and graphic organizers to tend to visual learners. Or I will have some exercises where students will have to classify and group information for logical learners. I will have role plays for verbal learners, and so on and so forth. My students relate to each other. Why do I need that? Well, because I want to teach in a community of learners rather than teaching just a group of miscellaneous people randomly placed together physically in one space. Because in a community, again, people have relationships with all the good things coming of it that we have talked about earlier. In a community, people support each other and help each other. In a community, they feel less shy to make mistakes, so they feel less shy to speak up. They work towards common goals, and they feel safer, which brings me to my next point. My students feel safe in my classroom. Now, talking of safety, I'd like to underline that safe is the opposite of stressed out here, not dangerous, because high levels of stress inhibit the performance and just kill motivation. So I need to understand what the sources of stress can be in a classroom. And number one is I cannot do what the teacher asks me to because I don't know how to do it. So to avoid this, I understand that my tasks, the tasks that I'm giving them, should be manageable rather than exciting, because it is manageability that leads to competence, and it is competence that brings this feeling of satisfaction and this feeling of excitement, just because, wow, I can do that. And we all are looking for that feeling in our students. So, of course, I want my levels to be level appropriate and carefully scaffolded or supported, like logically supported activities to help my students up the ladder of mastering some skill with comfort, logically, without jumping over like 3 steps at a time, from easier to more complicated, just to ensure they will have competency, which will give them the feeling of satisfaction. And of course, I want to avoid excessive mistake correction, and I want my instructions to be clear. I give my students personal feedback on one-on-one meetings. Why I think it's important, because this is where I can focus on their personal progress, personal achievements. It's their personal road that we have to appreciate. And sometimes it is impossible if this person is a weaker student in a multi-level group. So this is the point where I can make up for his inconvenience and stress of studying in a multi-level group. We identify the areas to work on, and we can find the road to that. And we work out the suggestions together with the student, how to walk that road. I give my students autonomy. Now, this is a huge topic, just huge topic. Providing students with autonomy, which means the freedom of choice, is very important for growing intrinsic motivation. So I must honestly give them some degree of control of what is going on in my classroom and how it is done. To cut the long story short, just to put it in a nutshell somehow, because it's a really, really huge sphere, I will be using Professor Candy Stefano's classification of student autonomy. And she divides it into organizational, procedural, and cognitive. Organizational choice gives students a role in how the classroom environment is organized. For example, they may choose, not always, but sometimes, who they work with in a pair or in a group, who they sit with, where they sit physically in the classroom. They also can influence the deadlines of some tasks, and they also can have a say in the compiling the classroom rules. The procedural feedback or autonomy or choice can involve the choice of materials to use in a project. They can choose some tasks from an offered list or range of home tasks. Each can influence the form the final project is presented. That is how the final knowledge will be demonstrated. Some may choose an essay. Others may choose a slide, a PPT presentation, for example. And then comes the most complicated one, cognitive autonomy, but also the most important one, because it is hopefully something that gradually will turn our students into independent learners and independent problem solvers. So to give you the idea of this concept in examples, in relation how it might look at an English language lesson. So it can involve problem-based learning, where students have to work out, find out their own solutions to the suggested problems, individually, in pairs, or as a group. Or it may be combined, all three of them, in an activity which I'm sure most of you know, think, pair, share. Also, within the sphere of cognitive autonomy, students get to develop their own home tasks, or not home tasks, but just tasks for the topics mentioned. For example, at a theological academy where I teach, I may say, like, oh, this is a very long and complicated text for me, because I'm not a professional. You are professionals here. The text is called The Interiors of a Temple. So you know everything about the interiors of a temple. Please make up some tasks and teach me. And they say, no worries, teacher. We will teach you what it means and how it is done. And so they try to think how they need to teach their teacher their professional vocabulary. And within the boundaries of cognitive choice, students also have a say in tracking their own progress. So they need to be aware of what is being done, what is the road that they have already traveled, what are the problems, and how these problems can be overcome. And the last but not least, I collect feedback from my students. Am I fair? Am I approachable? Am I helpful? Do I give clear instructions? How do you feel in my classroom? What can I do for you? If I claim to be the teacher who wants to create a learning community in their classroom, and if I claim to be the teacher who wants everyone to contribute to the greater good, so I need to dare to hear their feedback, and I need to be prepared to accept criticism and their suggestions. After all, if it hadn't been for that student who told me some years ago, I'm losing my motivation, what can I do about it? I probably wouldn't have looked into this matter of motivation. So here is the whole learning motivation checklist, and now you know what is exactly hidden behind each of the entries. I would like to finish my presentation. First of all, I would like to thank you for your attention. And I would like to finish my presentation with the following thought. We can infinitely improve our teaching skills, and we can infinitely work on improving our qualifications. But as Dr. James Comer, who is a child psychiatrist and an educator, put it in a quote which is loved by many teachers, without significant relationship, there'll never be any significant learning. So thank you once more, and I really, really hope that I motivated you a little bit to look into this matter and to tame this wild beast, student learning motivation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olga. Thank you very much, Olga. I would like to ask you a question. You were talking about what makes the students motivated. But I've got a question about a teacher. What makes teachers motivated?
Well, the relationship always works both ways. So if the teachers are motivated, or if the students are motivated, this is the biggest motivation for a teacher. If I see that I'm inspirational, I'm loved, I see the results of my students, I'm super motivated. That's really so.
Have you noticed the comments?
Okay,
there were
thanks
so
a
many
lot.
people who just thanked you.
No, I wasn't able to write the comment, to read
Yeah,
the comment.
you can read them
You
right
can see
now.
the banner.
I will read them later.
Yeah, thanks for raising it. Really, it's really crucial to remember, especially when we are talking about the feedback from our students about how we teach and if it's appropriate for them. Yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, it's true that sometimes we are not ready to get that feedback from our students, because after that we will have to change something in order to do it perfectly. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah, okay. So join us on YouTube. And guys, please write your feedback on the session, and don't forget to use that hashtag Teachers Voice 2020.
Right.
Thank you very much, Olga. You can press the red button.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Yeah. And actually, I want to tell you a couple of words about the next speaker. So we are traveling to Uzbekistan. Saadat Tajibayeva, with her presentation, Bright Engaging Group Work Ideas for Online versus Offline Lessons. So Saadat is a qualified teacher and trainer of TESOL and IELTS with... What?
Sorry for interruption. Nothing. Keep going. Sorry.
So, okay. So she's an experienced teacher and, as far as I know, trainer with more than 20 years of experience in teaching academic English and TESOL in different international institutions. Currently, she serves as an adjunct professor of MA TESOL Webster University, as well as deals with TESOL and teacher training courses in Uzbekistan. Her passion to teach resulted in conducting engaging lessons, organizing workshops and masterclass trainings to share a variety of original, fresh, and involving methods, along with activities with other teachers to help them boost their lessons. And actually, as far as I know, she's going to do exactly the same stuff right now, just to help us to boost our teaching and consequently to boost our students' learning. Saadat, you're welcome. Hello.
Good part of the day. Hello, Evgenia. Hello, Mr. Akbar. How are you today? I see you have a lot of presenters and participants, and I have been watching the marathon from morning, and great presenters past. I like it. Their work very much.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'd like to share your presentation now, so it is seen, visible. Yeah, and you can start.
Okay. Good part of the day to everybody who is presenting and who is viewing our presentations in this excellent, brilliant marathon. Today my task is to share bright, engaging activities to facilitate group work online vs offline. Are you teaching young learners, or do you have a chance to deal with teenagers? Or maybe you are a teacher trainer and you are having TESOL examinations as well as TESOL courses with adult learners. It doesn't matter. My activities, these broad engaging activities, can help you to facilitate group work. It doesn't matter if it is offline or online. Do you think that these activities are the part of your lesson? Or do you think that even online sessions should be enriched with all the interesting activities? In this case, my presentation is a must-watch for you. Now, here we go. Let's begin. Let's begin with the first activity. Grouping activity 1. It is all about making compliments, apologies, and complaints. Are you tired of grouping your students according to the colors or numbers? Oh, don't worry. Now this is a new method for grouping your students to work along the lesson. Encourage your students to come earlier and tell them that the person who comes earlier to the lesson will help you to make grouping. And these people who came earlier to the lesson will make to two of their group mates compliments, apologies, and even complaints. It can encourage a very friendly atmosphere from the beginning of the lesson, and their mood will be 100% guaranteed, of course. Okay, want to use it online? In the era of pandemic of coronavirus, don't worry. It's okay to use all these activities online. In online version, if you are dealing with live online version, a live online session, in this case, use the chat of your Zoom or WebEx programs. Or are you dealing with full online classes? In this case, use the chat of your online platform. It doesn't matter if it is Canvas, Edmodo, or Easy Class. Enjoy. Your students will learn a lot and will just love this activity. Grouping activity 2. Worries under your chair. Now, working with chairs is very interesting for all the types of learners, and it doesn't matter what age they are. So, just come earlier to the lesson before your students come and get some stickers with numbers or just colored ones and stick the stickers under the chair or at the back of the chair and invite your students to the class. When they come to the class, tell them that today you are gonna have a very unusual grouping strategy and ask them to look under the chairs. It will be very interesting for them to move around and look under their chairs. And when they find the stickers, and then they should find another person with the same number or with the same color. It will be a lot of fun from the beginning of the session, and during all the lesson, the groups will work together. So here you can use another extension. You can also write some questions on the stickers, and the participants should stick out the stickers from under the chair, read the questions, and two people who answer these questions will work together with this person during the whole lesson. Wanna use it online? Okay, don't worry. There's a special group finder which is attached to my materials. There you can find group finder with different colored chairs, and you can group your students according to the colors they have chosen. It will be very interesting even in online session. 100% guaranteed. Grouping activity number 3. Here you can use a very simple toy spinner like this, or you can make it like DIY yourself or ask your children to help like I did it, right? You will use the spinner with the names of your group members, right? Your students. And actually, it will be better to use double spinner and ask the person who is volunteer to spin the spinner. When they spin, the person whose name is on the spinner appears on the spinner first will work with other people. If you make a double spinner and you will spin the second spinner and matching names, the people with the matching names will work together during the whole class. Okay, wanna use it online? Easy peasy, don't worry. There is a special app, which is called Wheel of Names.com. Just enter it, just adjust it according to your learners. Just write down the names of your learners on this spinner and spin it. It will work all for yourself. You will not do anything else. Just press a button and this spinner will choose your learners who will work together. It is very interesting app. Or you can use another extension here. Instead of writing the names of your students, you can use this kind of spinner in any kind of activity. Maybe instead of names, here you will write the topic of today's lesson and some related words, and you will ask the translations, definitions, anything. You can adjust and modify it according to your sessions as well as to your learners. Enjoy using this baby tool not only with younger learners or teenagers, but also with adult learners in teacher training courses. 100% guaranteed that all the learners will learn a lot and will love this tool. Now, that's all with grouping activities. Now let's turn to more interesting activities which can be used during the session. Activity number 4, which is called Who is a Real King or Queen? Give chance to your students to feel like king or queen for a couple of minutes or for longer extended time. This activity is very interesting. You see my students on the screen? They are very happy to wear these crowns for a moment. So, what is the procedure? Prepare some crowns according to the topic of today's lesson. Prepare, of course, some stickers where you will write the related words or concepts and tell the students, after grouping of course, tell the students, tell the groups that they should choose one queen or king, which will stand in the center of the room, and others will go around the walls of the classroom and collect the stickers with appropriate words according to the word which is written on the crown. It will be very interesting activity. You see, adult learners are very happy to play this activity. Wanna use it online? Don't worry. It can be easily adapted for online tools. Use any graphics, or my advice, my recommendation is using MindMeister, which is mind mapping tool, which is very helpful to design like this tree, and you can place the kings and queens in the tree, and your students can easily share their screen with their group, with each other in Zoom or WebEx, it doesn't matter, and they will complete the concepts or related words according to the topic which is written on the crown. It will be very interesting activity to your students. Wanna use it? Please, don't be lazy. Make DIY of like this crown. Now, it's getting more and more interesting, right? Activity 5. Think, pair, and share. Now it's high time to think critically. Make your learners, give you the chance to your learners to think critically and give them some topic which is very actual, currently actual. Maybe it will be about the effects of coronavirus in post-pandemic era, right? So give them some time to work individually, to think about all these criteria and make notes. After some time, ask them to find their peers and share their opinions as well as examples with their peer. And then when you turn to share with the whole class, you see in the picture the class will be boiling and bubbling. Everybody will collaborate with each other by sharing their brilliant ideas, especially if it is a very actual topic. Wanna use it online? Of course, use Zoom rooms or WebEx rooms. You know, in Zoom rooms we have special function where you can share your screen and where you can divide your learners into some small groups. Enjoy this activity. Actually, it is a very famous activity around the world. Maybe many of you had a chance to use this activity in your classes. Good luck. Now, activity 6. It is text mapping. I really love this activity. Why? Because it encourages the students to learn more. It is very useful for encouraging critical thinking as well as reading, watching videos, remembering everything, and making DIYs design something. You know, when the students are working creatively, their mind will work creatively and critically, and the result will be perfect one. So what is text mapping? In text mapping also you will use a lot of stickers, right? And here maybe you will give them one big text to read and just ask them to underline the main concepts and to note down all these main concepts on the stickers. Maybe you will show them some video, very interesting actual one, and they will collect the main concepts and keywords from this video and write down on the stickers. Or maybe you will give them for critical thinking sometimes, and they will think critically and write down their ideas in notes on these stickers. And ask them, after all, ask them to design something on the walls, on the furniture, or on the door, it doesn't matter, around the room. When the students are mingling around the room, they are going around the room, it will be very interesting and their mind works better, believe me. So, wanna use online version? Use any type of graphics. I do advise you to use iBrainstorm or Concept Board. There are also mind mapping programs or apps which are very similar to MindMeister, and there you can easily share your screen with your group mates and with your students even, and you can ask your students to write down all the related words and concepts here. Okay, activity 7. It's getting more interesting. Poll. Actually, polls are very involving and attractive for students. Here you will ask your students, stand up, cry out, wave their hands, and even say me sometimes, right? So I'm using poll in some different way. I will provide my students with some text or video or something else very creative, and I assign some groups, some small groups, and say, Group A, stand up when you can hear nouns in this text. Group B, cry out me when you hear some verbs in the text. And Group C, wave your hands when you hear some adjectives in the text. And I'll read the text aloud myself, or I'll ask another student to read it aloud. It will be a lot of fun when they move and their mind works at the same time, yeah? So, you are using online tools? Don't worry. Even in online, if it is live online, of course, you can use your hands like this, or like this, or in any online tool or app or platform, you see we have like these emotions, like thumbs, and like this thumbs, right? And like victory, and they can even use like these thumbs and victory marks. Actually, you can have an extension for poll. You can use the poll with the whole class at the beginning of the session or even at the end of the lesson for giving feedback, for receiving feedback from your learners. In this case, ask your students to stand on one line or in a circle, and then when you read the questions, they will do the actions. You can ask, stand up please, who knows what is globalization is? And then, who knows will stand up. Cry out me, who thinks that globalization is disastrous? They will cry out me. It will be very funny activity to involve your learners. Okay, activity 8. Listen and draw. Believe me, even adult learners, young learners and teenagers like drawing a lot. And you can use drawing in different ways, but you should also incorporate some knowledge into it. Without knowledge, you can choose any topic with your learners. Ask them to group themselves with 3-4 people and ask these small groups to choose one person who is very good in describing the pictures. This person will describe the picture and others will draw the picture according to this person's speech. This activity will improve their speaking skills as well as their creativity. For example, you are teaching crime, give them some picture about the crime and ask this person who is the descriptor to describe the picture. And by describing it, this person will learn as well as will use a lot of words which are connected to this awful topic, crime. Want to use it online? Okay, use MC Paint in Google Slides and they will enjoy drawing it. You see, my students are also enjoying it. They are smiling in the picture. Now, activity 9. This is one of the most favorite activities I have, and my learners always just love this activity. This is called What is on your bag? Yeah? So, ask the students to choose stickers from the table, and on the sticker you should write the topic and ask them to stick the sticker here and ask them to adjust or to stick one big piece of paper on their back to write, of course. And after sticking all these stickers as well as all these back papers, you will ask the students to find some nouns, verbs, or other tenses or any topic you can use. Ask them to go to each participant and read the name on the sticker. For example, if it is written noun, on the back paper, all other participants will come to this person and write only nouns which are related to the topic of today. It will be a lot of fun for your learners, believe me. But, you know, our classes are very multicultural classes. In some cases, according to pragmatics and culture, we cannot know that in this culture, in their culture, in the culture of our students, is it allowed to touch each other or no? Want to use something different? In this case, please use some boards and they will not stick the paper on their back, but they will use some boards and just hold the board and other people will come and write down on it. Because as a teacher and instructors, facilitators, we should pay attention to the culture of our learners. Do you agree with me? I'm sure yes, right? So want to use it online in this case? So use Google Slides. Assign separate Google Slides one by one to each of your learners and ask them to write nouns, verbs, some tenses, or etc. It doesn't matter. Of course, according to your topic of today's lesson. And bang! Activity 10. This is the last activity today we're gonna talk about. This is auction game. You know, auctions are always very interesting for all the people, even English language learners. So here, prepare some like these cards and some dollars to give to your students. Of course, the dollars are artificial ones before the session starts. And tell your students that you are going to organize some auction game with them. In this case, the game of Jeopardy, I'm sure you are familiar with this game, will help you to work with the questions. You see in Jeopardy on the screen, there are 100, 200, and 300 for each question. Ask your students to have some groups first. Give to each group 100, 200, and 300 plates. And tell them that they have just $600 or $1,000 and they can use to buy the questions from Jeopardy game. When they are ready, please on the screen show this Jeopardy game and ask the groups to choose 100, 200, 300 from any kind of topic related to your today's lesson, of course, from the board. When the questions are all answered, And the group who got the highest amount of dollars will be the winner. But don't worry, if any group cannot answer the related question, in this case, another group can answer, but they will get not the whole point, they will get half a point of the mark. For example, if it is 300, they will get 100 for this. And at the end, when the auction is over, the group who gets the highest amount of money will be the winner. Okay, wanna use it online, in online version? Use Jeopardy and encourage them to play it online. It doesn't matter if you are having face-to-face, live online, or full online. You can use this game. You can find a sample of Jeopardy game in the materials related to my session after the session, of course. And actually, I promised you to have 10 activities, but I cannot stand with this activity. This is my lovely one because I used to use like these stickers during my classes, and I provide my students with like stickers, and at the beginning of the session or at the end of the session, to get feedback from my learners, I can use them. Distribute 2 types of stickers to your learners and ask them, tell them that you will read some questions, and if they agree, they should use this one. If they don't agree, they should use, of course, this one. By this way, you will get to know what kind of activities they want to have during the session if you are using it at the beginning of the session. Or you can know what kind of topics they are aware of already, what you should teach to them, and what is already covered. If you are using this kind of activity at the end of the session for receiving feedback from your learners, it will work well, of course. And you will ask, did you understand everything? They will show this. If you ask, did you like my lesson with these bright activities, which I used just after the session of Miss Saudat, they will show this. And the last thing, never say that you can't do it, because you can do everything, and we are teachers. We should cut out T from can't, because impossible is possible for every teacher around the world. I believe that all the teachers around the world, it doesn't matter what kind of nationality they have, what kind of religion they have. We are all teachers, and we never say, I can't do it. We always say, I can do it, because impossible is possible. That's all for now with my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have also any questions, please feel free to ask. To write to my email here, missaudat.azinova@mail.ru, and we will collaborate with you, and I'm sure you have something to share with me also. We will share. Thank you very much. Back to you, Evgenia.
Well,
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you see the screen right now? You can see the comments, like we can make a change from can't do it to can do it. Yeah, it's amazing. It's exactly what our marathon is about, just to share our practical tips and ideas, what we can use in our classrooms. And I'm really thankful to you that you heard that idea about just giving something that can be helpful, and it's some kind of balance between online and offline teaching. Thanks a lot. All the ideas are really great. What it means to be a TESOL trainer and to be TESOL certified, you see? So great. Yeah, cool. Yeah, and we have tons of comments, I would say. Really, yeah, you can see you prove that learning and teaching English are fun. We shouldn't stop enjoying teaching process. Exactly what I think. Yeah, so many things. Yeah, people, thank you for your presentation. Where do you have any questions?
Oh, do they have any questions?
Oh,
No?
I asked, no, just we don't have any questions. They say they are full of new ideas for teaching. And I see, and I feel it through the screen that they're inspired to use different kind of activities you shared with them.
Yeah, and I have to add something else, that her bright, engaging group work ideas are bright and brilliant. Really nice. Thank you very much, Saudat.
Thank you for your compliment. And you're following making compliments as grouping strategy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to participate in this marathon. And I myself really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, if you want, please join us on YouTube. I saw that so many teachers from Uzbekistan have just joined us. Yeah, hello guys. We're really happy you're with us. Thanks, Saban. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so Akbar, who's the next person?
John, sorry, before going to the next, I would like to ask you something. Also, my teachers, lovely teachers. Have you ever seen a teacher in a Ferrari? Is that possible to see a teacher driving a Ferrari? Who has seen?
Yeah, let's wait for the comments. Because I don't know. It's just a tricky question, you know.
Yeah, that's it. But it's possible because I was the first teacher who drove Ferrari in my life.
Really?
And I'm going to tell you the story.
Yes, you know.
No. But today, you're going to see this is me, and I'm going to tell you the story.
Yeah, tell us the story because you see caps lock, just capital letters. No.
Okay. So there were two teachers. You know, me and Samad, Mr. Samad Samadov, the director of SRM teaching. Yeah. It was the first year of being teachers, and we were talking with each other. You know, Samad says that, I thought, would it be possible for us to drive and to be in our own Ferrari a day? I said that, well, what do you think? When do you think is possible? After 10 years of teaching, 20 years of teaching. And he said that for me next week. I said, come on, you mean that you get that money that you would be able to buy a Ferrari next week? I said, not Ferrari, but maybe a BMW. So next week, you know, showed up. Samad was in BMW. I was shocked. Being a teacher, only after a week, he is driving his own BMW. So I asked him the story, and he said that it's easy. It has nothing to do with teaching. You know, I was sitting near the pole where my mother-in-law was walking. She just fell into the pole, and I jumped in and saved her. So she bought me a BMW. I got a story. Next week, I was driving my own Ferrari. Do you know the story?
No.
The same story, but a bit different. You know, I was sitting at the pole, near the pole. My mother-in-law was walking by the pole. She just fell off, and I did nothing. She died, and my father-in-law bought me a Ferrari.
Really? It's awful.
Yeah. So teachers, from now on, if you want to drive your own Ferrari, do what I did.
No,
please. This is the story of my own Ferrari.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next one. Actually, sorry to share this story. It was only a joke, nothing real. Actually, I love my mother-in-law a lot because she's sitting with me here and she hears and understands me English. Well, that's it. So the next one is, as Eva says, let's travel from Uzbekistan to Ukraine.
Yeah, back to Ukraine.
Are you ready? Fasten your seatbelt. She's the founder, of Mrs. Bochuk, English for Young Learner Learning Center. She has been teaching English for more than 15 years. You know, she works as teacher trainer of the School of Tomorrow. This is a beautiful name, School of Tomorrow program. She did her TKT1, TKT2, TKT3, YL, and completed CELTA-P program. She believes in lifelong learning. She enjoys working with children, and she enjoys learning from them. Her life motto is, everything you do it heartily, as to the Lord. She is no one but Rima Ochek.
Yeah,
Welcome,
hello,
Rima.
Rima. What an announcement, you see.
Yeah, I don't have stories, right? Just teaching, you know. Just
Okay.
It's a great pleasure for me.
who is fond of teaching.
Happy to see you. Yeah, nice. Thanks for joining us. So let's go straight to the presentation.
Yeah.
Akbar, see you later.
Can everybody see my presentation now? Yeah.
Not yet. Yeah,
No?
we can see it. Yeah.
Oh, great.
So let's get started.
Okay, so I would like to start today. I would like to share just a few small tips on how we can use movies in our classroom. And these are the ideas which I have started using with my kids, and I would be really glad if they would work in your classrooms. And if you have some other ideas to share, just feel free to write them in comments or just text me later. So, movies. Everybody loves watching movies, and I'm not an exception. And our kids are not exception. They love watching movies, and recent studies show that kids, they spend a lot of time online. We know that. We don't need any studies for that, yeah? Kids, they spend more, 60% of kids, they watch a cartoon in a cinema every month. And 40% of kids, they watch 2 or 3 more cartoons or movies with their families or just by themselves at home. So, we are living in a digital world, and I know that there are so many things. How can I say? And why could we use movies in the classroom? So I come out with few points which are really valuable for me. First of all, as I started, that's a digital education. We live in a digital world, and the kids, they love all these gadgets and digital tools. So digital learning is so popular now. And the other thing is not only that they could watch something, but all the movies and the films and the cartoons, they involve some social, emotional learning. Our kids could find out about the world they live in, about how other people feel, how they feel, how could they cope with that. And the other thing is also a moral ethic emphasis. Every movie we watch has some kind of moral emphasis. For example, there are some which talk to us about the respect, about trustworthiness, and so on. And I'm so glad that these things, they get so popular now, and that now teachers, they pay more and more attention to the soft skills and social emotional learning. And of course, as for us as English language teacher, we can have movies as a great educational tool, because when we are staying in the classroom, our kids, they get used to us, to the way we speak. But when we can have a chance and watch a movie, they can feel a real language. And this will be a great experience for our students. They can get improve their reading, speaking, writing skills, and also in general, it can open our minds. So why not to give it a try? So lights, camera, and teach. So what do we take, or what do we start from when we want to create a lesson based on film? So I have thought, and I came that I would divide it into 3 parts, how I would recommend you to create a lesson. So you have, of course, you need to change to choose a film which will be appropriate for your students, to their age level, to the language, to the culture, and all other issues. And you have to think about the activities which have to be done before, while watching and after watching. At first, I thought like movies, that they are just entertainment. But as for us as teachers, we know that we need to have a teaching meaningful, meaning everything what we do, it has to have a learning goal for our kids. So I would start from the first one. So how do we prepare to the movie lesson or movie party, how I call it to my kids? First of all, you have to find a movie, a cartoon, or a scene, or maybe a clip. You may watch it in parts, or you can just show a part of some or a short video to your children. It's okay. You can follow the same procedure. Once you have found it in advance, go and watch it. Watch it 1, 2, or 3 times. Why is that so important? Because you would really feel what is it about, what language could be taught, what moral issues you could teach your kids. And once you have the general picture, you can move on to thinking what could be applied at your lesson. What could be your lesson aim, and what your students would be able to do after they watch this movie. After you have created the goal of the lesson, you can move on to the keywords and start thinking how many words you would choose that you would like your kids to learn from it. Then you have to think, how would you like to present them before they watch? So when they watch, they could feel confident and they could really get the main point of the film. Afterwards, you need to think, what will they be doing while watching? Because our kids, they need to know why and what they are doing at each step of the lesson. Once they know why they are doing that, once they are challenged, they could start working on that. And the third part would be the after watching activities. So once you have prepared all this stuff, we go to the while watching activities. Let's talk more about them. So what could be done? You have a movie. You've told your kids the name. Maybe you have made a poster with what day you will be watching it and what's the theme. First of all, they could predict from the name. Often names are chosen in such a way that you could talk, or they could find out what is that word meaning. For example, I will share with you a lesson plan of Inside Out cartoon. I had to teach my kids what is Inside Out, and when they saw the picture, they had to think, what is it about? Like, what are the main characters? They were predicting what it's going to be about. Then I have presented the key vocabulary words to them, and I have given them the while watching worksheets. So what would I like to tell about while watching worksheets? So once they know the words, you give them the while watching worksheets, and their goal is to keep children focused, not only on the picture, but on the whole picture of the cartoon or movie, or maybe to get some, what could they find out about the characters, the main characters. So this would need really good note-keeping skills, which we can develop in our kids. So I would divide this while watching activities into 3 groups. So the first one, it will be a general ones. And as for me, you could design general ones, which could be used every time you present this kind of lesson. So they could include the title of the movie, the director, the plot, or some main characters, and general overview. You could create some general questions that could ask them what they have been watching about. And the third one is my favorite. That could be some specific based on the certain cartoon or movie details. For example, when we were watching Inside Out, they had to find out about each character and write down, like, what did they find out about this or that character. And it's okay to stop and give them some time to write down and have some teaching moments while they're watching. So we have watched the movie, they have filled out their worksheets while watching. What could be done afterwards? It could be done the same day. You can start a small brief discussion, talking with your kids and finding out like what did they understand, what was it about. And I like starting it from the whole group, then having some activities for whole class. Then maybe I would give them some deeper activities or some more creative things to do so that they could do it in groups or in pairs. For example, they could create a character, or they could create some kind of poster, or they could have a deeper discussion in small groups. And the last thing, and usually I would give them as a homework, is some kind of individual section. It's the part what they could apply to themselves. Like it could be what is their view to this situation, like which was in that movie, for example. What do they think about? How is that connected to their life? It's something kind of that kind of questions. And of course, if your kids are elder, I don't remember if I mentioned, I'm working with a primary school, so we watch movies with a 3rd and 4th graders at like 9 and 10-year-olds. But if you have teens or adults, you can adapt it for them. So they could write a report that would be really good, or sorry, review, a film review. You could show them some good examples, and then they could write their review. But what is very important, that we should watch how our kids are participating in groups, in the class activities and individually, so we could analyze how it worked with our classroom and what could be used. So what extra activities do I use with my kids? By the way, the pictures you see, these are my kids, and these are some photos from our parties that we had. When we were watching Inside Out, you can see some colors. We were making different colors from Skittles, and we were talking about colors, about how are they related to emotions. And afterwards, we've started watching the movie. And we have also have a tradition, like often my kids, they know that it's a thematic party. For example, we could have a mixed up party. You could see this girl's hair, like different colors, and they were wearing different color socks. And later I would relate that to the cartoon and say why we did it this way and how it's in our life, like what is being different, what different emotions are, or something like that. So you can think how you would call that. The other thing you could do is create some invitation or tickets, make it like a real cinema, so your kids would be excited. Oh, we're having a cinema night today with our class. And of course, some snacks. I don't know how it works with your kids, but whenever I say that we're going to have a movie party, say popcorn. Yes, of course, we have movie parties with popcorn. And now the last party we had was online, and we were having some snacks everybody at his place. So the other thing I would also involve to some of the parties are games, especially online games which involve their gadgets. And I like creating Kahoots. Once they have watched the movie or a cartoon, I create a Kahoot and they quickly can compete. They love competing and answer some easy questions. And the other thing I use at the lessons is because of the Paul Harvey, by the way, he's going to present today, it's acting out. So you can find a script of the cartoon and you can print out really interesting parts and you can act it out with your kids. And I'm so inspired and waiting till my kids come to this classroom and we can act out some of our movies that we were watching. And you can use your imagination, just be creative. We have heard so many great ideas today, and all of them could be used for while listening and after listening part. The other tips I would like to share, because that was not that well with me when I used. I'm not that professional, but I have really heart for that and I would like to improve. So one of the tips I would share with you is watch it. Because sometimes I have been to some lessons where teachers, they saw, okay, that's a good video to show to my kids, but they haven't seen the end part. So watch it really well and make sure it fits your age group of your kids. It's okay to split the lesson into different parts. I told it before, so you can create like series of lesson. I will share one lesson based on Inside Out and some ideas which I use, but you can split it into several parts. I've told it before that we can stop for teachable moments. It's like a lesson, so you have to feel free to act like a teacher. Feel like whenever you see that they get like they're not that concentrated, you can stop, have some rest, make a break, continue. So feel free to adopt it the way it works with your kids. And they're very also one of the important things, it has to be interested for them, not only to you. So make sure the thing which you are showing them won't be boring, because teens and other kids, their taste might differ from others. And of course, analyze what are you showing. Once you have shown something, just see what could be used next time, do it better for the next time. How I came up with it. Once I have been to the cinema, they were showing Inside Out cartoon, and I really enjoyed it because it was talking about emotions, but I did not know how to make a lesson on that, because I thought that movies, these are just fun and no learning. They will relax, they won't listen to it. And I think in a year when this cartoon was in our cinemas, I think in a year I have created the lesson, and it's so good to do this lesson later. If this cartoon is so popular now, don't do the lesson right now. Especially, I mean, like if you are living where English is not their mother tongue, because they will start speaking their native language, like using their L1. And this was, and that was really nice, how we have started using Inside Out. And recently, we didn't have a chance to meet at the classroom, though I miss my kids so much. We were watching the cartoon online, and it was called Over the Hedge. It's quite old one, but we could talk about friendship, about true friends. We could talk about healthy and junk food. And here on the screen, you can see a list of the words which I were presenting to them. And also one of the tests they had to find out who is who, which character's name is who, and they had to write down what they have found out about them. I have created Kahoot based on that. And I was in my classroom with popcorn and on my beanbag, and they were sitting at home and having their snacks. And later they sent me a picture of their snacks, and next lesson, after watching this movie, they were sharing whether their snacks were healthy or not. So that's all. I think that you would give it a try, and you will enjoy watching movies with your kids. And by the way, the last thing I would like to mention is that now, when we cannot meet with our kids and we have to teach online, you can use a flipped classroom. Like first, they could do some activities at home, like they can watch it at home and do your activities, and later you can gather on the platform where you meet with them and talk about this movie. So this is the way we do it now. So feel free to ask any questions if you have. You can find me on Instagram or Facebook. Just type in Rima Buchuk, and I'll be glad to meet you and answer your questions. So thank you so much, Eva, for this great day. If you have, you can find me on Instagram. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, thanks a lot.
That's awesome.
It was really nice. I liked the session a lot. It was so really amazing. Actually, I knew about that idea, how to use movies, because we had our live stream on Instagram. And it was the reason why I asked you to share this idea. Yeah, really nice. Rima, we have one question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Miss Natalia asks, do you watch movies during the lesson or send it as the homework? And how much time does it take?
We were watching movies at the spring. Usually we watch them at the spring or autumn break. So kids, they don't go to school and they love coming to our school. And I'm not a kind of public school. We're a language school. So we give an additional language to our kids. So they come here for 3 hours, like approximately 3 or 4 hours. And we did it as a whole, like, for one time. Like we were watching a movie for one time. I didn't split it into 2 parts because the break would be really big. Because I don't see my kids every day. They come to my school twice a week and we just have lessons. But that was done as a club activity for us, like as an extra speaking activity. But they enjoyed so much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, it was really informative. Akbar?
Yeah, Rima, I have to say something else. You may be only a teacher to the world, but to your students, you are a hero.
Oh.
And to me, you are a movie star. Believe me, you are. Don't you think so, Eva?
Yeah, I do agree because I know Rima.
Yeah, fully energetic.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Rima. Just if you have time, if you want, join us on YouTube.
Yes, I was here from the morning and I took so many notes, like so many new ideas from teachers all over the world. So I'm so excited. Yeah,
thank
hi to everybody.
So just to leave the studio, you can press the red button.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll talk later. Okay, bye-bye. So, Samad, it's because I'm going to present the next speaker. Yeah. So the next person who's going to deliver his speech is
BMW driver. Remember that.
BMW driver. And I wanted to say something and you interrupted me.
I'm sorry, because I just mentioned the story.
Yeah. So this actually, as I said before, we are traveling today, and now we have to travel to Azerbaijan. The next speaker is a TESOL self-certified English language teacher as well as an IELTS instructor. He has been teaching for more than 20 years. He motivates and empowers teachers and students to reach the next level. He believes that being multitasking performer helps him to stay flexible in his classrooms, which are full of different cultures, personalities, and learning styles. So let me invite our friend and the founder of Start Teaching and Learning, Samad Samadov. Hello, how are you?
And my lovely brother.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
One more thing, the true picture of a teacher.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. Okay.
And you can see me?
Yeah. So should I share your presentation?
And can you see my presentation?
Yeah, can you just, thank you. And please press that button like to hide the bar.
I'll do whatever you wish, whatever you order, I will do.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much again, and good evening, probably good morning for some, good afternoon for the rest. Thank you very much again for joining this really amazing marathon. I've been watching since almost the beginning, and I've really learned a lot. I've always been lucky, generally, to be surrounded by a large circle of fantastic trainers. So, and of course, in my teaching experience, I've met teachers that really inspired me a lot to think, not just only think about the ways of teaching, but also about the ways of implementing them in our real classes. So Akbar, Eva, by the way, you are the ones that really inspired me a lot. So to be honest, after meeting several years ago Hugh Delep, who, one of the co-authors of
different books on teaching lexically. Probably most of you have heard about him. I somehow started, looking through the activities and tasks that I've been using so far, just over again, and I kind of decided try to work a little bit more in teaching vocabulary. So the fact is, we always learn. The process of teaching and learning never stops. And every time, we teach, while teaching even, we learn some new ideas can come to us, or let's say even today, I really met brilliant ideas, presented by different teachers or different teacher trainers. So what I'm going to do today is just try a little bit to share my experience of the way teaching vocabulary, right? So I guess that many many of you will agree with the quote by Wilkins that without grammar very little can be conveyed, and without vocabulary nothing can be conveyed. So yeah, it might be arguable somehow, but the real thing is that vocabulary is really the most essential part of teaching and learning of any language. And today, within this about 20 minutes, we're going just to look through some, let's say, some tasks that might help you in your real classes. So the thing is, vocabulary building, there are plenty ways that we can help our students to kind of activate their passive memory, activate their passive vocabulary that they learned probably even several years ago when they were at school. So the point is that I generally work with adults. So and as I even mentioned, I mainly prepare students for different international exams, including the IELTS. So, and when facing with this type of students, you always see how much vocabulary is important. So, today I'd like to present a few tasks that I usually use when teaching to IELTS candidates, especially when they are kind of prepared for writing tasks. They need a lot of vocabulary stuff like that. So my job is just try to simplify and simultaneously give them a little bit more challenge to feel that they really know the language. I mean, in terms of vocabulary stuff, the thing that they should do is just to put that into practice, but trying by actually activating their passive memory. So let's look at an example of a task which will definitely help you in expanding the vocabulary of your students. So what I do is, okay, let's get started, and let's look at the very, very simple and very, very short sentence, which contains only 4 words, like pollution, 1 is, so every single word, it counts, so that's why A, that's the 3rd word, and problem. So there are 4 words in this simple and short sentence. Pollution is a problem. My job is try again to nudge my students a little bit further for them to remember the word in their vocabulary, so to put and to somehow develop the sentence to make it a bit wider, right? So, and of course, the questions that we are planning to ask that will I mean, the questions should be structured in a way that will help you elicit the words that you intend to hear. Let's say one of the questions might be, what kind of pollution might be a problem? What kind of pollution might be a problem? So again, you try to elicit some words. So I could say different ones, right? So let's say as an example, it could be air pollution is a problem. So next step, again, you're going, now you've got 5 words, right? So never forget that, let's say in terms of writing task of files, writing task 2 of files, well, surely you know about it, that you need to write at least 200 words. So this brainstorming is really very crucial to think about, you bring the idea and then you have to widen, you have to extend, you have to somehow expand your idea, putting some more words into your sentence, because again, you need appropriate number of words. All right, so air pollution is, and if you notice here, I try to elicit nouns. Over here, I try to elicit some adjectives. And they can give you different adjectives like huge, big, enormous. You try again to simplify by somehow directing them to find the proper words. And in this case, of course, you will definitely ask them to think about adjectives. And let's say it could be that air pollution is a serious problem. Now we've got 6 words. The next thing, the question that I can ask them is, air pollution is a serious problem where? And they will think about the words related to places. And it could be in big cities. Right? How many words do we have already here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we started with only 4 words, and now we've got 9 words, right? Let's move on. And then, what are the real reasons of air pollution? Like, what causes air pollution? The question might be asked for eliciting, the next pair of words. And that would be from cars. Air pollution from cars is a serious problem in big cities. Now we've got 11 words. The next one they can think about, you can help them think about some conjunctive words, and they can, if they can even revise their grammar knowledge, like it could be, although, in spite of the fact, although air pollution from cars is a serious problem in big cities, it is still underestimated by many corporations. So totally, now there are more than 20, so there are 22 words in the sentence. So we started with a very simple sentence, having only 4 words, and we ended up with 22 words, which is really a very good technique. I mean, I've been using that for many years, which really, apart from that, it somehow also gives, this self-confidence that they can make sentences. They can make complex sentences using their short ideas, which is really very, very useful, especially when writing academic tasks. So the next type of exercises could be about word families, which I also find pretty effective. So what I do, I try to have one sentence. Let's say in this example, we have the difference between our opinions on the subject is obvious, right? And then I ask my students to change, kind of reformulate the sentence using different parts of speech this time, but having the same, I mean, keeping the same meaning. And from the example, we can see our opinions differ. We use here verb this time. Our opinions differ on this subject, or our opinions seem different on this subject. And now adjective comes out. We think differently on this subject, and now adverb. And after giving this example, surely you will ask them to do some exercises because they definitely need to practice. So the first one they will choose from the table. The first one will be, I mean, to find will be easier for them. And if we look at this sentence, some private schools are quite selective about the students they admit. Now they've got the sentence, some private schools are quite selective about the students they admit. And then you can, if you wish, you can divide your students into pairs or groups and ask them, for example, group A, make sentence with noun like selection. Group B, use selectively. And group C, use select, if you wish. If you do not have enough number of students, you can even you can even use it when teaching one-to-one. You know, that's no problem. Anyway, and the versions might be absolutely different, right? So I mean, like one group that produce the sentence with noun in the way like the selection of the students in private schools. The other group could present something different, but using again the same noun. So this type of exercises are definitely helpful for brainstorming again, for activating their passive memory. So surely we should work on with these exercises, especially with intermediate level students, intermediate class. But if we work with some lower level students, we can somehow simplify the type of exercise. I mean, the words probably. But anyway, they both would be kind of acceptable for all levels, probably except beginners. When we talk about a bit lower levels, we can use, let's say, really simple but effective and useful type of exercises. So we call it verb wheel. Verb wheel. I'm sure that most of you know this type of exercise, but anyway, for those who have never tried it, they can even create their own wheel of different verbs when, for example, they want to teach some particular verbs, and they can make up to 15 or 16 or could be 18 sentences, but exactly following the way that you see in on the screen. Like if you see the first verb, that's the wheel, let's say so-called wheel, and you have here options of verbs. So and the first one, so you can see the first verb as an example, right? By the way, what about the instruction? Complete the square by finding the verb missing from each sentence. The first letter of each word is the same as the last letter of the word before, which really, simplify to find the correct verb. So let's start. The first one is start. Let's start. Let's go Let's do the first one. So, and for the second sentence, students know that the verb will start with to, and it has only 4 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he or she goes to look through the verbs that start with to and have 4 letters only. So they exclude this tank, and now they have 3. Again, in terms of struggling, I mean, probably they can have some, the vocabulary might be lack. That's why, putting this verb into the will again simplify the way that they will find the correct verb, right? Okay. So, and then let's say again, in this case, and then they put that into the sentence. So can you tell me the way to the station? Tell me. Okay. Number 3, it starts with L, right? And it has only 3 letters. Okay, we've got only one word here with L, and it's definitely less. So again, I'm not trying to confuse my students. I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to give them the types of exercises that they can really deal with, right? I'm talking about a bit lower level students, right? To have them feel really confident, because that is the thing about motivation as well. If they from the scratch, if they start struggling with doing different kinds of exercises, that's for sure that they will become demotivated. So our job is also think about the ways how can we motivate our students when we work with different vocabulary stuff. Another type of exercises would be about guessing, so-called what is it? Guessing the subject probably, and it also gives them the chance to brainstorm, right? To remember again the words that they had in their previous learning. It shone brightly all day and made the room very warm. Okay, what's it? All right, the sun. The artist took 2 months to paint it. What's it? Picture. So, by and large, this type of exercises, again, they will definitely help your students. Again, I repeat, because I lived through that in my practice, and then I experienced that in real classes. When your students are demotivated, especially when they cannot remember words, or vocabulary always makes trouble. So that's why when preparing on, or when giving them exercises related to vocabulary, we should be really very accurate, because motivation is very important. Or we also had that kind of wheel. So, and in this case, so if you see each five letter word starts at the edge of the wheel and ends in the center. So all the 9 words here, the last letter of them is R. Now it's a little bit more challenging. I wouldn't say that it's completely challenged, but it's a little bit more challenging. So you can use again. You can, depending again of your student level, you can provide them the answers. I mean, in terms of the options, and they can decide choosing from the options that you presented. Or you can just give some more definitions. You try to somehow convey the meaning of the words that they're supposed to find and put into that wheel. Let's say number 1, not the winner, loser. A person who makes bread and cakes. Who is that person? They can. So on and so forth, right? All right. The next thing is about a word ladder. A word ladder. Let's look at the instruction. Change the top word into the word at the bottom. Use the clues to help you. Each time you change one letter only in the previous word. We change only one letter in the previous word. Sometimes you might not know the word, but you can guess what it is possible, and it checks, of course, if you wish, with your vocabulary, with your dictionary, right? So let's say the first word is rise, right? So we need to change only one letter to guess the next word. And there is a clue. Fruit ready to be eaten. What's that? That's ripe. Now we have R-I-P-E. Ripe. All right, so my next word, again, almost the same, but I should change only one letter. Take spring. What's that? Rope. One of the parts in a play taken by an actor. So the previous one was rope. I need to change one letter, and what's going to be? Yes, rope. So, now we can continue if you wish. Either at the two ends of the Earth's axis. What's that? Pole. White in the face, pale, and so on, right? So you can, of course, you can make your own word ladder and try it in your classes and see is that effective for your learners or not. Well, another type of exercise, which is a bit more difficult in terms of here, I try to push my students again to think about their family and to reformulate or paraphrase the given sentences. Let's look at the first sentence. So their first task is just to put the correct form of the verb in the which is given in the brackets in the gaps, right? So surely the first one is we are waiting for the arrival of this plane. Arrival. So we use here noun, right? So you can always, again, especially working with students for, taking academic module of IELTS really helps in that. So you ask them like, what's the part of speech for arrival? Noun. Okay, what is arrive? It's a verb. Now, I would ask you to use arrive in the same context. So, and what's that? We are waiting for probably him to arrive. Or we are waiting for his plane to arrive. Right? So in some cases, you can also ask them to think about passive voice when reformulating. Again, it also helps in terms of revising your students' grammar. Let's say if you look at question, the sentence number 7, that there is some new equipment in the laboratory. So how would you change the sentence this time using equip as a verb? You can change the verb form, but you should use equip, as a verb. And probably the passive voice will be the correct one. And I'd say the answer might be the laboratory is newly equipped, right? Okay. So, and as we know, many words in English, they are used in different ways. So that's why we should also think about this type of exercises where one word, like in this case, coal, it could be used in different meanings, and we should try to help our students adding some probably some prepositions or making them into the collocations to put them in the sentences, but with different meanings. If you look at, so call, we have call back, call election, call off, call, all these words are related, collocated with call. The most students call him by his probably surname, right? They have decided to call the what? So I mean, all the exercises actually they are really useful in terms of activating your students' vocabulary. So that's it from me. Thank you very much, and I hope that it was somehow useful for, even if for some of you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Akbar. So that's it from me.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Samat. Really useful. There were so many comments. Just thank you for those useful techniques and strategies that you share with the teachers.
Thank you.
On behalf of all of them, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Okay, so press the red button and join us on YouTube.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay, so we are going to announce the next speaker, and we are still in Azerbaijan, I mean, in terms of traveling. So Akbar, are you ready?
Before going to the next speaker, may I ask the participants something?
Yeah, please. Yeah, but
I am a word.
Don't say anything like.
Okay. Ferrari, no. I'm an English word. If you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. Listen, I'm a word, an English word. If you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. If you pronounce me wrong, it is right. What word am I? Let's see what they answer. Again.
What's the first letter?
No letter. Listen, I am a word, an English word. If you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. If you pronounce me wrong, it is right. What word am I? Let's see what participants say.
Just they are saying thanks to Mr. Samad.
Yeah, there are so many thanks to Mr. Samad. I have learned the A to Z of teaching from Mr. Samad.
Yeah, just still thanks. And we don't know. Can you say it again, please?
Yes, this is a riddle. I am an English word. If you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. If you pronounce me wrong, it is right. What word am I?
Yeah, you can see the ideas. The first one,
yes,
from Rashida. This idea came from Morocco. This one, I believe, is from Ukraine. Yeah, I don't know the country. Anyway, we have.
Okay.
And Lesia said that it should be wrong, just in capital letters.
Yeah. So the true answer is wrong, because if you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. You pronounce wrong rightly if you say wrong. True?
Oh, come on. Yeah, we've been doing this marathon for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Time for riddles.
I am a word. If you pronounce me rightly, it will be wrong. So you only pronounce wrong rightly if you pronounce it wrong. So wrong is the answer.
Yeah, exactly. You see what Youssef says? It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, mind-blowing.
Yeah,
that's
great.
it.
Yeah,
so
great.
The next one. So still we are in Baku, in Azerbaijan. No need to fly.
No.
Well, this guy, Rauf, I know him well.
Really?
We also met each other, yeah. Rauf Pashabeyli is a TESOL and TESOL certified trainer from Azerbaijan. He has taught English as second language for 5 years. Right now, he works on developing practical curriculum for teachers who want to learn how to engage with massive audience and stay comfortable with working under this pressure. Ralph also is the leader of TED Talks branch in one of the international schools in Baku. He loves interacting with people and finds it interesting. It helps him to understand the variety of people's thought, as it says, different people, different mindset. In his free time, he is occupied with self-development, working on IT skills, learning new languages, and so many other things that he will be with us right now.
Okay,
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Hello,
welcome.
Eva. Hello, Akbar.
Glad to
Thank
see
you
you
very much.
here again.
Glad to see you too.
I'd like to ask you to mute one of your, I don't know, broadcasting, maybe on YouTube.
One
There is some
second.
kind of echo.
Actually, right now there is no absolutely any broadcasting. There are only one device, like this computer. That's it. Nothing
Yeah.
else.
Can you say something beautiful again?
Can you hear me? Clear?
Yeah, it's okay now. I think it was something wrong with that part.
All right, so I'm very thankful for inviting for this great marathon, and also I'd like to thank Mr. Samad for a great presentation, and also regarding the expanded vocabulary, and also all teachers that shared your all priceless tips and tricks how actually we can implement them in our future learnings, and your ideas are very grateful. Thank you very much, and also to you, Eva, for inviting me this marathon. So let's start our presentation.
Yeah, can you share it? And then, yeah, I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Yeah, you can start.
All right. So what's actually a persuasive speaking skill, and how does it vary from informative speaking skills? So first of all, before going into how to lead the masses of people, we have to understand what kind of speaking skills do we need. In case if we lead this informative speaking, we have to understand that informative speaking itself, it is something that's specified with specific topic. However, the persuasive speaking is the speaking that changes the idea, change the mindset of the students, or let's say parents, or the whole audience that actually listen to you. And you have to, in this case, transform their ideas into the right one that you actually think are right. So let's start this topic. As we all understand, the persuasive discourse, and let's say persuasive speaking, should be as a formal speech. Of course, let's imagine the situation: you are going to the parents' meeting, and like there are a bunch of parents are sitting, and let's say 15 or 20 people sit there, and all of them, let's say 50% of them actually ready for fight. Another 50% are ready to hear the compliments about their children. And if you come up to the stage and you'll say like, hello guys, I'm so happy to see you, it won't work definitely, because they will see, is this a teacher that actually talks with the let's say people that let's say not youngsters, but they're actually people that own respect. So for them we have to speak in a formal way. So in any case, you should speak in a formal speech while interacting with this audience. So we understood that the persuasive speaking is intended to persuade listeners to change their opinion, to change their ideas and the mindset to the right one that you think to make it. So how to make it to work for sure. So it's supported with arguments and backed up with statistics, examples, and expert opinions. All right, look, in this case, we all understand that numbers talk loud. So by statistics, we can understand that we can provide students, let's say, test results. Examples, oh my god, parents like when their children are in example mode, especially when it comes to the project working. Oh my god, they just get crazy for that. And expert opinions, why it's needed to have this expert opinions. In this case, Parents think that, all right, this is not the only teacher that works. He has the backside also that actually covers with the experts, so that they can understand that expert push you to the right way, so that they understand, yes, their children in the right hands. All right, so to structure the persuasive discourse, it's actually similar like yours structuring the essay. So as if how you plan the essay, you got the introduction, you the body, you got the conclusion. Of course, we're not going to too deep when we cover like body one, body two, the first paragraph, the second paragraph, and the conclusion statements. But we will cover in this short presentation, we'll cover the exact thing that we need for general persuasive discourse. All right. So first, we understood that it should be formal. Second, we have to understand that these ideas that we have to persuade or change the idea of audience. And third one, we have to back it up with statistics, examples, or expert opinions. Okay, so here we go to the next slide. Let's start from introduction. We understand that every essay or every speech, it starts with a grabber or let's say catcher. So we got this rhetorical questions, number one, provocative statements, number two, and short anecdotes. In my case, I love short anecdotes. Oh my God, this is like the brilliant experience when you are in the very, very serious situation and you come up with a little bit of fun that actually makes this intense to get lower. So you get like, I'll share my even story when I had this situation. When there was a parents meeting and we all were actually, they were sitting and I was standing in front of them and I got myself the paper. So what I did, I just took the paper and I said, all right, I will start reading like this. Okay, today we all met here to say goodbye to, oh, I'm sorry. No. All right, so today actually we are going to talk about students' activities. And this is actually that adds their idea like, oh my, what just did happen? Where, to who we are going to say goodbye? Is our children will be out? No. And in this situation, everyone gets relaxed, that everything is cool, and they start to get like more engaged in the process. Here we go. First things first, grabber, rhetorical question or provocative statement or short anecdotes, or let's say the fun story. So next, at the end of introduction, we have to provide the previous statement. What does a previous statement mean? It is containing of the thesis statement and three arguments. All right. Now, before we actually move on, we have to understand what actually thesis statement is. Thesis statement is the sentence that covers all the introduction and gets audience ready what you're going to talk about, moreover in the future. And this is what we need for these three arguments. Three arguments are going to talk, actually going to provide this audience what you're actually going to talk about. For example, let's say student name Steve. So he is a good student. He's a very smart and he likes to work in team. However, what we have to work on, we have to work on this statement number one, statement number two, and statement number three. And in this one, they will understand that, okay, now this is the student that is going to be talked about, and this is the factors that are going to be covered. All right, so body. Here we go. This one actually covers already now the statements that we provided during the introduction. So as I said, speakers' three arguments are developed. So in this argument, we have to say, for example, teamwork skills. So this is the first argument, and we have to describe about it everything that we can regarding this student. But guys, we have to be very, very honest regarding this, because you know, in some cases, teachers want to make it exaggerated to be too good, to make, let's say, parent to be happy, but they have to consider that this happiness will be short-term happiness, and afterwards they will see the result, the real result, and they will say, okay, but our teacher said that our results are pretty good, but what's now? So in this case, we have to consider that honesty is the best weapon of ours. We have to provide, even if it's bad, we have to be a more diplomatic way, and we have to provide this statistic in a right and understandable way, so that parent do not feel himself like, oh my God, why my students like this way? No, 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 not like this. At least just maintain the right diplomacy between you and parents. This is crucial. All right. Each argument introduced with transition term. So transition term basically is like, firstly, secondly, what we're going to talk. So why we need this transition term? It gives an order, it gives accuracy to what you're going to talk about. While writing an essay, or let's say while writing an email, you're structuring the whole process, how you actually going to talk about. So same stuff with this speech. You talk about everything that should be one by one. Like you cannot go like chaotic, like one there, one argument here, one argument. In some cases, even you have to make, connection between all of these arguments, so that parents can feel, this slight movement of your speech. Like you don't go like straightforward changing the topic. No, just slide forward. You just go throughout this what you want to say. Okay. So the third one, backing up. The backup is always needed for us as teachers. Believe me. In this case, we use again this statistics, expert opinion example. However, in each of these paragraphs, or let's say in each of these body part, let's say we need to have at least two types of these evidences. So evidence number one may be statistics, or let's say example, or let's say it can be expert opinion and example. Just play with it as you want, but at least include two of them. Why do we need it? We need it to show, teach again, parents that their children in my hands, and they actually shouldn't be sad that they choose us as a teachers. So even for the great expectation, let's say we have to give, let's say by statistics two evidences, by expert opinion two evidences, and by example two. For example, let's say statistics. It can be test results by 2 semesters. It's great. Like when you do the end of term, you can actually already get to the statistics point. You can get to the expert opinion. For example, the opinion of HOD, the head of department. They can provide the opinion about this student exactly and how they were maintaining their progress during out this period. Okay, an example. Again, as I said, parents really love it. When their students, when their let's say son or daughter in example mode. So providing, as from our side, activities more like team-based or project working, it will boost up the example rate so that we can use it as our own evidences. Okay, we say like, oh look, he was working in this project, he was taking active part in this project, and several projects like this way. So what we have now, body. So we got 3 arguments that were given introduction, so that we develop in the body part. Each argument introduced with a transition term, first, second, third, and backing up with arguments with at least 2 of following evidences: statistics, expert opinion, and third, example. This is actually crucial. Okay, let's go next. When you actually get to the conclusion, you have to make your audience to get ready for that. You're already finishing your speech. So by conclusion, again, you have to use these transition terms. So to conclude, in summary, or to finish, you cannot say in like, okay, your student has to work on this side, and let's say teamwork has to maintain in this category of working, and now I want to finish my speech. That's it. Goodbye. No, it doesn't work like this. So in conclusion, we have to add summary, or to finish, or to conclude. So basically, this is the transition term that you use for finishing up or summing up your ideas. So as you see here, the most important here is also summary statement. What is summary statement? Summary statement that you already covered during all these 3 parts of arguments. So let's say, again, let's say to conclude, I want to sum up the ideas that we have today. What he has to work on this statement, on that statement, and this statement. That's it. What his pros, he's good in this. Perfect. Everything good. Parent exactly knows on what his son or daughter should work on, and they already see the big picture. And 3, they can understand that you can assess their students in the right way as they need to be. Okay. So also, what is clincher? The speaker ends with the clincher. So clincher is also like, the statement that was given in introduction. that problem that they will go work about, and it is connected with this. So as if you're striking straightforward to introduction. For example, today we're going to talk about the student that has some problems regarding the teamwork, and you, after you provided these arguments, you finish it with clincher and you say, okay, so the let's say measures that can be taken regarding this teamwork can be, and again you offer the solution. That's the thing, that's the point why actually they came up and why actually uh listen to you. They listen to you in order to get the solution for their son or daughter so that they can move on to better progress, to maintain their results in the, let's say, straightforward line. That's actually what they want, that's what they seek. They do not actually search, let's be diplomatic, they do not search you for, let's say, discouraging them. No, they search for your solutions to their problems. So in this way, as a teacher, we should dig up into their mind and see where really they have a problem, and how we as teachers can help them, to get through and get over this and to be better than they are now. As it said, it's better to be better than you before than to stay as you are right now. So every time we should work on this, and every time we should work on getting better, not only ourselves, but also our students. All right. So regarding the persuasive strategies, we have to also view at the strategies as, the points that will help us to keep our speech in organized and direct mode, let's say. First, keep it short and simple. Long stories are boring. Let's admit this. And of course, this situation when teacher speaks like this, and today we're going to talk about this story, and imagine it goes for 1 hour. Oh my god, mind blow. In my case, I wouldn't be able to stand even 10 minutes in this situation. That's why teachers should always know when to raise voice and when to lower. Even though to highlight the main moments, they have to raise their voice, basic stuff, and when they actually see the stuff actually they don't need in this case, they can lower down their voice and pronounce it, however, not highlighting it. All right, keep it short and simple. That's main. Everyone needs something that can be short and simple. Next, repeating yourself. Repeating yourself is not meaning like they should say again, again, again what they said before. No. In this case, they have to repeat things that parents want to hear. And in this example, that their student is good, that their student is smart. This is the thing that motivates parent to think, okay, that's good. This teacher is good because he sees this part. But of course, you shouldn't be always like, your teacher is good, even though he got 2, even though he got the lowest mark, but he is a good student. No, it shouldn't work like this. You have to keep the balance between saying good things and also criticizing it. It shouldn't be like 100% criticizing and 100% of, let's say, saying good things and blessings. This is the thing that you have to keep in harmony. And also using transition terms. This is crucial because parents should know what should be first, what should be second, what should be third, worked on, and also provided as from us as teachers. But it shouldn't be like chaotic, like one there, one there. Okay, your student is, I'm sorry, what's the name of your student? Okay, I forgot. No, mind, he is bad at teamwork. No, not like this. First, second, third. All right, let's go next. Asking questions, rhetorical and direct. Does your student enjoy learning in our school? Probably yes, that's why you're here. Basically, this is how it works like in overall question. The questions play the crucial role. Why? Because they see that you are eliciting the knowledge from them so that they can understand their students also are going through the same process of questioning. Because teacher always gives a question at the end to get the feedback, to get the understanding that yes, student understand today's lesson. In order to know if student knows today's lesson, at least got anything, teacher must ask questions, right? So let it be rhetorical, let it be directed, ask questions. And of course, we got to get over these few don'ts that we have to just avoid as possible. And what they are: don't read your speech. When you go to the speech, when you go public, you shouldn't like keep your eye only on your paper and sometimes going out and look at the audience. Not like this. You should just relax and deep breath in, deep breath out. Don't think about anything that your audience may think. Like when you go out to the stage, let it be the classroom, let it be even the online version, let it be the real stage. Every moment when you are in the middle of the attention, this place for you is your stage. You have to be the owner of this stage. And how you actually can be the owner is first, you have to show your confidence. You have to show that you don't need this paper to read. You don't need anything. You can, even if something happens, you can improvise it. That's why you are the, let's say, skilled teacher and you have this word base that can figure out from any situation that is possible. Let's say, in this case, when we are a teacher and we have the situation when we didn't prepare our lesson plan. Happens, and I know I'm not the only one who had this situation. So imagine we have this lesson plan situation where we actually lost everything, and we have students, let's say, more than 35 in 2 classes. So what we have to do in this case, we have to improvise. And how to improvise? We got the technology right now. We got, for example, during the lesson, we can add, for example, if it's English lesson, we can just launch the conversation with students and we can actually work on the vocabulary, as previously was talked in Mr. Samad's presentation. So in this situation, we can actually work on expanding vocabulary. We can work on the listening to music and somehow to try to sing it. Or we can actually work on riddles, like Mr. Akbar's riddle. Perfect. So why not to use all these stages and to make our classroom not chaotic, but more likely to make it structured during out the session, even if you lost, let's say, lesson plan. So first, be confident, be sure that you're the owner, and 3, don't think about what others may think about you. That's the crucial thing. All right, let's go next. Don't stand in one place. Let's say in public speaking, and not only in public speaking, the speaking overall, we understand that our body language plays a huge role. We cannot provide any idea just standing like this and just not moving. It's impossible. First of all, you understand that you are closing yourself and you're just shy and you show that you got this not confidence, you're not absolutely free and you get what you have to do, just open up. You're like open for any question, you're open for any interaction, you are ready, let's say, ready to fight. Let it be with students, not fight in the physical way, but in, like, say, moral, more likely psychological. And you are ready to get anything that they challenge you, and you have to get to this all challenges that they propose you. All right. So don't stand in one place. You should move, but don't move in the first forward, the fast way. Relax as if you're walking and want to share your idea with friends. That's the thing. All right. So and also don't talk to just 1 or 2 people in audience. I know this happens a lot. During this moment, when you go to the classroom and you're not ready for this momentum of improvisation, you choose 2 people, or let's say 3 people, who are most active, and you actually ask them the questions that in order to keep the lesson in balance, right? In this case, what you should do. Okay, you ask one student that knows something, and the second one, actually, you have to ask from the student that even doesn't know anything. You actually have to provide it, and you have to get him up to the level of the student that they actually going to. In most classes, actually, in most schools, they got the system of leveling. So all students with the same level, they sit together. Okay, even if they are different, but it will not be like advanced and elementary, of course. It will be with slight difference. Even the slight difference will not play that big role for you. But if you get the situation that you have to ask these 2 students or 3 students, you can arrange group works. you can arrange the 2 or 3 groups, let's say, and to these groups you have to add this person as a monitor, not as the main work, as a monitor. He has to just look around how the students work in order to keep the balance in the classroom. Okay, so not the active workers, but monitors. We have to get the whole class to work. This is what we should get to. And the last one, actually, what will be, do not avoid making eye contact. One of the reasons that people feel like this person is not confident is when the person doesn't look straightforward to the eye. I'm not saying staring like this way, it will not help. Strangers will think, let's say parents, strangers, like students, they will think, why teacher looks at me like this way? It's very strange. I feel discomfort. No, it's not like this way. In most cases, you have to just, when you refer the question, you have to relax. You have to just get to the process as if it is smooth and light, and you go through this like with open mind, and you're free to take any challenge. So with these few don'ts, we already got it, and basically to get the whole classroom in engaging, you have to add these activities that will provide them the interest, and they will actually provide them the understanding of the materials. So in any case, let's actually sum up what we had today from today's presentation. In any case, you have to get the structure. You have to use mostly this order that will provide this first, second, third, and also providing this structure of introduction, body, and conclusion. And also one main thing, don't be slow and don't be too fast. Use pauses. Pauses in any public speaking, even in any situation, they give audience the momentum to digest the information that you actually gave them so that they can accept it and say, thank you, we understood it. So basically, I finished my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm open up for them to answer. Also, if you would like to contact me, this is my mail, bakuwork08@gmail.com. I'm always open up for your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raoul. It was really interesting. You know, people were listening to you and just not typing comments because they didn't want to miss anything you're saying. Yeah, I expected to get some kind of questions, but what we have, you can read right now. Thanks a lot. It was perfect. Yeah, and again and again. Yeah, people agreed with you just that making eye contact is always a perfect way to communicate, not to communicate, but to establish some kind of rapport. Great. Actually, Akbar mentioned before that you got your TESOL trainer certificate.
Yes.
I have an idea. Where did you study for TESOL trainer?
I studied with Mr. Samad. He provided me lesson regarding the TESOL and TESOL, and I was really lucky that we were the first group that actually got this certificate in the whole Baku and the whole Azerbaijan. So Mr. Samad's project was the first in the whole country. So I was really lucky that I got this opportunity to study there and to get the certificate, and also to meet Mr. Akbar. Because we had different trainings there, and we had a lot of information regarding the teaching, how to teach English, how to establish the contact with students, and how to provide the lessons. So actually, that was the starting point where I got the huge and very good amount of information that was really helpful for me in this case.
So you had your classes with SR Teaching and Learning.
Yes, absolutely.
So it was that first group, I don't remember, in December or December.
Actually,
yeah, when Ramon Medriana came from Philippines.
Yeah.
He was your trainer. Great job. Yeah, I'd like to join you one day there as well. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much again.
Really useful. You're joining us on YouTube, and we have our next speaker.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm leaving the studio. Good luck.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I'd like to introduce another speaker. Yeah, Aziza. She is from Morocco. She's a qualified English language teacher with more than 15 years of experience. Her considerable expertise was gained and enriched through her serious work in different private primary classrooms in Rabat, Casablanca. She got her BA degree and she has been nominated as one of the examiners of Cambridge tests for the 3 levels like starters, movers, and flyers. Am I right? Yeah, great. Aziza, I'd like to ask you to speak up a bit, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Eva. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I am really happy to participate in this international webinar that gives the opportunity for teachers from all over the world to express their voice. Being an EFL primary school teacher from Morocco, I'd like to thank the staff and my colleagues in Ihsan School. Today's presentation is about English through video projects. In my presentation,
Can you open your presentation now? Okay, please. Yeah, great. Can you make it in a presentation mode, like a full screen?
Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Yeah, we can see. And please just click that button like to hide. Can you see it? Not the blue one, but next to it. Yeah, okay, let it be like that. So let's get started.
Okay. In my presentation, I'll talk about multiple intelligences theory. After that, I will show you a video sample before concluding my presentation. Now I start with a general introduction of the topic. You know, nowadays many teachers utilize multiple intelligences in their teaching philosophies and work to integrate Gardner's theory into the classroom. Learning more about the multiple intelligences can help you better understand students' strengths and weaknesses. Project-based learning as a new teaching method has a large benefits for our students. That is to say that human beings have very different kinds of intellectual strengths, and that these strengths are very important in how kids learn and how people represent things in their mind. Multiple Gardner developed a theory called the multiple intelligences theory. This theory confirms that there are different types of intelligences. These intelligences are as follows. First, visual spatial intelligence. Here, students are good at visualizing things, or I can say students with this intelligence are good at visualizing things. For example, they are good at reading maps, chants, videos, and pictures. They are talented in interpreting pictures. They also enjoy drawing, painting, and the visual arts. Second, linguistic verbal intelligence. Here, students are able to use words well, both when writing and speaking, like telling stories, memorizing information. and reading, or debating, or giving persuasive speeches. In other words, linguistic verbal intelligence means how easily the student is able to express himself, or how easily he is able to grasp the ideas given in the particular intelligence. The career choices for these types of intelligences could be philosopher or could be a teacher. The third intelligence is a logical mathematical intelligence. Here, students are good at reasoning, recognizing patterns, logically analyzing problems like how to use numbers, relationships, and patterns, and analyzing and solving problems and mathematical operations and computations. To put it simply, logical mathematical intelligence is how fluently these students are able to solve the mathematical problems. The fourth intelligence is bodily kinesthetic intelligence. Here, students are good at body movements, performing actions and physical control, like physical movements, dancing, and sports. In other terms, bodily kinesthetic means things which are related with sports. Also, the students can be talented in activities such as dancing. The fifth intelligence is musical intelligence. Here, students are good at thinking in patterns, rhythms, and sounds. I mean, rhythm and music, and they can enjoy singing and playing musical instruments and recognize the musical patterns and tones easily. They can remember songs and melodies. Here, students demonstrate high competence in thinking. It would be a good idea to say that musical can be of operating different type of instruments, or can be singing, or can be something related to songs. The sixth intelligence is interpersonal intelligence. Here, students are good at understanding and interacting with other people, assessing the emotions, motivations, desires, and intentions of those around them. Students with this intelligence show a tendency towards using conversation. In my opinion, interpersonal intelligence is how easily the person is able to have a conversation with another person, so that they are able to convince the others very fluently. The seventh intelligence is intrapersonal intelligence. Here, students are good at being aware of their own emotional states, feelings, and motivations. They tend to enjoy self-reflection and analysis, including daydreaming, exploring relationships with others, and assessing their personal strengths and weaknesses. I mean, self-reflection and self-awareness. That is to say, the students here are aware of themselves. They can understand their psychology. The eighth intelligence is naturalistic intelligence. Here, students, the relationship between the students and nature, and are often interested in nurturing, exploring the environment, and learning about other species, find their patterns and relationships to nature, categorize and catalog information easily. Here means how the student is able to adapt the environment surrounding properly. The students can understand the differences between plants. In my presentation, I adopted to theories. The first is multiple intelligences. The second is the project-based learning, is known as PBL here. So what is PBL? Is a teaching method. Here, students gain knowledge and skills by working for an extended period of time to investigate and respond to an authentic, engaging, and complex question, problem, or challenge. In PBL, teachers make learning come alive for students. In PBL, unleashes a contagious creative energy among students and teachers. In PBL requires critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, and various forms of communication. In PBL involves the use of higher order thinking skills and learn to work as a team. For me, PBL is a new opportunity for students to explore and develop their intelligences. Time, a project teachers should be aware of the overall learning objectives. Among these objectives, teachers must be mention key knowledge. Also, teacher must be aware of the designing the elements to meet the high standard of PBL. These elements are the video project must be challenging, public product that is made by the students in their social context. Their project must be subject to criticism. And we have reflection here means deep thinking. Student voice and choice means the project gives the students the chance to express their opinion. And we have authenticity here. That means the project should be done in their real situation. And the last one is sustained inquiry. Here means the project must guarantee. So now I have taken these two theories into consideration in designing video projects. These are the steps that I use with my pupils. Step 1, I give pupils a vocabulary bank to get familiar with the subjects. I define and I explain the keywords. Second, each student writes paragraphs, ideas, or make videos about the subjects and send it via the platform. The third step is I correct the exercise and send it back to the student. For example, I correct spelling mistakes, pronunciation. Step 4, the pupil chooses the type of intelligence in which he feels more comfortable. The last step is the pupil makes a video using the intelligence of his choice. So now let me show you some samples of video projects before I close up my presentation.
My name is Malek Alish. I'm a student in 6th grade at SN School. I'm 11 years old. I'm sure that you understand the current situation of coronavirus outbreak. This time is really hard. If we work together as one community, we can overcome the situation. I think the best way to keep safe from the virus is to stay at home. Also, we must frequently wash your hands with soap and water. You must use a hand sanitizer from time to time, but be careful. Don't touch your eyes, don't touch your nose, and don't touch your mouth. When you go out, put on your face mask to control the virus from spreading. Next thing is social distancing. When you go shopping, meet people without hugging and shaking, just say hello. Also, while coughing and sneezing, please cover your mouth and nose with a flexed elbow, like this. Or use a tissue. But be sure that you get rid of it as quickly as possible. Now, what you can do as an easy step is to share this video with your friends, family, and teacher. This way, we can fight this pandemic and get to our normal lives as soon as possible, inshallah. There is no need to be scared. Just be careful and please stay at home. Thank you.
To conclude, the multiple intelligences model aligns with the project-based learning framework. The amalgamation of these two theoretical frameworks describes what students should be doing, learning and experiencing in a good project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Aziza, thank you. It was nice. Actually, you sent me several videos of your students. And if you don't mind, I'd like to share those videos with our participants and we can just upload them into the folder. We're going to send them together with materials. Just want to think about that. Is it possible?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. So this way we can just see how it was done by you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you. If you want, you can join us on YouTube and you can press that red button to leave the studio below the video. Yeah. I'd like to remind you that we still can use that hashtag #TeachersVoice2020. I've already checked Facebook and Instagram and I saw lots of posts. Thanks a lot for your feedbacks. Yeah, and now I'd like to invite another person, Mr. Raza Molai. We are traveling to Iran right now. So what I'd like to say, I know Mr. Raza personally, He has been teaching English for 20 years, and he's mainly focused on teaching general English as well as an IELTS exam preparation. He has been running teacher training workshops and seminars for 5 years, working in Turkey, Iran, Azerbaijan, and where?
Dubai.
And in Dubai. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, due to some technical issues, the presentation will be just in a different manner. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, and Rosa, please let me know when I should go to the next slide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, let me do it. Yeah, can you see it now?
Okay, okay, thank you very much. So can I start? Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Eva Tatarova. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the International Marathon for all English teachers around the world. And thank you very much, SR Teaching and Learning, for organizing such event for all teachers to share their experience and their knowledge. And thank you very much again, Mrs. Evgenia Tatarova, for being a really great help for me for joining due to some technical internet problem, and I really do appreciate. So due to the subject that we have here on the screen, we're going to talk about a technique that we need for tracking our students' learning process. Maybe it crossed your mind that a technique for tracking our students, learning, what is it and why do we need it for? Here, before we step forward, I want you to consider about, very small issue in your mind that it doesn't matter you are experienced teacher or you are in-service teacher or you're novice teacher. Here, we want to talk about something that we all need it as a teacher. We all, should care about it. And we are going to discuss about a technique which is really important. This technique is very important. So I want to begin my actually discussion about this important technique with a question for you all teachers. Have you ever thought about your lesson plan before you are going to start your teaching? So I mean that sometimes, due to our experience, we prepare our lesson plan, we prepare our materials, we prepare everything, and we are experienced teachers. But unfortunately, when we go in action into the class, when we deal with the students, we face something unpredictable, and that make us, a little anxious, or we get back, and we think more about what we have done before. But now we want to focus on that important issue that we are going to be really successful in our teaching, especially for the experienced teacher and novice teachers. For here, a technique that we're going to discuss, we're not going to teach vocabulary. We're not going to teach any system in English teaching. We're not going to focus on lexis. We're not going to focus on other skills that we need. The only thing that we are going to focus is about our learning process. The learning process is very important, especially for all teachers, but not only for children, not only for teenagers, but even for adults. You really need it as a teacher to consider about it deeply and find a way, how to bring your lessons in more productive actions in the class. So here we are going to talk about that important issue and subject. Eva, could you please go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so the only thing before teaching, we want to notice about something important, something which is really vital. I call it vital for all the teachers to consider more about their teaching and about their learning and about their students. The only thing that we want to consider is about the learning process technique. Learning process technique. What is the learning process technique? The learning process technique is to consider all aspects of learning of our students, plus the behaviorism. Behaviorism, it has two parts. It has two parts, physically and emotionally. So physically and emotionally, we have to consider on them as a teacher because we need them. So maybe this is the question in your mind that you say that why and what for I have to consider on the physically and emotionally, behaviorism of my students. I have enough experience. I can tackle all the problems, and I don't need such a things to run my classes better and better. But now, the only thing that we have to consider, there is a deep understanding between students and teacher. So as a teacher, I have to find a key to open that lock, okay, of the deep understanding between my students and I as a teacher. So now here, could you please go to next slide? Is it possible go to next slide? Do you hear me? Okay, so let's continue. To create an effective relationship between teacher and his students, okay, we have to focus more and more on the relationship that we are going to have with our students. So that relationship, it could be, in different ways, in different situations, in different places, schools, institutions, universities, or other places which are related to teaching. But now the only thing that we have to focus on as a teacher to follow this technique is our relationship with our learners and students. So as I said before, it doesn't matter, you are teaching young learners, you're teaching teenagers, you're teaching adults, but the only thing that you have to focus is the process of learning and create and create actually that base of deep understanding between you and your students. So to develop the students' learning process, the most important factor besides all teaching skills is to understand and feel our learners. So when you feel your learners, you can teach them better and better. So what does it mean by feeling our learners? So maybe it has different definitions, but the definition that we are going to talk about it in this part, okay, to use this technique in our classes, which this technique is really, really practical for you teachers to use in your classes, and then you will see the result and the positive feedback and the positive outcome of this technique in your classes. So the technique is focusing on the process and feeling our learners, okay? How we feel our learners, and why do we need to feel to actually to understand and feel our learners? Do we think that feeling is going to change the atmosphere of our class, and is it practical for our classes, for our lessons, and students are going to like it or no? But here we want to discuss about it more and more in details about feeling our learners. So the first step is that we have to consider about the behaviorism of our students. So the behaviorism of our students, it could be physically and emotionally. We have to consider and put it in our mind, and then we can start teaching. So if you prepare your lesson plan, you are fully experienced teacher, but when you don't understand your students, you are not going to be able to transmit all the correct data which you organized in your lesson plan into the class and into your students. So why we want to bring this technique here, okay, for you teachers to share, because we have very, very important factor we are going to focus about it, which is the relationship of the teacher and the students. The relationship of teacher and students, it has advantages for all of us as a teacher. So if I'm a teacher, if I want to be successful teacher, if I want to teach, in a right way, I have to create that safe environment and safe relationship between my students and I. So why this relationship is important, okay? Because here we're going to mention some of the advantages of this relationship. So number one, we are going to empower the learning motivation. If I feel my learners, I'm going to create, that motivation inside my students, and they are going to be more and more interested in what I'm teaching them. So the second item is students feel safe. So when my students feel safe beside me, okay, if I'm not experienced teacher, my students, they are going to learn what I say. They are going to be more motivated beside me. And the lesson and the class environment is going to be more and more practical and useful for all. And the other thing is that to increase the mutual respect. So the positive part of the teacher and student's relationship is to increase the mutual respect. So if I don't respect my students, make sure that my students also are not going to respect me, and everything is not going to be in order. This is the reality which is happening around the world in different classes, in different levels, mostly in young learners, teenagers, adults, okay? So it's better to create the mutual respect. If you are experienced teacher, you have to create that base of relationship on respect. And the other thing is that to develop the learner's talent and abilities. So ability is very important for the students, and you as a teacher, you have to monitor closely the learner's ability and talent. You should not ignore. So this is one part of that relationship, that when you want to be a good teacher beside your students, you have to help them. You have to see them, to bring out their talent, to see their abilities, not only ignoring them. So I have seen that in different places, that some teachers, they think that we have all experiences, and it's not necessary that we see the talent, we see the abilities. But in case that for becoming successful teacher, it doesn't matter. You're teaching in different environments, but you have to see your learners' abilities and your learners' talent, because they see you as a teacher. When they feel free beside you, when they are safe beside you, so they need you to see them. They need you to find out their talent and to feel them. So the other factor that we are going to see is about a technique that this session we are going to share our knowledge about it. The technique is that, first of all, for using this technique for monitoring our learning process is to knowing our learners. So when I know my learners, okay, I'm a successful teacher. When I don't know my learners, if I have thousands of years experience, I'm not that professional teacher because I don't know my learners. So this second thing is that their learning style. So knowing the learners and learning style is very important, especially for multi-level classes. Maybe you are a teacher, you are teaching in the other country, and you have mixed ability classes. So you must know how to handle and how to feel beside your lesson plan. If you remember, if you prepare a powerful lesson plan, but you ignore knowing learners and you ignore their learning style, and the most important factor here, you ignore the generation type. So the generation type is very important. You have to know that your students belong to which type of generation. It helps you a lot to prepare your lesson, to prepare your lesson plan, how to teach them, how to talk to them even, and how to prepare your other information to be transmitted. So then when we notice that the learners, their learning style and generation type, then we are going to the weekly tracking. So weekly tracking, so we are going to monitor our students' performance inside and outside the classroom. So for inside and outside the classroom, we have to monitor our students and we have to see them, as I mentioned before, and also the reaction of our students on different subjects. So Why the reaction of our students on different subjects? So when we want to use this technique, okay, which is going to help us, okay, to monitor the process of learning of our students, it's better to see their behavior. It's better to see the reaction on different subjects. For example, you're teaching grammar, but when you look at your class, you see that some of your students are just playing with the fingers or just looking at their books, you know, and not fully, you know, paying attention to you. This is the main reason that as a teacher, we have to track it, because this is one part of our students' learning process. So, and their interest before and after the lesson, their interest, our students' interest is very important, and I have to consider it as a teacher. When I teach vocabulary, I monitor and I see my class that they are really interested for teaching vocabulary or they dislike. This is very important. We have to notice. And their homework. So if I give them that homework, they are doing that successfully or no, or they are bringing different excuses, okay, not to do that. And parents' reactions. So I have to keep a good contact with the parents' reaction. And also I have to talk to them sometimes as a teacher to see the performance, that the students will understand that my teacher not only monitoring my behavior and my educational process and learning process inside the class, even outside the class, I am important for my teacher, that my teacher is tracking me and trying to see and know what I'm doing outside the class environment. So the technique is that, so we have to prepare a list that we're going to share that form with you to use it weekly as a weekly record in your classes, and to monitor the items that I've just mentioned here. And then finally, we are going to the conclusion. Next page, please. We are going to the conclusion that teachers what to do finally. Teachers what to do finally. It is very, very important for them, for the teachers, to tracking the learning process, monitoring and the students' behavior, finalizing the students' learning style and mood, and find a solution to keep students get involved in motivation, and keep the weekly records to check the monthly progressive results. So as a teacher, we're going to share that form with you, and you can use it in your classes weekly. Due to the item that we just discussed now, and I have mentioned them, you know, one by one, you have to consider about your students' learning style, students' generation, and you have to know your learners, the reactions on different subjects while you're teaching, and different skills reactions of your students, their behavior outside and inside the class, and your relationship, and you have to make a record weekly. And finally, end of the week, you have to sit as a teacher and you have to monitor what you mentioned in that record, and you have to bring out that result that you are a successful teacher, your students like your lesson, your students like your class or no. And then you will find your faults, you will find the main result, the main, you know, factors that you really need in your classroom, and your students, they are going to feel better if you solve all these problems between you and your students. So finally, as a teacher, you have to use this technique. As you use, for example, lesson plan, you use different techniques for teaching different skills. Okay, it's the time now to use this important technique, which is related to the behaviorism and which is related to our students' learning process. This is very important. If you don't care about your students' learning process, you know, physically, emotionally, okay, you are not going to become successful teacher, because our duty in the class is not only to teach and go. Our main duty first is to feel, then teach. So thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much again, SR Teaching and Learning, for providing such a effective event for all teachers to share their knowledge. And thank you very much again, Mrs. Evgenia Tatarova, for everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Since I was sharing my screen, at least I was trying to share my screen. I saw then there was some kind of trouble and the screen was freezing.
Yeah.
And I
know
couldn't
that.
see any comments. And yeah, so let's go through. Yeah, as you can see, Elvira, hello. I'm really glad you're with us. So she said that teacher-student relationship is the first what teacher should do after entering the room. It's crucial. Yeah, completely agree. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you can see, thanks a bunch. You have just demonstrated a good example of lesson planning. And also hello from Ukraine. Suma, hello. Just hello, Ukraine. Yeah, we have teachers from so many countries today. Yeah, thanks, Raza. And just, I'd like to ask you, if you want to continue watching the marathon, please join us on YouTube. Yeah,
sure.
To leave this room, press the red button there. And yeah, I'd like to invite our next speaker. You know, be a bit.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Rosa. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you.
And I'd like to announce another person, another speaker, and I'm really happy that this person is going to present exactly this idea. I'm sure you know about whole brain teaching, and I'm fond of it. Yeah, I'm so sorry, just how many hours have we doing that? And yes, now I'd like to tell you that the next speaker, Alina Dinik from Ukraine, she's going to talk about brain-based approach in teaching English to primary learners. It's really great opportunity to listen, to learn from this speaker, because before we had some kind of rehearsal and we discussed lots of interesting questions, and I'm sure today she's going to share lots of nice ideas. So Alina studied at Nizhny Novgorod State University at the Faculty of Foreign Languages, where she got a bachelor's degree. She graduated from Kyiv National Linguistic University. Also, she worked in Kozak Gymnasium as a teacher of foreign languages. She has TKT-YL Band 4, please pay attention. Also, she got CELT-P qualification, and in September 2019, she took part in an educational trip to Finland, where she learned the positive experience of Finnish colleagues. Yeah, it sounds really captivating. Alina, thank you for being with us. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So I'm very appreciated to be here today with us, and I'm very happy to share some of my experience with the teachers all around the world. So, and I'm going to speak about brain-based approach in teaching English to primary learners. Especially, I'm going to pay attention not to primaries who are learning English like the second, third, fourth year. I'll pay attention to the children who are learning like English from zero level. Yeah, so it's their first experience in learning English. And before starting learning English and before starting teaching English, I usually communicate with parents, because it's very difficult to organize brain-based learning when brain doesn't have all opportunities to learn. And I always say parents, so if you want your children to learn good, so you should do everything for them. So the first thing is that they should sleep really well. So
yeah, Alina, I'm so sorry. Can I ask you to make your presentation in a presentation mode? Like
again?
a full. Make it as a presentation. Yeah, really?
Yeah.
No, it's not moving.
Okay, so I'll try to do that once again, but I see that like full.
No, I'm sorry to say that, but yeah, now I can see some slides.
You see that, but and if I do it like this, not yes?
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Now it's okay, yeah? Okay, so sorry, some technical problems maybe. Okay, so we should have some conditions before starting working. Children should have. They should sleep really well. They should eat healthy food. They should have some physical exercises, some physical activities, not only at school, but at home. It's also very important, because when the brain, when I say brain, I mean the child, so it is at school and it seems that everything is okay. I, as a teacher, do everything for him or her, but then they come home and parents don't pay attention to their physical health, to their food, to their activities, so I cannot teach them very good. So no stress and fear is also very important, because when the brain is in stress, it cannot access any information, cannot accept any information. Good mood, yes, it seems to be like strange, because it's very good to be in good mood all the time, but at least they should be really they should have the positive attitude to the education. And fresh air, yes, it's also very important. So before every lesson, try to open all the windows, and because with the help of fresh air, our brain works better, because our blood has more oxygen and it really works. So, and the next thing I'm going to concentrate on mirror neurons in teaching primaries. So first, to my personal opinion, that I think that mirror neurons are the greatest discovery ever, because nowadays knowledge about mirror neurons is used not only in teaching. It is used in marketing, it is used in advertisements, it is used in many principles how to manipulate people. So it can be a really dangerous knowledge, but we as teachers can use mirror neurons in teaching primaries. So what we should know about that? That mirror neurons fire to reflect the actions or feelings of others. So maybe I'm going to give you some examples. Remember the person who is yawning, yeah? So one person yawns and we see many others who yawn at the same time. So it's because of our mirror neurons. Or I may say now you that, oh, I'm thirsty, I have some water here. And you should feel that desire drink too. So our mirror neurons, they repeat the actions and feelings of other people. So, and mirror neurons they are not only in people, but also animals have them, birds, and we can use that. And I often use mimic and gestures while explaining the material, because when I'm very emotional, I give these emotions to my children, to my pupils, and they start feeling the same. I use gestures to express, I even exaggerate, and we need to exaggerate, because when I exaggerate the intonation patterns or I exaggerate my feelings, my pupils feel the same, but not so much as I do that. When teaching primaries, I speak about only the first grades, you should speak a bit slower than in everyday life. Why? Because when I speak, and I speak about English as a second language, as a foreign language, to understand me, you should repeat my words in your brain. So speak a bit slower than you usually do that. But don't forget about the rules of pronunciation, because your mouth should articulate very good for pupils to repeat all pronunciation patterns. So like these are general things I want to tell you about mirror neurons. And now I'm going to tell you about main principles, how brain receives the information. So first rule is that you should give the information in short segments. Don't give too much information for one lesson. And when you give some information, try to connect this information to real life experience. So you give them some material and you practice it at the same time and connect it to the life, and it really works because they will remember that better. Then I'm going to speak about multiple times review. It's very important, not only during the lesson. Yes, during the lesson, we also make some reviews, but from lesson to lesson, every lesson you should review the information. So start from small sentences like, what's your name? How are you? And every lesson add more, and more. Learn some scheme sentences like, what's your favorite day? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite toy? What's your favorite season? And they will answer, my favorite toy, my favorite season, my favorite animal is that, and that. Then at the end of the year, you will see like great results because they will speak on many topics. If you learn something today and you won't review that tomorrow, it won't work. Then develop emotional connection to the activities. What I mean? That when pupils come to the classroom and they feel enthusiastic, they know that everything is okay here, they are safe, so they will work really much better. Also, I like to develop some emotional connections to some activities like reading. When we read, we never read at the desks. They know that we have reading corner, so we can read on the floor, we can read on the sofas, because it's convenient for us, it's very good for us. We like reading because we have emotional feelings. Then move during the lesson. It's very important because while moving, our blood moves faster and then our brain gets more oxygen and it works better. So movements are very important for children. More we move, better we learn. And also teaching each other boosts the memory. Give them opportunity to teach each other. It works really great. Next thing, I'm going to give you some practical tips from my experience, how to teach reading from zero, and what I did previous year and what I'm doing now. So first thing, I never give letters in alphabetical order. So we never start with A, B, C, D. When I started learning 10 years ago, I came to the classroom and I gave pupils A, then we taught B, C, D. Yes, they knew the alphabet. They sent me A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but no one could read. No one knew the letters like separately. And then I started thinking of that. Oh, something was wrong there. So I learned more information. I tried to learn brain-based strategies. And then I understood that it won't work. So it's better to start with, I call them stick letters. So Z, N, M, L, I, you may choose any letter. I usually start with letter Z. And yes, one more thing, I don't teach them letters. How are they called? I say only sound. I teach them sound. Why? Because when I say, for example, guys, this is letter H, and it is, when we read it like, imagine, for the brain of primaries, it's very difficult. H, H, only I, but the approach, brain-based approach, is not for all these things. So we say Z, N, I, L, M, and we start reading from the second lesson. So first we learn Z, and then it depends on the language for your native language, because in Ukrainian we know M and it sounds the same like in English, M, so you may take even 2 letters for one lesson, because M is not something new for them. And we read like is, im, me, zim, so it shouldn't have any sense, but it really works because they practice. Then I don't only teach the sound, I teach the sound, but not only pronounce that, I also write. How? I take semolina and a colored plate, and with the help of finger, we draw these letters, because I don't want to make my children, my primary learners, write all these letters one by one, 15 minutes of the lesson. It's really boring and they won't have any desire to learn English. Then while reading, I want to speak more about reading. I make my pupils follow with the finger while reading. Use a finger, no you may use some teachers use rulers, others use some cards to follow, but why to use finger is very important, because when we read, we move the finger, and when I read and when I move, my brain works better. So more movements you have, more activities with reading you do, better they will remember. Also, we read like the whole word from the very first lesson. We start learning colors. I write red with red color, yellow with yellow color, orange with orange color, and I just say red, red, and we read red, blue, yellow. In 3 lessons, I type these colors in black, and yes, they read them. Because they recognize red, blue, orange, they can say, because our brain doesn't read by syllables. We usually recognize the word, and you should also use that. So by repeating many times the same word, they remember that and they read it better. And when they remember the word, learning letters further, you may see that we start learning, for example, L, and they say, oh, I know, it's L, because we have that in blue. Yeah, so remember that, and they read better. We also repeat many times all together, and to make it interesting, I suggest them using different voices. For example, let's read like zombies. They like adore that. Oh, I read like zombie. Or read like cats, and they read, say, now I am going to read. So something like that. Or read like fairies. Or let's read like monsters, something like that. So they read with different voices, but they read and they also remember it better, because reading is fun. Reading is on the floor. Reading is when it's convenient for me, when I feel comfortable. And reading is not punishment, because, very often I communicate to parents and they say, oh, he hates reading. I hate reading. And he hates reading too. I say, oh, when they play your mobile phone, what do you say to them? Go to the room and read. And reading is punishment this way. So please don't punish your children with reading. And then they will love doing that. Okay, next thing is, I'm going to tell you that I'm really very thankful to everyone that I can share the experience with you today. And I'm sure that if you follow these small but very important pieces of advice, your reading and your reading lessons will be really very creative, really very interesting, and your children, your primaries will read in 3 months. So it is checked, and I'm sure you will also cope with that. So thank you for your attention, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Iryna. I really enjoyed your presentation. Well, let's see if somebody has questions or no while they're thanking you.
So maybe I'm a bit nervous, so sorry for that.
Wonderful words.
So if you have, the brain-based approach is not only reading, it also writing, teaching writing, speaking, listening skills, but we have 15 minutes and I tried to give pieces of advice of the most difficult things to my mind, because teaching reading from the very, very beginning, from the first letters, it's really very difficult.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let's go to the next presentation. But before that, I would like to ask you another question, dear teachers. This is kind of riddle as well. What word begins and ends with an E, but only has one letter? Listen. What word begins and ends with an E, but has only one letter? What is that word? Let me see the answer in the chatting box. If I appreciate if you just put them on the brand show, in the banner show.
Yeah, just we are waiting, Akbar, and actually I'm thinking about your idea. Can you say it again? Just the word should be started
What
with
word
E
begins and ends with an E, but only has one letter?
E. Just E. If it's one letter.
Is that a word? Is that a word?
Yeah. You can see here the idea, I.
But it has 3 letters. I has 3 letters.
This one, what do you think about this?
No. You know, it begins and ends with E. And it has only one letter.
Says I. Why not?
Because I has 3 letters. I said that it has only a letter.
Actually, it's a bit confusing, you know.
No, that's not confusing.
I and I. Just I as letter and I.
I'm going to give you kind of hint. Focus on letter. Letter. It begins with an E and ends with an E, but has only one letter.
You know, the first idea I have is because you said letter and then association with envelope, it starts with E.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. You said that word. It is envelope.
But what about one
letter?
One letter inside. Yeah, great.
Yeah, one letter inside the envelope.
Only one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So envelope begins and ends with an E, and there is only one letter inside.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what?
Thank you very much.
About the next person who's going
the
to...
next person actually is a very well knowledgeable and well-known teacher, again from Ukraine. She studied at Nizhyn Google State University at the Faculty of Foreign Language, where she got a bachelor degree in 2010, and in 2011 she graduated from Kyiv National Linguistic University. She got her master degree in philology. In 2013 she worked in Kozak's gymnasium #1.
No, sorry, you are talking about Alina. She was before, and now we are waiting for Lesia. So go.
Alina. We talked about
Lesia. We are talking about Lesia, and I want to present Lesia. Yeah, because this is the session I'm really interested in. You know what? I'm a bit old-fashioned teacher. And
so can you help me to introduce the right person?
Yeah, and I'm a bit old-fashioned because, you know, I do believe in our methodology. I do believe in our principled eclecticism, where we use different methods and techniques, and we know why we use them, of course. At the same time, when I came across this idea, like mixing coaching techniques and teaching techniques, it was something new. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this presentation because it will be devoted to strong questions. What are they? What should be done with the strong questions? As Lesia says, it's coaching techniques for advanced teaching. So, and I do wish to share some information about Lesia. So Lesia is a TESOL certified teacher. She has been teaching students of all ages for over 10 years. She grew up in a family of teachers, which inspired her to take on a tutoring role and to set up the Indigo Educational Center. Being an open-minded person, she believes in the power of speak-up moment. She is sure that even if you are not entirely confident with what you are saying, it's always better to say it. Your ideas grow a lot more if you just say what's in your head. So I'd like to invite Lesia. Lesia, hello, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Oh my God, such a pleasure.
Lesia, hi, welcome. I'm so sorry I made a big mistake then. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it happens because, you know, it's 7:30 and we started at 12 at midday. So it's it's okay. It's
so
normal.
You changed their place.
Actually, you were not totally, I mean that some parts of your speech about me as Alina, you were right, because I also graduated from Kyiv National Linguistic University. So actually the same university, so that's true. I mean that at first I even didn't realize that you were not speaking about me.
But thanks for the support.
Okay, Lesia, just I want to give you a floor. Good luck.
Thank you guys. Okay, so I'm really happy to see everyone. Unfortunately, I can't see, but I know because I've been also looking on the stream on YouTube. So I've been teaching for more than 10 years. And as Yeva has mentioned, I'm from the family of teachers. My mom is a teacher, my grandmother, and even to my great-grandmothers, they also were teachers. And I've been teaching for more than 10 years. And along with teaching, I gave a birth to 3 beautiful girls. Why I'm telling you this? Because for me, I would like to share my personal experience. So for me, it was really difficult to combine teaching, work, being a mother, and just lots of other stuff in my head. So that's why I just, as long as I remember myself, I've been looking for some tips, ideas, techniques that can help me to master my teaching skills, to make me earn more, and to make my life easier. I just do want to be a happy person because I'm sure that I'm just convinced that only happy teachers can make their students happy, because we may not teach what we can't do. So because of that, I decided to enter Ericsson International University of Coaching. You know that coaching is part of the coaching. It's a little bit about sport. It's a lot about psychology, and it gives us a toolkit that helps to work, that has inside lots of different techniques, tips, ideas, how to get to our purpose. So purpose in teaching, purpose for our students to learn better. So the thing is, right now I need my presentation. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So can we make it bigger, or just let me try. Okay, so strong questions. Why strong questions?
I'm so sorry. It's freezing and somehow it's not moving.
So maybe I'll try to do it. Just give me 1 second and we'll see. Okay, guys, what about now?
Yeah, can you move the slides?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, fine. So why strong questions? Questions are places in our mind where answers fit. If you haven't asked the question, the answer has nowhere to come. It's very important thing. So I would like just to finish the quote. It hits your mind and bounces right off. You have to ask the question. You have to want to know in order to open up the space for the answer to fit. So Clayton Christensen. I do like this quotation because it's about the true nature of questions and why they are so powerful tools we may use as teachers. During this marathon, I've been listening to lots of other teachers who mentioned about the motivation, how difficult actually it is for us to motivate our students. That sometimes we try to do our best, we pull ourselves together, we just struggle, we put lots of efforts to motivate, to fill them, our students, I mean, to make them engaged, to make them interested in what is happening. But the thing is that it's always about us. I mean, if we are trying hard, we may feel tired, we might feel exhausted. The thing of the questions is that with their help, we can make our students motivated. We can show them their inner power to that will lead them to constant learning, even maybe to that brain habit of lifelong learning. So strong questions and just questions. Let us have a look. What types of questions do we know? Of course, as teachers, we are used to presenting information about questions, like this classification of special, alternative, general, and just etc. Types of questions. But there is one more classification about open and closed questions. So what is the difference? I'm sure that you know. It's about the answer. Whether we answer on a question with yes, no, I don't know, they are closed questions. If we need more than one word, sometimes even more than several sentences to answer the question, it's about open question. And they are always about deeper level of understanding. They are about deeper level of self-awareness. Why should I study English, for example? So let us have a look and compare. The first example of closed question. Have you already completed your homework? Actually, it sounds okay. So what can we say just to make that will lead our student to some kind of transformation? So it might be, why is it important for you to complete this task? What other benefits will you get if you do it? What new skill or experience you will acquire? So we are trying to look a little bit deeper. Just we are not focusing on the result, just done, the task is done. We are trying to show our students what he will get if he or she does this task. I remember Eva was our trainer on TESOL course, and I remember her favorite, like every time when you want your students to do something, they must have a reason why they should do it. Okay, so, and it's more than about being just interested in the activity. So strong questions and powerful questions, they are amazing technique that should be used with senior students, I mean teenagers, adolescents, and of course adults. Okay, so another example of closed question, and we will compare it to the open one. Are you ready to study every day? So if we ask, are you ready to study every day? We want our student to work hard. For example, sometimes we come up with a situation when our students are not ready for the lesson, so they are not ready with a home task, and it's not the first time. But this problem will disappear if they have the reason which is bigger than just the home task for this moment, for that lesson. So we can ask, what if we imagine that it's 2022 and you already speak English fluently? How do you feel? How has your life changed? So we are interested in details. We would like, let's imagine that we can just pop into a time machine and see how is it going, how do we live there when we already acquire knowledge, information, self-confidence, and we can speak English fluently. So we need to visualize. Actually, visualization is also a great tool, but we are not going to focus on it today. So in any case, these kinds of questions, they help us to extend our vision of why should we do this or that thing. So how has your life changed? And after that, how much time are you ready to spend on studying to make it happen? What would you like to do to make your dreams come to fruition? Are you ready for the success that is just waiting for you? Okay, so these are just examples, but actually we can work with them in different ways. So language learning seems to be like a sport. So why? Because let us compare. For example, we choose a sport, just a type of sport, just a game, and we have to learn rules. We have to drill some movements. We need to acquire some new skills, to practice a lot, because we dream about the moment when our body will move subconsciously. Our body will already know how to move, how to act, to just play amazingly. So the same is about language. We come up to a person, we want to speak, and we study English to feel confident, to feel as if there are no barriers, to feel as if we already know, and we don't want to focus on the word we would like to use right now, grammar tense we should better use in this case. So we want to do it in a very subconscious manner, as if we already know it pretty well. But the thing is that we really think that learning a long language is a hard thing, but actually it's not. You know that I'm very sorry, maybe it's not very pedagogical to say this, but very, let us say, even a stupid person, I'm really sorry, can acquire any language, can speak any language his or her parents does from the early childhood. It means that to get the knowledge, to study a new language, it is already like this program we need to study a language is already in our heads. It's already there. So, and you will speak about, so why did I want to compare language learning with the sport? To show you that, to share my point of view that language teaching is really very common to training sport. That's why coaching is really relevant to teaching any language. For example, teaching or language coaching. Let us have a look. If we compare teaching and language coaching, which of these two is often more about coping with provided curriculum in terms of the traditions of schooling, stemming from the factory model or one-size-fits-all approaches, which undoubtedly impede personalization of learning? So we all know that sometimes, unfortunately, it's about teaching. So the thing is that you would just gather our students and we want them to follow the course book. We want them to complete this or that task without their deep understanding. Why should they put efforts? Why should they spend a huge part of their life, of their time, on doing this or that task? Just for knowing English? It sounds so, I don't know, so vague, so fussy. So the thing is that our task as teachers is to make them focused on their personal goal, on their personal benefit they will get. Okay, so that's why those strong questions, they, of course, come in handy. Because teaching is what people do to you, and learning is what you do to yourself. So, and taking ownership of learning means independence and responsibility. So I'm very certain that we have to do our best to give this ownership of learning to our students, to make them feel that power they have to change their life completely. We should ask them questions that might help them to understand the bigger aim, role, I don't know, the bigger idea. What is all of this about? So if they feel responsible for their lives, they will move differently. I mean, every step they are taking will be completely different from the step we want them to take. Okay. So coaching gives us a treasure map that we adapt to every student individually, creating their own plan for studying that is meant to succeed. So here I would like to show you, again, I would like to compare our brain to GPS navigator. The thing is that GPS navigator can always help us to come to a destination, to arrive to a destination we want to. But if we compare our brain to that powerful machine that can help us, that can bring us to our destination, brain, to our aim, yes, to our dream. So I compare it to GPS navigator that helps us to come to our destination, yes, on the surface, in our physical reality. So, and the thing is that, can you imagine GPS navigator, and we just type, when we type the data, type a location, type the address we would like to get to, we type just, okay, take me home. Or just no, take me to the beautiful place. I know that that place is beautiful, so I want my GPS navigator to take me there. There I'll be happy. There I'll be successful. But what is that where? GPS navigator doesn't understand. So the same happens with our brain. When we want just to be happy, when we want just to be successful, when we want to speak English fluently, that's it. So it's the same thing. It's about big generalities. It's nothing about my values, my personal, I don't know, stimulus, my personal dreams, my concrete ideas and concrete objectives I would like to get to. So that's why those powerful questions can help us to visualize, to make that point, that address, the destination pretty clear to our brain. And in that case, our mind will help us to get to the point we want in future. Okay, so right now I would like to share with you some questions we may use while working with our students who are just, of course, it's more about senior students and adults. So why is it important personally for you to know English? What resources will become available to you? How do you feel about it? So here, it will be really important for us to ask more about emotions, about the details, about the way you will feel yourself when you can speak to. It depends actually. All the answers, next answers, they depend on the previous answers. Yeah, I mean, you're just knitting something beautiful by means of those questions. Let's imagine that somehow you can see the future. You have already achieved your goal. How do you feel yourself? Before that, it is very important for our student to describe that goal, how he feels himself, what is he doing in that future, how he behaves, how confident he feels himself. What are you proud of? Which traits of character have helped you to achieve your aim? And what do you praise yourself for? Here, I love those questions. Which traits of character have helped you? And what do you praise yourself for? Because they are not about the future. They are about this moment, like here and now. What is really valuable in me right now? What is my strength that maybe I was not even paying attention to? That will help me to get what I really want to get. So we are focusing on our strong points. What do you praise yourself for? That's nice. Everyone wants to be praised. And you know how precious is feedback from a teacher. But let us imagine that every time we ourselves can give us a feedback, that we ourselves can praise us for everything, for even attempt. Maybe, of course, sometimes we can fail, sometimes not everything can be perfect as we dreamt about, but still we should praise ourselves for even those attempts that we actually have tried to do something. So, and if we are able to show our students that that idea of like you can praise yourself every time. Let you find right now what you have in your character, in your just what you have inside that will help you to get what you want, and what actually helps you right now to work, to go on doing what you choose to do. What seems to be the main obstacle, and what is stopping you now? these two questions, they are really very important. Because, you know, sometimes we are afraid of, okay, for example, we are afraid of darkness. What should we do? Just switch on the light. So it's almost the same thing. Sometimes we are afraid of things we've never been, so we just should face them to stop, to feel relieved, to realize that it's not so actually threatening as it might seem to us. So what is that main obstacle? What do you think? What it is? What is stopping, you know? We even can sometimes write this down and think whether there are some next steps, some actions. So what action will you take to overcome them? Or how we just can prevent them from happening? So what are other options that might be helpful? For example, what are other options that might be helpful for other people? You know, sometimes we are so engrossed in the, I don't know, in the routine we live in, that we don't even mention and we don't even notice things that can be really helpful. So this question, this one is very important. We just can have a look, just turn around and have a look and think, what about other people? How do they do this? Maybe there are some people that can help me. So let me think about this. So are there any other options? Not only about this or that app, not only about working with this private teacher, not only should I do my home tasking time, maybe there is something else. And actually, you know that if you are looking for something, you will always get the answer. What are your next steps? It's about the same. And what will happen if you do, and what will happen if you don't? This one is a very provocative question, but I love it. Why? Because it helps us to, I don't know, to have a fresh eye onto the situation and to think whether it is like to feel that, you know, pain, what will happen if I don't achieve this or that thing. So it can help to give a boost to our motivation, to feel us even more determined to do our best to get to the point. Okay, so I do hope that you like those questions, and I do hope that they were helpful for you. So next up. So here, I would like also to share with you some other questions that might be also interesting for you students, and you can, for example, use them as you like. They can be used just as great warming ups because they are nice. Actually, students, especially adults, they love to discuss those questions. They love to share their ideas, their view, their perception of this or that notion, and they like to discuss it in pairs, just in groups, so they are pretty nice. Also, we can use them in terms of, for example, second condition. Why not? So what would you definitely do if you knew nobody would judge you? This one is amazing. Because of course, you speak about why people are afraid of speaking English. The thing is, we all know that language barrier, yes, that stops us from communicating freely. So what would you do? Would you speak the way you do right now if you knew for sure that nobody would judge you, that nobody would point out your mistake? For example, yeah. So, or it can be about your job, your just whatever. Okay. So the next one. What would you do if you knew you would definitely succeed? This one is about thinking out of the box, because you see, sometimes again we are just there are lots of restrictions, there are lots of obstacles that we actually have built by ourselves. Yes, and the thing is that this question helps us and our students to dream big. Just don't be afraid of anything. Maybe there is something you would like to do if you knew you would definitely succeed. So no failure can be met. Okay, so the next one. What would you do if you had all the time and money in the world? All the time and money you need. This one sometimes makes people just realize that, oh my God, I wouldn't do the job I'm doing right now. I would definitely do something else. A lot of times I've seen how people, while answering this question, they were thinking about something about art or about their creative part of the personality. So they sometimes say that they would like to paint a picture or just become an artist or sing a lot. So this one is also really nice. Okay. And if your main obstacle did not exist, how would your life look like? You see why I love this one a lot? Because when we answer this question, we realize that lots of things we dream about, we can do them right now. Like we think that maybe one day I will do it. Maybe one day I will go there, or maybe one day I will just try to book, or I don't know, whatever. It can be whatever you like. So we think that either we lack of time, or we just need to study more. Okay, I don't know, like those excuses, maybe they are not excuses. They are just things that stop us from being ourselves, like true us, yeah, like to show our true personality. So this question sometimes helps us to realize that, oh my God, actually nothing stops me from doing this or that thing even right now. Okay. So also there are some questions we should ask ourselves. I mean ourselves as teachers. You remember that several hours ago, our host told us about, asked us a question about whether we had ever seen a teacher who was driving, I'm sorry, maybe it was not Porsche. Okay, so very expensive car. So the thing is that, no, unfortunately, yeah, there are not so many teachers. Maybe because not all teachers dream about such an expensive car. But the thing is that, of course, sometimes we are in this rat race. We are so busy with our teaching plans, with our self-development, improvement, new course, and blah blah blah, so that we forget about ourselves. And again, we can help our children, our students, to be happy only if we help ourselves to be happy. So some questions that I sometimes ask myself. Okay. Why do I teach? Now, I know that why question is really complicated one. And even in coaching, this question sometimes is, not sometimes, it's usually, it is forbidden to ask because it's really complicated. We should better ask, why is it important for me to teach? Why? What, like really, why is it important for me to teach? What else apart from English language I would like to share with my students? What is my passion? What gives me pleasure, brings me joy, inspiration, and satisfaction? What I would like my students to tell others about me in 10 years? What are my traits or qualities that help me to be a really good teacher? This one, I like it a lot because it's about the foundation. It's about the basis. It's for us a ground we can be just feel steady, as if we can cope with everything, because we know that we are good at what we do. We have to believe in ourselves. And sometimes these most obvious questions are the most important questions to ask. Okay, so actually I planned to tell you more, but the thing is that I try to be really precise. I know that everyone is already tired. So guys, thank you a lot for your attention. If you have any questions, please contact me. So this is my Instagram or Facebook, Lesia. I'm passionate about coaching. I love teaching, and I would like to share with you other techniques which are used in coaching and that might be really beneficial in teaching foreign language, in teaching English. So thank you a lot. Tell me whether you like my presentation and the information.
You can see, thanks a lot. You can see people saying just great jobs. Thank you. Yeah, we have thank you again. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Yeah, thanks a lot. So you can continue watching on YouTube, and we are going to move to the next speaker. Ola, thanks. Good job. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, and I'd like. So I'd like to announce the next person. Oh, something happened. So the next speaker, Ina has worked as a university instructor of English for 16 years. She holds a degree of candidate of science in pedagogy, and after teaching online for 5 years, she's currently shifting to a solopreneur career as an online tutor for adults. She runs her Instagram blog. I think she will share the information how to find her later on. This Instagram blog is for teachers of English and adult learners who are struggling to overcome a plateau stage. So, yeah. Hello, how are you? Just I know you've been waiting
Yeah,
a long time just to join us. Yeah. Okay. So just let me know when I can share the screen. I mean your presentation. Is it okay?
All right. Yeah, let's dive in straight away. Okay.
Yeah. Since we had some kind of technical issues before, can you just move your slides, just a couple of slides for me to check if it works perfectly?
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it works. Yeah.
Okay,
go back.
Great. Okay.
So good luck.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for introducing me. And without further ado, let's dive in and start my presentation. So I'd like to remind you the topic. It goes like lesson materials when less is more. I should say that it's particularly challenging for me to present after so many speakers and after so many wonderful presentations that our viewers have seen today. But I hope that everyone is in the right mood to take in a bit more, because after all, this is the reason why we are all here today. We want to be a bit better, right? So we want to become better teachers than we were yesterday. And actually, when we choose all events that, like when we choose events for our professional development, when we choose to do some courses to develop ourselves, and our choices speak volumes about our idea of a good teacher. So, and it is important to ask this question, as Olga mentioned in the previous presentation as well. So what makes a good teacher? And throughout my career that spans more than 15 years, I've been asking myself this question as well. And at different points, I would come up with different answers to this question. However, there was one thing that remained unchanged. And it was this idea that a good teacher is somebody who, who's loaded with lots of resources and materials for each single task, for each single activity. And it wasn't, so it sort of worked when I was teaching my college students who had English as their major. But it wasn't until I started teaching adults online one-to-one that I started suspecting that something was wrong about this idea and strategies that I would consequently use because of this. Instead of being entertained by all this multitude of materials I would offer to my students, they were, slightly overwhelmed, to say the least. And things that I intended to work out perfectly well with them actually turned out to be counterproductive. So the reason for this was that instead of retaining material that I was teaching to them, they would quickly forget a lot of things because they were overloaded with so many materials. But isn't this what we all want to reach at the end of the day? Is the goal we all aim for? So we want our students to retain the language material we teach to them, right? And so because we want them to later use it when they speak or write, you name it. So how do we go about this? How do we go about having them achieve this goal of retaining enough material? So the problem for me was that I didn't have to actually look for extra materials, right? I had to change my mindset. So I had to accept and embrace a different idea of a good teacher for myself. So once I embraced this different idea of a teacher, of a good teacher, I find myself on the right track. And this time, I believe that a good teacher isn't somebody who accumulates multiple materials, but it is somebody who can find the right tools, strategies, and activities that could go along certain material and teach those strategies to the students to use those strategies effectively. So what does research say? It says that in order for information to move from short-term memory to long-term memory, learners need repeated exposure to and practice of language. And this extra practice can be achieved either by adding and throwing in extra materials or by resorting to extra strategies and activities that can go along with less material. So what goes wrong when we add so many materials to our lesson? First of all, students can focus properly on a limited number of language items we want to teach to them. And as we know that our attention span isn't unlimited, as a result, just because this focus is lost, they don't tend to memorize and retain in their memory as much material as we want or as we teach them. Another thing is that extra materials that we want to add to the course book, for example, can contain language items like vocabulary items or grammar structures that are not familiar to our students. And so we have this additional need to pre-teach this material or otherwise they get confused. Or some materials could be based on topics that we are not currently discussing and we haven't intended to discuss them yet. So in such a way, in order to prevent this confusion and to make a wiser decision, so it's better to opt for the second solution. And by this, I mean using different activities and strategies based on a small amount of material. And this is the idea of recycling. And it's not recycling that you might know, which is about environmentally friendly behavior in our everyday life, but it's more about, I'd say, teacher-friendly behavior and student-friendly behavior that we might stick to. So recycling is about practicing language that learners have seen previously. So if we reintroduce a certain amount of language in a different context or through a different skill, our students are more likely to retain this material and use it later when they speak or write. The advantages of recycling are as follows. First of all, recycling provides more opportunities to explore language in context. It further helps focus students' attention on a specific amount of language material multiple times and in a variety of ways, which further enhances memorizing. And as a result, it maximizes retention of language material. So another thing that turned out to be indispensable for me when I started applying all these strategies with my students was lexical approach. Very, very simply put, the underlying idea behind lexical approach is that language consists of lexical chunks, and if we teach our students to notice those chunks, to explore their meanings, and to use those chunks in their speech in a natural way, so it will help them to develop their fluency better, and as a result, as I like to put it, sound like a native. Sort of sounds easy peasy lemon squeezy, but sometimes it can be more like difficult lemon difficult, right? So that is why let's take a look. Okay, so these are some words of wisdom from the celebrities in the field, and as long as you are getting these presentations later, so you will be able to check these out later on. But we are moving to a more practical part, and what I'm going to do is to walk you through a set of activities based around a single text that you could use in a series of lessons. When it comes to the sources of the text for these activities, they can come either from your course book, which is a great idea because course books already contain activities, and then you could add some others to those, or you can opt for authentic materials if you like to use authentic materials for a change. For my part, I'm into using authentic materials with my students, and when I do use them, I turn to the site which is called breakingnewsenglish.com. I believe you're familiar with the site. If you are not, so highly recommended. So the reasons I like the site are as follows. First of all, you can find the latest news, and each news item is presented as a text that comes in different levels. It is accompanied by the audio, and it is also accompanied by a number of exercises. The thing is, I don't use all of those exercises because I don't like all of them, frankly speaking, but I select a few of exercises provided on this site, and I design some of my own, of which I'm going to say further. So normally, before reading, course books offer a number of tasks, like to teach vocabulary, or let's say to predict what the text is going to be about. But why not do something else for a change? For example, a chunk dictation. Chunk dictation is something my students love doing. So what I do before the lesson, I select 10 up to 10 chunks from the text, and I use them for dictation. After we are done with the dictation, so I show the students the original ideas, the original chunks, sorry. So, and they can compare what they have written with the original to check for mistakes and so on. Actually, if you work in groups, so you, before revealing the source material, as it were, you can have students discuss the dictations in groups or in pairs. Obviously, next step is to explore the meaning, and you can ask students to speculate about the topic of the text based on the chunk, so what the text might be about once they seek some expressions out of it. After you reveal the title of the text, and so you can ask your students to use the chunks they had in the dictation in sentences, and to make up sentences that they think they might come across in the text. So, so once your students do this, so you can keep track of the emerging language in order to correct or lexicalize it a bit later. And I'm going to get back to this term quite soon. So obviously, when they proceed to reading for gist, they can compare what they learn from the text with their initial ideas about its content. When they further read the text for specific information and do comprehension questions like true or false questions and open questions, it is important to keep track of the language they use, because very often students go for the easiest way, they opt for the easiest solution, and when they answer the question, they they fall back on the language they already know, they feel convenient with, all right? So, but your task here as a teacher, if you want to apply lexical approach, is to relexicalize the answers. So what you want to do is to have your students use the key phrases from the text, maybe some of those collocations that you used before, as a dictation. So each time you refer them back to the text. So if they answer the question correctly, that's great, but offer them and encourage them to paraphrase their answer in such a way that they use the language of the text. So obviously, after questions that are directly connected to the text, we can move on to questions that are loosely connected on the to the text, sort of discussion questions that refer to this topic. So normally they can be found in course books. They also can be found on the site Breaking News English. But if you want more discussion questions, so the site like ESL discussionquestions.com it can always come in handy. Next batch of questions are those connected to the language. And these are the questions you will have to design yourself. And I design such questions myself as well. However, if you use course books that are based on lexical approach, like outcomes, for example, so such questions are normally present there. So what sort of questions are those? So they either include key phrases from the text, or they are designed in such a way that students have to, or they are encouraged or made to use those key phrases from the text in their answers. Next type of questions are questions about the language. So, and this is where we teach our students to notice collocations. So tasks that, like in this group, could be as follows. Find collocations of a certain kind. For example, adjective plus noun, or verb plus noun, okay? And then, so if you, for example, if you know the exact number of collocations of this kind in the text, you can set up a competition if you work in a group. For example, who will be the first to find like 7 collocations, adjective plus noun, for instance. And so on. So once the collocations have been found, so what do you do with them? You explore them, right? You explore the potential of this collocation. For example, if you have something like a rich businessman, for example, okay? So what are some other ways to say it? So what are some other adjectives could be used to talk about rich businessman? Perhaps it's a wealthy businessman or a well-to-do businessman, okay? So, and then we can use the word rich to talk about people, but we can also use the adjective rich to talk about foods. For example, the foods are rich in vitamins. So in such a way, we see that even though wealthy and rich are synonyms, but they are not always interchangeable. And this is the awareness that needs, like the teachers should help learners to grow. Then you can ask them to find structures that express a certain concept. For example, the structure, a sentence with the structure for a plan or regret, or assumptions, and so on. And this moves, like this segues us into the second group of questions that can be used to introduce, review, or check certain grammar topics. And you can choose a sentence with present perfect, for example, and ask, why is present perfect used in this sentence? Okay, so what is the idea? So what role does it play, right? And likewise, you can do likewise with any other grammar topic, okay? So now it's time to ask students to do something about this language. First of all, we can explore sentence patterns and ask students to choose 2-3 sentences whose structure they like and use these patterns to compose their own sentences. In such a way, so it's sort of a scaffolding activity, and we're going to get back to this a bit later. So in such a way, they will practice, nice structures, nice sentence patterns. Then reverse translation. This is a great task. I used to do this a lot with my students at university. So basically, they choose several sentences from the text and they translate them into their mother tongue. And after a while, they get back to those and they translate them back into English. And then they compare this translation with the original sentence. Another way you could go about this task is that you choose the sentences yourself, like a teacher chooses and translate the sentences into their mother tongue. And then you highlight some parts of the sentence that will signal students that they have to pay special attention while translating these ideas, because it will involve some key phrases from the text. Another thing that we could do with key phrases, so we could write a short summary of the text, we could ask students retell the text, or we could ask them make a new story using key phrases from the text. What about homework or independent work? So as I mentioned, I like Breaking News English for the fact that they also have audio versions of the text. So very often I ask my students to listen to this text and do shadowing at home, or listen to this text and choose a certain part of this text to be used as a dictation. I design or ask them if they are familiar with such sort of tasks and the tool Quizlet to design flashcard sets that are aimed at working with collocations and recalling key patterns. So it's not about a word and translation, but let's say, so one side is contains a collocation, one side of a flashcard, and another side of a flashcard contains the same collocation. It's just we only see so you only leave the initial letters, okay? And then you add a little hint. Perhaps it's a gapped sentence with this collocation, or its translation, which is a bit worse variant here. But the fact is, so the reason why this task is so useful is that at first they need to look at initial letters and recall the collocation. And recalling is proved to be a very useful technique when it comes to information retention. I also can ask them to do tasks aimed at exploring the language. So sites like SentenceDict, Phraseit, and Youglish provide a number of contexts, so sentences or videos that contain key phrases, and in such a way they can take a look at other different options to use a certain word or phrase. And obviously you can offer them writing prompts that aimed at practicing the language material you want them to use more actively. So later on, during later lessons, you can get back to this material again. So for example, if my students had to listen and do shadowing at home, so I can offer them the same text, but in the form of a gapped text or gapped sentences. And they have to complete those sentences with key phrases from the text. You can later on get back to the text by using questions that you used initially, but you can slightly modify them. Or you can use picture prompts to review and practice language material. I will normally choose a picture and offer 3 key phrases from the text so that students intentionally try to incorporate this language in their answer. We can also use scaffolding activities with certain sentence patterns. And as a group activity for vocabulary revision is, so the thing I used to do is when I worked with groups is a card game. So it goes like this. Each student gets an equal number of cards with key phrases on them, and you offer them a topic for discussion. And once they start discussing it, their goal is, so when they speak, to use these key phrases that have on their cards. Once they use the phrase, they put the card on the table, and the person to get rid of the cards, who is the first to get rid of the cards, wins, obviously. Okay, so another thing that is important to remember when we embark on such strategies is that each time you introduce new material, it is important to make connections between new material and learned material in such a way, showing our students the power of language, the power of English to present or to the ability actually to paraphrase, the opportunity to present the same idea in different ways. So thank you very much for bearing with me for this 15 or 20 minutes. I hope that you found something useful for you. So let's make wise choices that will be both beneficial to you as a teacher and to your students. And let's stay in touch.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, actually, I'm also fond of lexical approach, and do you remember at the very beginning I showed you the book that I'm still studying? Just I go to that book from time to time. Yeah, thanks a lot. And I want to show you the comments. Can you see them now?
Yeah. Now I can.
For information, thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, so many comments. Actually, can you see that? Heads off from Morocco.
Okay, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, thanks a million. Yeah, that's impressive. And then I hand the topic. What do you think? What to do if a teacher is restricted by time, program, or school?
Oh, yeah, that is a problem. As I said, let's say I only realized the potential of this approach when I started teaching one-to-one, and I could design, lesson plans myself, and I wasn't restricted in time. I believe that if you're restricted in time, you can you can start by trying out some of those strategies and techniques and see which of them work best for you. Because it's a huge problem, and I guess it could be the topic for the whole conference. This relationships between what we want to do as teachers and what we allowed to do, and how restricted we are by the curriculum we have to stick to.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, guys, if you want to join the course on lexical approach and how to teach lexically at low levels, I'd like to remind you that we are going to launch this course just in 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. So it will be delivered on Zoom. So it will be interactive one. As I mentioned before, we are going to have 2 courses. The first one is the course with Lexical Lab Andrew Walkley, how to teach lexically at low levels. And the next course I will announce a bit later after the next speaker, whom I've been waiting for such a long time. Okay, thanks, Ina. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and now I'd like to tell you about the next person who's going to let us know lots of wonderful things. So the next speaker, So the next speaker is Paul Harvey. He has been a teacher of English for 37 years, for most of that time in the Middle East and North Africa. He has taught in government schools in Sudan and Saudi Arabia and was a director of a summer school in Oxford for 10 years. And I should tell you that I can continue just with long list of all the titles, but I think that it would be better for you just to invite him and to meet him. Okay, Paul. Paul, are you with us? Paul, can you hear me? Yeah, great.
Yep. I am. Thank you very much, Eva. Yeah, I can hear you. Great. Thank you very much, Eva, for this session. So what I'm going to talk about is just some ways of looking at connected speech, and why I think that how we speak to our students is important. so that what we pass on to our students is good pronunciation. Teaching English is changing. One of the challenges that none of native speakers have is the fact that the English is not there.
What you like?
Words in the right order, getting the grammar right, using the right words. That is one aspect of English. Pronunciation is another. So, for example, what we should be trying to get our students to look at and hear is that not only is it present all over the language, but also can change the pronunciation of some very common words. So some common words here, very common words in English. Some more over there. There's some more over there. There's some more over there. What we need to be highlighting in our teaching of pronunciation is what this schwa does to non-stressed syllables. So when the word is not stressed, the vowel is weakened from in the first one, only one, some, not all of it, and there's some more over there. There's some more over there. And that.
Yeah, unfortunately, something is going on. Just I don't know what exactly, and where we just united teachers from different parts of the world, so there might be some kind of technical difficulties. So as I asked, yeah, Paul is going to continue. We never give up. Paul, can you hear me? Paul, can you hear me?
Couldn't understand. That's the thing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we had some kind of troubles. Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but right now, yes, I can hear you.
Right. Do I need to go back? Or...
Yeah, I think you can continue.
Right. Where did you stop hearing me? What, should I go back or?
Yeah, just you okay, were talking about schwa.
So the second sentence there. So again, so what we should be teaching our students is that this schwa is such an important aspect of language. So that's the thing that he couldn't understand. And in the last one as well, we've got as and z. As he predicted, the weather. So schwa, that's one of the big aspects of connected speech, one of the things that makes our speech sound natural. Look at these. If we pronounce, if you look on the left, we've got art class, ate breakfast, bad credit, made your bed, light green, them all. That's what students see, and there's nothing particularly wrong with students saying, I went to my art class, or I ate breakfast, or he couldn't get anything from the bank because he had bad credit. Have you made your bed, etc. But actually, when we speak connected English, when our pronunciation is connected, what it actually sounds like is what's on the right. So art class sounds like the left. So ate breakfast, ate breakfast. What happens in order to make this language sound natural is that the T changes into a P in order to make the pronunciation easy, in order to make it sound natural, in order to make it flow like a river flows. So we don't say bad credit, we say bad credit. And it sounds a bit like the G. We don't say, have you made your bed? We say, have you made your bed? Have you made your bed? Have you made your bed? And what it's sounding like is what's on the other side. Light green is quite difficult. It makes speech slow to have that T and then a G sound. So what we do when we speak is we change that T into a G. So what it's sounding like is light green, light green, light green. The last example there is something that happens a lot. And let's look at the next page here. If you look, so this page here, the last example there is the more is leaving the word and joining to the vowel on the next word, which is what's happening in the last examples here. So think it over is slightly robotic. It's sounding like a robot. Check it out. It's a good idea. So think it over. It's a great idea. Go and look on the internet. Check it out. Now that's fine. Log on. Pick it up. But if we're trying to promote connected speech, what we're trying to do to our students is to say, no, that isn't what happens. In connected speech, what happens is it's thing, kit, tova. Thing, kit, tova. Each time the consonant at the end is going and joining the vowel that begins the next word. So check it out actually sounds like che, ki, tout. Check it out, 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 check it out. Not check it out, check it out. Check it out sounds grammatically fine, but phonetically robotic. And the same with log on. What it should be is log on, log on. So li, ki, tup, pi, ki, tup. So each what's happening is the vowel is moving across. Sorry, the consonant is moving across and joining the vowel. Okay, one last aspect before we look at some activities that you might use. Here and for. Now, in English, in British English, neither of those ends with R. They look like they end in R, but in British English, neither of them do. We say here, 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 and for. But what happens is when you have another word which also begins with a vowel, in comes the R. In comes the R, and then we hear the R. So it's not here are, or 4 eggs, 4 eggs. It's here are, 4 eggs, 4 eggs, 4 eggs. So the R that wasn't there when the word was on its own is now present when it has to join with a word that has another R. that begins with a vowel. So here are, four eggs, two vowel sounds. So even if I get, for example, this is a good example of a sentence here. I can say this with beautiful intonation. I can say it with a lot of excitement. I can say, I have had a good day today. I ate breakfast. I had 4 eggs, which was great. Then I went back to the business school to check it out. Now that's absolutely great. You think, oh, nice English, nice intonation, doesn't sound too robotic because of that lovely up and down intonation. But what's missing is all those connections between words that makes the English sound natural. So I've had a good day today. I ate breakfast, I had 4 eggs, which was great. Then I went back to the business school to check it out. Now, that's the kind of pronunciation that we want to be teaching our learners. So instead of I have had, which is great, I've had. A good day today. I ate. If it's I, there's a y that's coming in there. I ate breakfast. There we have here the thing that I mentioned earlier, 4 eggs, which was great. Check it out. So all these are aspects which will make our students' speech better. If we concentrate on how students can really make their pronunciation precise and learn and focus on all these connections that actually happens when native speakers speak, how native speakers make their language flow. Okay, I'm just going to look briefly. I'm just going to stop sharing this and close this. And I'm just going to Okay, I hope everyone can see this. Eva, can everyone see this?
Yeah, if it's possible, could you make it a bit bigger?
Eva?
Yeah, is it possible to make it, to zoom it a bit? Okay.
Eva, can we see this?
Yes, we can.
Yep, okay, great. Okay, I'm just going to make this absolutely great, wonderful, good. Okay, moment, I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger so we can see. So one of the things that you can use is, and I use these a lot, is what I call context-less dialogue. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. And let's have a look at this dialogue. So the dialogue is all about trying to focus on aspects of pronunciation. So the dialogue goes something like this. Could you, I'm sorry, what? Well, I was wondering if you could, I don't think so. Really? Really? Please, I've already said no, I'm sorry. It'll only take a minute. I don't think I can actually. Oh, go on. I think I've made it clear that what, please? Well, go on, I'd be so grateful. I'm not happy about this. I know, but not happy at all. Well, please go on. Well, I might be able. Yes, well, maybe. Please. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Wonderful. Come on then, let's get on with it. Right. Now, earlier on, the speaker before me talked about chunks of language. This dialogue is full of chunks of language. And one of the great things about teaching in chunks is that we can also chunk our pronunciation. So
instead of teaching, I am sorry, what we can teach is, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So that is a chunk of language which can be taught grammatically and phonetically as a chunk of language, and getting students used to the fact. So what I've done here in the dialogue, not in the this is what I would give to the students. So if I just go back again, the students would see this dialogue. This is what they would see, but this is what the teacher would see. The teacher would see all the things that they need to concentrate on phonetically. So if I just focus in again, so what we should be concentrating on is getting the students to say, I'm sorry, I was wondering if, I was wondering if, I was wondering if, so that the students are forced then not to say, I was wondering if, but seeing that phrase, I was wondering if, I was wondering if, as a chunk of language. And in seeing it as a chunk of language, they will be forced to reduce the vowel there in the word was and make it into this schwa sound here. So chunk of language, I'm sorry. I was wondering if, another one here. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Perfectly acceptable. I don't think so. But what we don't want our students to say that. What we want our students to say is, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. So what I've done is, for the teacher's version of this, all the contractions of it'll, I've highlighted so that we know that we can concentrate on that. By keeping the each time somebody speaks in a dialogue, we call it a turn. By keeping the turns short, we can encourage students to have the dialogue quite quickly. And in trying to speed up their language, what we're trying to do is to get them to concentrate on connecting and looking at chunks of language. So the whole dialogue is full of examples. Here's another one that we looked at just a little while ago. I don't think I can actually. I don't think I can actually. I don't think I can. So think I can actually sounds like think I can, think I can, think I can, think I can. Look what's happened there. To the consonant has moved on. It's joined with the vowel. This one here, the same thing. Go on, go on. This is an example here of what we call intrusion, where the W sound here, this W sound has come in here in order to make this speech sound more natural, so that we don't say go on, we say go on, go on. So there's a W that's found, that's intruded here. So if I was doing this with students, what I would get them to do is so let's look at the whole dialogue. So this is the dialogue, is possibly do it with the whole class, so that I would be A and the students would be B. And we'd practice it like that. So the teacher is A and all the students are B, and then change over, so that this time the students are A and the teacher is B, and then later get them to do this conversation together. There isn't any particular context here. So what I'm doing is saying to the students, well, look, here's a context where somebody is asking somebody else to help them. Do the dialogue and see if you can put a context on. So you decide what the context is. What the context is. Is it two kids at school? Is it two people at work? Is it a mother and a daughter? Is it two friends? Is it somebody who needs money? You decide on the context, and then you perform this dialogue. with that in your mind. So dialogues are a great idea for practicing aspects of connected speech. Let's have a look at this one here. If I just focus on this one here, this is more for children. Using chants. I mean chants. I don't mean chance as in opportunity. I mean chance, C-H-A-N-T-S. Just for children. So when 1 was a racehorse, 2 was 1-2. When 1 won 1 race, 2 won 1-2. So again, you can make this, you can take as long as you like. This can be a 2-minute activity or a 10-minute activity. You can get the students to practice it in groups. You can practice it as a whole class first. Obviously, what you're concentrating on here is just a reduction of that was sound. So it's not 1 was a racehorse. It's 1 was a racehorse. 1 was a racehorse. 1 was a racehorse. 2 was 1-2. 2 by doing it as a chant, by doing it as a you're trying to get them to force the students to reduce that vowel. When 1 was a and there are 1,000 examples of chants to use with children in order to get them to concentrate on the connectedness of pronunciation. This one is taken from a great book called Jazz Chants. Let's have a look at this one a little bit more. So this one is more for, it can be used for adults or children. So here's poor John. We can discuss how John looks. Does he look happy? He doesn't look happy at all. And then this is a chant, but it's a chant that can be done as a kind of dialogue. So it goes a little bit like this, if I can just read it. I hope everybody can see it. Where does John live? He lives near the bank. Where does John work? He works at the bank. When does he work? He works all day and he works all night at the bank, at the great big bank. Where does he study? He studies at the bank. Where does he sleep? He sleeps at the bank. Where does he spend all day, all night, all day, all night at the bank, because he loves his bank more than his wife. And he loves his money more than his life. So, as you can see, this is full of certain very common pieces of language where the temptation often is with learners is to say them exactly as they're written. Where does John live? He lives near the bank. And what we're trying to do with this is to get them away from saying does and saying does. Where does John live? Where does John live? So that whole word, that very, very common word in English, is reduced right down to does. Where does John live? He lives near the bank. Where does John work? And then coming down here, this sound here, at the bank, at the great big bank. This is such a common, clearly a very common phrase in English, not at the, at there is fine, grammatically absolutely fine. But we want to get students away from that. What we want students to be saying is, when does he work? When does he work? Where does he study? At the bank. Where does he study? Does he? And really concentrating on these aspects of pronunciation, but doing it in a chant. So again, you can do it. Teacher taking one role, students taking the other. It's obviously a great idea to get all the students to do it together first so that they gain confidence, and then get the students to do it either in groups or in pairs, and to perform the whole dialogue. Okay, just one more aspect here. I'm sure you can see here. More than is, so that we get away from more than his wife, more than his wife, more than his wife. Great. So other examples of this. What we're doing in this one here, so this is another example of a kind of, if I show you the whole thing. So it looks like this. This is the whole thing here. And this is one that I use with younger learners. Let's just concentrate and look at it a bit closer. So this one is adding now another layer, a layer of intonation. So, I mean, one of the things that children often do with each other is spar with each other, is you know, I can do this better than you can, and this. So that this is two students, and one of them is daring the other student, saying, come on then, you show me what you can do. So what I've done here is highlighted the words that can be stressed, and I tried to get the two students to do this together. So it goes, I know you can't jump. Well, neither can you. Huh, you can't jump. Just like you. How much will you give me? $1 or $2. How much will you give me? Okay, 52. Well, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. You've seen me jump before. You have. I'm sure you have. Not true. You have. Have not. Where and when? I'm sure that isn't true. I can't remember when. It was a long, long time ago. Well, come on then and show me. Come on, big man. Go. I hope you're watching closely. Yes, I am. So quickly go. Okay, but if I break my leg, I'll telephone you, bro. So it's something that students, that younger students can act out with each other. And what you're trying to do here is put explanation on top of the concentration on the connectivity between the words. And common chunks of language are often fixed phrases or pieces of language that we hear very often, like neither can you, neither can you, neither can you. How much? How much? How much? I'm sure you have. 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 Actually, there's a mistake there, isn't it? That should be I'm sure you have. Isn't true, isn't true, isn't true. Come on then, come on then, come on then. I can't remember, I can't remember. So all these are what we might call chunks of language. They're words which appear together so often that they can very usefully be taught as a chunk. So these activities here, the ones that we looked at just here, these are kind of drama-y kind of activities, that they're kind of dialogue kind of activities. And the last thing that I wanted to show you here is more mechanical. So this is more of an exercise just to get the students used to the fact that what they see is not actually what they say. So what you're asking the students to do here, it's quite a nice exercise, and you can easily make up these ones yourself, is to say this word here, sit, is hidden somewhere in this sentence. Let's face it, he's never going to get the job. Let's face it, he's never going to get the job. And you can see there it is here. So let's face it. Let's face it. So what the students are not, what they shouldn't be saying is face it, face it. It's not face it, it's face it, face it. They can hear the word. Some of them are easier because you can see it. Kit, no problem at all. Take it all if you want. Take it all if you want. Take it. Take it all. Take it. Take it. So not take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Doubt. I don't think she'll ever find out about what he did. I don't think she'll ever find out about what he did. I don't think she'll ever find out about what he did. Find out. Find out. So the D here has fallen off and has joined here, and now we can hear the word doubt. Sore eyes, sore eyes, sore is to try and identify where that movement has happened, where the consonant from the end of one word has gone and joined the vowel at the beginning of the next word. Tall, cup, core, make, core, and the last one here, of course, fit. Okay, so what I've tried to do today is just to look at, you've got all these materials, Eva will pass them on to you, and I hope that you'll join us, and it's these aspects of pronunciation, these, so we're going to look at intonation, but one of the main thing that we're going to be looking at on the course is ways of getting students to make their language, their spoken language, sound more natural by using the same connections that native speakers use to make their language flow and not sound so robotic. Okay, so everyone's had a long day. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. By the way, good evening. Sorry for interrupting. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How are you? Nice to
Hi,
see you.
Brian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Paul. Yeah, people are saying just really useful. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you, Paul. Really wonderful. Yeah, thanks a lot. It was really nice.
As always, as usual.
Yeah, as usual.
Thank you very much.
We're really proud that you are in SR's team, you know.
I'm proud to be there. Proud to be there, Samad.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Paul, for everything actually that you've been doing. And that's not the last, but least we're going to meet a lot. Yeah, we're going to meet a lot. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye. Okay. Bye.
Okay, so this was our final speaker. Smart, can you believe that? Just I can't believe that.
It's unbelievable, you know. It's really unbelievable, you know. I have never ever experienced a marathon like that, and I'm just thinking about you, like you know, it's kind of the survival. Fantastic.
Yeah, but can you see my screen right now?
Yeah. It's clearly
Yeah,
seen.
actually, I'd like to share the idea that you can join the course How to Sound Natural and Native-like by Paul Harvey. Definitely, we are going to discuss all that stuff that he mentioned during his session. And here you can see the description of the course. Yeah, that we will have 4 sessions. 4 lessons, let's say. We are going to work on Zoom where you can participate actively, where you can try everything, just test how it works. We are going to deal with aspects of connected speech and chunking language, as Paul said before. Also, there will be a session on drills, chants, and songs. And you can see there will be games for pronunciation practice. Yeah, I do like this idea because it's really useful. And you can see that the games will be for adults as well as for young learners. Also, there will be a session with activities for international practice as well. So as Paul said, let's face it, that it will be something amazing. And yeah, I can show you just register now, because only 22 days left, and you can see Paul Harvey, he's a course trainer. So I'm really happy that I will be able to participate in that course. And yeah, I want to invite you to do that as well. Yeah, that's it. So Samad.
So, to be honest, I don't know what to say after all the job that you've done. You know, I'm really happy that SR's team, you know, kind of was involved, and some of our TESOL graduates, our trainers, you know, and all the staff actually that were been involved in this job. You know, you actually did a really great job. Thank you very much. And my special thanks to Tatiana Ukina, the head of SUTA.
The head and the founder of Ukrainian Teacher
And the founder as well, yes. And I'm really glad that we had this chance to cooperate with that company, which is really doing a lot of things in terms of teacher development courses, you know, the really fantastic job. Special thanks to Akbar, you know, to everyone, absolutely, to all the participants, to all the speakers, you know, thank you very much. And, you know, you are just brilliant, all of you. Thank you very much.
Yes, so let us rest a bit, and we'll send you the email with all the materials, with all the links, how to register to further courses, and how to join other projects by SR Teaching and Learning and Teacher Training Center, SUTA, just maybe tomorrow at just approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, not earlier. Yeah, thanks.
It's not about need, it's not about should, Eva, you have to rest.
Yeah, I do wish to rest a bit. Yeah. Thanks a lot. It seems I feel your gratefulness. Thanks a lot. This marathon was about caring, sharing, supporting each other. Like I always say, teachers need teachers. And it's not only about teaching. It's about being just a huge educational family. And it doesn't matter what country you are from. You might be from Morocco, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Georgia. We had people from Switzerland today. Also, I saw Croatia and so Czech Republic and so many others. And also some of them will be watching the marathon later on due to the time difference we have, but we had registrations from Philippines, Malaysia, Panama, and so on. So thanks a lot for being with us. Those 9 hours were really like a real marathon for me. It was something special.
Anyway, you experienced. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I promise that we will be back before the 1st of September, and will be another marathon with back to school activities. Okay, thank you a lot.
Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. Thanks a lot.